Chapter 9 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 9, Part 1 of 2. Mondino and the Medical School of Bologna. The most important contributions to medical science made by the Medical School of Salerno at the height of its development were in surgery. The textbooks written by men trained in her halls or inspired by her teachers were to influence many succeeding generations of surgeons for centuries. Salerno's greatest legacy to Bologna was the group of distinguished surgical teachers whose textbooks we have reviewed in the chapter, Great Surgeons of the Medical Universities. Bologna herself was to win a place in medical history, however, mainly in connection with anatomy, and it was in this department that she was to provide incentive especially for her sister universities of North Italy, though also for Western Europe generally. The first manual of dissection, that is, the first handy volume giving explicit directions for the dissection of human cadavers, was written at Bologna. This was scattered in thousands of copies in manuscript all over the medical world of the 14th and early 15th centuries. Even after the invention of printing, many editions of it were printed. Down to the 16th century it continued to be the most used textbook of anatomy, as well as manual of dissection, which students of every university had in hand when they made their dissection, or wished to prepare for making it, or desired to review it after the body had been taken away, for with lack of proper preservative preparation, bodies had to be removed in a comparatively short time. Probably no man more influenced the medical teaching of the 14th and 15th centuries than Mundinus, or, as he was called in the Italian fashion, Mondino, who wrote this manual of dissection. Mundinus quem omnis studentium universitas colet ut deum. Mundinus, whom all the world of students cultivated as a god, is the expression by which the German scholar who edited, about 1500, the Leipzig edition of Mundinus' well-known manual, the Anatomia, introduces it to his readers. The expression is well worth noting because it shows what was still the reputation of Mundinus in the medical educational world nearly 2 centuries after his death. Until the time of Vesalius, whose influence was exerted about the middle of the 16th century, Mondino was looked up to by all teachers as the most important contributor to the science of anatomy in European medicine since the Greeks. He owed his reputation to two things, his book, of which we have already spoken, and then, the fact that he reintroduced dissection demonstrations as a regular practice in the medical schools. His book is really a manual of making anatomical preparations for demonstration purposes. These demonstrations had to be hurried, owing to the rapid decomposition of material consequent upon the lack of preservatives. The various chapters were prepared with the idea of supplying explicit directions and practical help during the anatomical demonstrations, so that these might be made as speedily as possible. The book does not comprise much that was new at the time, but it is a good compendium of previous knowledge and contains some original observations. It was entirely owing to its form as a handy manual of anatomical knowledge and, besides, because it was an incentive to the practice of human dissection, that it attained and maintained its popularity. Mondino followed Galen, of course, and so did every other teacher in medicine and its allied sciences, until Vesalius's time. Even Vesalius permitted himself to be influenced overmuch by Galen at points where we wonder that he did not make his observations for himself, since apparently they were so obvious. The more we know of Galen, however, the less surprised we are at his hold over the minds of men. Only those who are ignorant of Galen's immense knowledge, his practical common sense, and the frequent marvelous anticipations of what we think most modern, affect to despise him. His works have never been translated into any modern language except piecemeal. There is no complete translation, and one must be ready to delve into some large Latin, if not Greek, volumes to know what a marvel of medical knowledge he was, and how wise were the men who followed him closely, though, being human, there are times when necessarily he failed them. For those who know even a little at first hand of Galen, it is only what might be expected, then, that Mondino, trying to break away from the anatomy of the pig, which had been before this the basis of all anatomical teaching in the medical schools, Cofo's book, used at Salerno and Bologna before Mondino's, was founded on dissections of the pig, should have clung somewhat too closely to this old Greek teacher and Greek master. The incentive furnished by Mondino's book helped to break the tradition of Galen's unquestioned authority. Besides this, the group of men around Mondino, his master, Taddeo Alderotti, with his disciples and assistants, form the initial chapter in the history of the medical school of Bologna, which gradually assumed the place of Salerno at this time. There is no better way of getting a definite idea of what was being done in medicine, and how it was being done, than by knowing some of the details of the life of this group of medical workers. Mondino di Luzzi, or Luzzi, is usually said to have been born about 1275. His first name is a diminutive for Raimondo. It used to be said of him that, like many of the great men of history, many cities claimed to be his birthplace. 5 were particularly mentioned: Florence, Milan, Bologna, Forli, and Friuli. There is, however, another Mondino, a distinguished physician, who was born and lived at Friuli, and it is because of confusion with him that the claim for Friuli has been set up. Florence and Milan are considered out of the question. Mondino was probably born in or near Bologna. The fact that there should have been this multiple set of claims shows how much was thought of him. Indeed, his was the best known name in the medical schools of Europe for nearly 2 centuries and a half. He seems to have been a particularly brilliant student, for tradition records that he had obtained his degree of Doctor of Medicine when he was scarcely more than 20. This seems quite out of the question for us at the present time, but we have taken to pushing back the time of graduation, and it is not sure whether this, beyond peradventure, so beneficial as is usually thought. That his early graduation did not hamper his intellectual development, the fact that, in 1306, when he was about 31 years of age, he was offered the professional chair in anatomy, which he continued to occupy with such distinction for the next 20 years, would seem to prove. His public dissections of human bodies, probably the first thus regularly made, attracted widespread attention, and students came to him not only from all over Italy, but also from Europe generally. In all this, after all, Mondino was only continuing the tradition of world teaching that Bologna had acquired under her great surgeons in the preceding century. See Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. Mondino came from a family that had already distinguished itself in medicine at Bologna. His uncle was a professor of physic at the university. His father, Albizo de Luzzi, seems to have come from Florence not long after the middle of the 13th century, for the records show that, about 1270, he formed a partnership with one Bartolomeo Raineri for the establishment of a pharmacy at Bologna. Later, this passed entirely under the control of the Mondino family, and came to be known as the Speziera del Mondino. In it were sold, besides Eastern perfumes, spices, condiments, probably all sorts of toilet articles, and even rugs and silks and feminine ornaments. The stricter pharmacy of the earlier times developed into a sort of a department store, something like our own. The Mondini, however, insisted always on the pharmacy feature as a specialty, and the fact was made patent to the general public by a sign with the picture of a doctor on it. The drug shop of the Mondini continued to be maintained as such, according to Dr. Pilcher, until the beginning of the 19th century. One of the fellow students of Mondino at the University of Bologna had been Mondeville. He came from distant France to take a course in surgery with Theodoric, whose high reputation in the olden time, vague with us half a century ago, is now amply justified by what we know of him from such ardent students and admirers as Pagel and Nicaise. Not long after Mondino's death, Guy de Chauliac came from France to reap similar opportunities to these, which had proved so fruitful for Mondeville. The more that we learn about this time, the more do we find to make it clear how deeply interested the generation was in education in every form, artistic, philosophic, but also, though this is often not realized, scientific. The long distances, so much longer in that time than in ours, to which men were willing, and even anxious, to go, in order to obtain opportunities for research, and to get in touch with a special master, the associations with stimulating fellow pupils of other lands, the scientific correspondences, almost necessarily initiated by such circumstances, all indicate an enthusiasm for knowledge such as we have not been accustomed to attribute to this period. On the contrary, we have been rather inclined to think them neglectful of all education, and have, above all, listened acquiescently while men deprecated the lack of interest in things scientific displayed by these generations. Indeed, many writers have gone out of their way to find a reason for the supposed lack of interest in science at this time, and have proclaimed the Church's opposition to scientific education and study as the cause. At this time, Italy was the home of the graduate teaching for all Europe. The Italian peninsula continued to be the foster mother of the higher education in letters and art, but also, though this is less generally known, in science, for the next 5 centuries. Germany has come to be the place of pilgrimage for those who want higher opportunities in science than can be afforded in their own country only during the latter half of the 19th century. France occupied it during the first half of the 19th century, except for short intervals, when political troubles disturbed Italy, as about the middle of the 14th century, when the removal of the popes to Avignon brought their influence for education over to France, and a short period at the beginning of the 18th century, when the Netherlands for a time came into educational prominence. Italy has always been the European Mecca for advanced students. Practically all our great discoverers in medicine, until the last century, were either Italians or else had studied in Italy. Mondino, Bertuzio, Salice, Lanfranc, Bavarius, Berengarius, John de Vigo, who first wrote on gunshot wounds, John of Arcoli, first to mention gold filling and other anticipations of modern dentistry, Variolus, Eustachius, Caesalpinus, Columbus, Malpighi, Lancisi, Morgagni, Spallanzani, Galvani, Volta were all Italians. Mondeville, Guy de Chauliac, Linacre, Vesalius, Harvey, Steno, and many others who might be named all studied in Italy, and secured their best opportunities to do their great work there. It would be amusing, if it were not amazing, to have serious writers of history in the light of this plain story of graduate teaching of science in Italy for over 5 centuries, write about the opposition of the Church to science during the medieval and Renaissance periods. It is particularly surprising to have them talk of Church opposition to the medical sciences. The universities of the world all had their charters from the popes at this time, and were all ruled by ecclesiastics, and most of the students and practically all of the professors down to the end of the 16th century belonged to the clerical order. The universities of Italy were all more directly under the control of ecclesiastical authority than anywhere else, and nearly all of them were dominated by papal influence. Bologna, while doing much of the best graduate work in science, especially in medicine, was, in the Papal States, absolutely under the rule of the popes. The university was, practically, a department of the papal government. The medical school at the University of Rome itself was for several centuries, at the end of the Middle Ages, the teaching place where were assembled the pick of the great medical investigators, who, having reached distinction by their discoveries elsewhere, were summoned to Rome in order to add prestige to the papal university. All of them became special friends of the popes, dedicated their books to them, and evidently looked to them as beneficent patrons and hearty encouragers of original scientific research. While this is so strikingly true of medical science as to make contrary declarations in the matter utterly ridiculous, and to suggest at once that there must be some motive for seeing things so differently to the reality, the same story can be told of graduate science in other departments. It was to Italy that men came for special higher studies in mathematics and astronomy, in botany, in mineralogy, and in applied chemistry, so far as it related to the arts of painting, illuminating, stained glass making, and the like. No student of science felt that he had quite exhausted the opportunities for study that were possible for him until he had been down in Italy for some time. To meet the great professors in Italy was looked on as sure to be a source of special incentive in any department of science. This is coming to be generally recognized just in proposition as our own interest in the arts and crafts and in the history of science leads us to go carefully into the details of these subjects at first hand. The editors of the Cambridge Modern History, in their preface, declared 10 years ago that we can no longer accept with confidence the declaration of any secondary writer on history. This is particularly true of the medieval period. We must go back to the writers of those times. If it seems surprising that the University of Bologna should have come into such great prominence as an institute for higher education at this time, it would be well to recall some of the great work that is being done in this part of Italy in other departments at this time. Cimabue laid the foundation of modern art towards the end of the 13th century, and during Mondino's life Giotto, his pupil, raised an artistic structure that is the admiration of all generations of artists since. Dante's years are almost exactly contemporary with those of Giotto and of Mondino. If men were doing such wondrous work in literature and in art, why should not the same generation produce a man who will accomplish for the practical science of medicine what his friends and contemporaries had done in other great intellectual departments? In recent years, we have come to think much more of environment as influence in human development and accomplishment than was the custom some time ago. The broader general environment in Italy, with genius at work in other departments, was certainly enough to arouse in younger minds all their powers of original work. The narrower environment at Bologna itself was quite as stimulating, for a great clinical teacher, Taddeo Alderotti, had come, in 1260, from Florence to Bologna, to take up there the practice and teaching of medicine. It was under him that Mondino was to be trained for his life work. To understand the place of Mondino and of the medical school of Bologna in his time, and the reputation that came to them as world teachers of medicine, we must know, first, this great teacher of Mondino and the atmosphere of progressive medicine that enveloped the university in the latter half of the 13th century. In the chapter on Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities, we call particular attention to the series of distinguished men, the first four of whom were educated at Salerno and who came to Bologna to teach surgery. They were doing the best surgery in the world, much better than was done in many centuries after their time, indeed, probably better than at any period down to our own day. Besides, they seem to have been magnetic teachers who attracted and inspired pupils. We have the surgical contributions of a series of men, written at Bologna, that serve to show what fine work was accomplished. At this time, however, the field of medicine was not neglected, though we have but a single great historical name in it that has lived. This was Taddeo Alderotti, a man who lifted the medical profession as high as the estimation of his fellow citizens at Florence as the great painters and literary men of his time did their departments, and who then moved to Bologna, because of the opportunity to teach afforded him by the university. It is sometimes a little difficult for casual students of the time to understand the marvelous reputation acquired by this medieval physician. It should not be, however, when we recall the enthusiastic reception and procession of welcome accorded to Cimabue's Madonna, and the almost universal acclaim of the greatness of Dante's work, even in his own time. In something of that same spirit, Bologna came to appreciate Taddeo, as he is familiarly known, looked upon him as a benefactor of the community, and voted to relieve him of the burden of paying taxes. He came to be considered as a public institution, whose presence was a blessing to his fellow citizens, and whose goodness to them should be recognized in this public way. One is not surprised to hear Villani, the well-known contemporary historian, speak of him as the greatest physician in Christendom. The feelings of the citizens of Bologna, it may well be confessed, were not entirely unselfish, or due solely to the desire to encourage a great scientific genius. Few men of his generation had done more for the city in a material way, quite apart from whatever benefits he conferred upon the health of its citizens, than Dr. Taddeo. It was he who organized medical teaching in the city on such a plane that it attracted students from all over the world. Bologna had had a great law school before this, founded by Irnerius, to which students had come from all over the world. With the advent of Taddeo from Florence, and his success as a medical practitioner, there began to flock to his lectures many students who spread his fame far and wide. The city council could scarcely do less than grant the same privileges to the medical students and teachers of Taddeo's school as they had previously accorded to the faculty of law and its students. The city council recognized quite as clearly as any board of aldermen in the modern time how much, even of material benefit, a great university was to the building up of a city, though their motives were probably much higher than that, and their enlightened policy had its reward in the rapid growth of Bologna until, very probably at the end of the 13th century, it had more students than any university of the modern time. The number was not less than 15,000, and may have been 20,000. To this great university success Taddeo and his medical school contributed not a little. The especially attractive feature of his teaching seems to have been its eminent practicalness. He himself had made an immense success of the practice of medicine, and accumulated a great fortune, so much that Dante, in his Paradiso, when he wishes to find a figure that would represent exactly the opposite to what St. Dominic, the founder of the Dominicans, did for the love of wisdom and humanity, he takes that of Taddeo, who had accomplished so much for personal reputation and wealth. This might easily lead to the impression that Taddeo's teaching was unscientific, or merely empiric, or that he himself was a narrow-minded maker of money, intent only on his immediate influence and hampered by exclusive devotion to practical medicine. Nothing could be farther from the truth than any such impression. Taddeo was not only the head of a great medical school, a great teacher whom his students almost worshipped, a physician to whom patients flocked because of his marvelous success, a fine citizen of a great city, whom his fellow citizens honored, but he was a broad-minded scholar, a philosopher, and even an author in branches apart from medicine. In that older time it was the custom to combine the study of philosophy and medicine. For centuries after that period in Italy, it was the custom for men to take both degrees, the doctorate in philosophy and in medicine at the same time. Indeed, most of those whose work has made them famous, down to and including Galvani, did so. Taddeo wrote commentaries on the works of Hippocrates and Galen, but he also translated the ethics of Aristotle and did much to make the learning of the Arabs easily available for his students. He was a broad, liberal scholarship. Dr. Louis Pilcher, in his article on the Mondino myth, does not hesitate to say that, quote, "to the spirit which, from his professional chair, Taddeo infused into the teaching and study of medicine undoubtedly is due to the high position for which many generations thereafter the school of Bologna continued to maintain as center of medical teaching." End quote. Of course, erudition had its revenge, and carried Taddeo too far. The difficult thing in human nature is to stay in the mean and avoid exaggeration. His methods of illustrating medical truths from many literary and philosophical sources often cause the kernel of observation to be hidden beneath a blanket of speculation, or, at least, to be concealed to a great extent. Even the Germans, who have insisted most on this unfortunate tendency of Taddeo, have been compelled to confess that there is much that is valuable in what he accomplished, and that even his modes of expression were not without a certain vivacity which attracted attention and doubtless added materially to his success as a teacher. Pagel, in Puschmann's Handbuch, says, quote, "It cannot be denied," this is just after he has quoted a passage of Taddeo with regard to dreams, "that Taddeo's expressions have a certain liveliness all their own, that gives us some idea why he was looked upon as so good a teacher who, as we know now, also gave instruction by the bedside of patients." Pagel adds, quote, "Taddeo's greatest merit and his highest significance in medical education consist in the fact that a great many zahlreiche physicians followed directly in his footsteps and were counted as his pupils. They were all men, as we know them, who as writers and practitioners of medicine succeeded in going far beyond the level of mediocrity in what they accomplished." This was the teacher who most influenced young Mondino when he came to the University of Bologna, for it seems not unlikely that as a medical student he was actually the pupil of Taddeo, then in a vigorous old age. If not, he was at least brought under the direct influence of the teaching tradition created during more than 30 years by that wonderful old man. Knowing what we do of Taddeo, it is not surprising that his pupil should have accomplished work that was to influence succeeding generations more than any other of that wonderful 13th century. Dr. Pilcher in the article on the Mondino myth, so often placed under contribution in this sketch, says that, quote, "It needs no great stretch of the imagination to picture somewhat of the effect that contact with such a man as Taddeo di Alderato might have in molding the character of his young neighbor and pupil, the chemist's son, who a few years later, by his devotion to the study of human anatomy, was to re-establish the practical pursuit of study on the human cadaver as the common privilege of the skilled physician, and was to engrave his own name deeply on the records of medicine." Under this worthy compatriot and contemporary of the great Florentines, Mondino was inspired to be the teacher that did so much for Bologna. Until recent years, it has usually been the custom to give too much significance to the work of the men whose names stand out most prominently in the early history of departments of the intellectual life. Mondino's reputation has shared in this exaggerative tendency to some extent, hence the necessity for realizing what was accomplished before his time, and the fact that he only stands as the culmination of a progressive period. Carlyle spoke of Dante as the man in whom, quote, 10 silent centuries found a voice." The centuries, however, were only silent because the moderns did not know how to listen to their message. We know now that every country in Europe had a great contributor to literature in the century before Dante. The Cid, the Arthur legends, the Nibelungen, the troubadours, naturally led up to Dante. He was only the culmination of a great period of literature. We know now that men had worked in art before Cimabue and Giotto, and had done impressive work that made for the progress of art. These names, however, have come to represent in many minds the sort of solitary phenomena that Dante had seemed sometimes even to scholars. End of Part 1 of 2. Chapter 9 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old-Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 9, Part 2 of 2. Because Mondino did such good work in medical teaching, it is sometimes declared, even in rather serious histories, that he was the first to accomplish anything in his department, and that before his time there is a blank. Some historians, for instance, have insisted that Mondino was the first to do human dissections, and that he did at most but 2 or 3. Only those who are unacquainted with the magnificent development of surgery that took place during the preceding century, the evidence for which is so abundantly given in modern historians of medicine, and especially in Gurlt's great work on the history of surgery, from which we have quoted enough to give a good idea of the extent to which the movement went, are likely to accept any such declaration. There could not have been all that successful surgery without much dissection not only of animals, but also of human bodies. The teaching of dissection was not regularly organized until Mondino's time, but it seems very clear that even he must have dissected many more bodies than the number usually attributed to him. Professor Louis Stephen Pilcher of Brooklyn, who made a special study of Mondino traditions in Bologna itself, and collected some of the early editions of his books, feels so acutely the absurdity of the ordinarily accepted tradition in this matter that he has written a paper on the subject bearing the suggestive title, The Mondino Myth. He says, quote, "We are accustomed to think of the practice of dissection as having been recreated by Mondino, and at once fully developed, springing into acceptance. The year 1315 is the generally accepted date for the first public anatomical demonstration upon a human body made by Mondino, and yet it is true that among the laws promulgated by Frederick II, more than 75 years before, A.D. 1231, was included a decree that a human body should be dissected at Salernum at least once in 5 years in the presence of the assembled physicians and surgeons of the kingdom, and that in the regulations established for admission to the practice of medicine and surgery in the kingdom, it was decreed that no surgeon should be admitted to practice unless he should bring testimonials from the masters teaching in the medical faculty that he was learned in the anatomy of human bodies, and had become perfect in that part of medicine without which neither incisions could safely be made nor fractures cured. Salernum was notable in its legislation of the dissection of human bodies before the first public works of Mondino, for, according to a document of the Maggiore Consiglio of Venice of 1308, it appears that there was a college of medicine at Venice which was even then authorized to dissect a body every year. Common experience tells us that the embodiment of such regulations into formal law would occur only after a considerable preceding period of discussion, and in this particular field of clandestine practice. It is too much to ask us to believe that in all this period, from the date of the promulgation of Frederick's decree of 1231 to the first public demonstration by Mondino at Bologna in 1315, the decree had been a dead letter and no human body had been anatomized. It is true there is not, as far as I am aware, any record of any such work, and commentators and historians of a later date have, without exception, accepted the view that none was done, and thereby heightened the halo assigned to Mondino as the one who ushered in a new era. Such a view seems to me to be incredible. Be that as it may, it is undeniable that at the beginning of the 14th century the idea of dissecting the human body was not a novel one. The importance of a knowledge of the intimate structure of the body had already been appreciated by diverse ruling bodies, and specific regulations prescribing its practice had been enacted. It is more reasonable to believe that in the era immediately preceding that of Mondino human bodies were being opened and after a fashion anatomized. After that we know of the work of Mondino suggests that it was not a new enterprise in which he was a pioneer, but rather that he brought to an old practice a new enthusiasm and better methods, which, caught on the rising wave of interest in medical teaching at Bologna, and preserved by his own energy as a writer in the first original systematic treatise written since the time of Galen, created for him in subsequent uncritical times the reputation of being the restorer of the practice of anatomizing the human body, the first one to demonstrate and teach such knowledge since the times of the Ptolemaic anatomists, Aristrasus and Herophilus. The changes have been rung by medical historians upon a casual reference in Mondino's chapter on the uterus to the bodies of two women and one sow which he had dissected, as if these were the first and the only cadavers dissected by him. The context involves no such construction. He is enforcing a statement that the size of the uterus may vary, and to illustrate it remarks that, quote, "A woman whom I anatomized in the month of January last year, viz. 1315, Anno Christi, had a larger uterus than one whom I anatomized the month of March of the same year." End quote. And further, he says that, quote, "The uterus of a sow which I dissected in 1316, the year in which he was writing, was 100 times greater than any I have seen in the human female, for she was pregnant and contained 13 pigs." End quote. These happen to be the only reference to specific bodies that he makes in his treatise, but it is a far cry to wring out of these references the conclusion that these are the only dissections he made. It is quite true that if we incline to enshroud his work in a cloud of mystery and to figure it as an unprecedented awe-inspiring feature to break down the prejudices of the ages, it is easy to think of him as having timidly profaned the human body by his anatomizing zeal in but one or two instances. His own language, however, throughout his book is that of a man who is familiar with the differing conditions of the organs found in many different bodies, a man who is habitually dissecting. End quote. Quotations from the work of Mundinus showing his familiarity with dissections. The leaf and line references are to the Dryander edition, Marburg, 1541. Quote, "I do not consider separately the anatomy of component parts, because their anatomy does not appear clearly in the fresh subject, but rather in those macerated in water." End quote. Leaf 2, lines 8 through 13. Quote, "These differences are more noticeable in the cooked or perfectly dried body, and so you need not be concerned about them, and perhaps I will make an anatomy upon such a one at another time, and will write that I shall observe with my own senses, as I have proposed from the beginning." End quote. Leaf 60, lines 14 through 17. Quote, "What the members are to which these nerves come cannot well be seen in such a dissection as this, but it should be liquefied with rain water, and this is not contemplated in the present body." End quote. Leaf 60, lines 31 through 33. Quote, "After the veins you will note many muscles and many large and strong cords, the complete anatomy of which you will not endeavor to find in such a body but in a body dried in the sun for 3 years, as I have demonstrated at another time. I also declared completely their number, and wrote the anatomy of the muscles of the arms, hands, and feet in a lecture which I gave over the first, second, third, and fourth subjects." Leaf 61, lines 1 through 7. Very probably the best evidence that we have of the comparative frequency, at least of dissection at this time, is to be found in the records of a trial for body snatching that occurred in Bologna. The details would remind one very much of what we know of the difficulties with regard to dissection in America a couple of generations ago, when no bodies were provided by law for dissection purposes. In the course of some studies for the history of the New York State Medical Society, New York, 1906, I found that nearly every one of the first half dozen presidents of the New York Academy of Medicine, which is not much more than 60 years old, had had body snatching experiences when they were younger. Dr. Samuel Francis, the medico-historical writer, tells of a personal expedition across the ferry in the winter time, bringing a body from a Long Island graveyard, in order to avoid the constables on the Long Island side and the police on the New York side, because there had been a number of cases of body snatching recently, and the authorities were on the lookout. The corpse was placed sitting beside the physician who drove the wagon, with a cloak wrapped around it, as if it were a living person specially protected against the cold. Similar experiences were not unusual. The lack of bodies for dissection is sometimes attributed to religious scruples, but they have very little to do with it, as at all times men have refused to allow the bodies of their friends to be treated as anatomical material. This is the natural feeling of abhorrence and not at all religious. It is only when there are many unclaimed bodies of strangers and the poor, as happens in large cities, that there can be an abundance of anatomical material. The details of this body snatching case are strangely familiar to those who know the history of similar cases before the middle of the 19th century. The case occurred in 1319 in Bologna, just 4 years after Mondino's public dissections. 4 students were involved in the charge of body snatching, all of them from outside the city of Bologna itself, 3 from Milan, and 1 from Piacenza. In modern experience, too, as a rule, students from outside the town where the medical college was situated were always a little readier than natives to violate graveyards. These 4 students were accused of having gone at night to the cemetery of St. Barnabas, outside the gate of San Felice. Suburban graveyards were usually the scene of such exploits, and to have dug up the body of a certain criminal named Pasino, who had been hanged a few days before. They carried the body to the school in the parish of San Salvatore, where Alberto Zancari was teaching. The resurrection had been accomplished without witnesses, but there were several witnesses who testified that they recognized the body of Pasino in the school and students occupied with its dissection. If evidence for the zeal of the medical students of that time for dissection were needed, surely we have it in the testimony at this trial. At a time when body snatching has become a criminal offense, usually there have been many repeated occurrences of it before the parties are brought to trial, so that it seems not unlikely that a good many dissections of illegally secured bodies were being done at Bologna at this time. We know of a regulation of the university in force at this time which required the teachers of the university to do an anatomy or dissection for students if they secured a body for that purpose. The students seem to have used all sorts of influence, political, monetary, diplomatic, and ecclesiastical, in order to secure the bodies of criminals. Sometimes, when they failed in their purpose, they waited until after burial, and then took the body without leave. When we recall the awfully deterrent condition in which bodies must have been that were thus provided for dissecting purposes, it is easy to understand that the enthusiasm of the students for dissection must have been at a very high pitch. Certainly it was far higher than at the present day, when, in spite of the fact that our dissecting rooms have very few of the old time dangers and unpleasantnesses, dissection is only practiced with assiduity if special care is exercised in requiring attendance and superintending the work of the department. In my book on "The Popes and Science," I have gathered the traditions relating to Mondino's assistants in the chair of anatomy at Bologna. They furnish abundant evidence of the fact that dissections, far from being uncommon, must have been not at all infrequent at the North Italian universities at this time. Curiously enough, one of these assistants was a young woman who, as was not infrequently the custom at this time in the Italian universities, was matriculated as a student at Bologna. She took up first philosophy, and afterwards anatomy, under Mondino. While it is not generally realized, coeducation was quite common at the Italian universities of the 13th and 14th centuries, and at no time since the foundation of the universities has a century passed in Italy without distinguished women occupying professors' chairs at some of the Italian universities. This young woman, Alessandra Giuliani, of Persiceto, a country district not far from Bologna, took up the study of anatomy with ardor and, strange as it may appear, became especially enthusiastic about dissection. She became so skillful that she was made the prosecutor of anatomy, that is, one who prepares bodies for demonstration by the professors. According to the Cronaca Persicetana, quoted by Medici in his History of the Anatomical School at Bologna, "She became most valuable to Mondino, because she would cleanse most skillfully the smallest vein, the arteries, all ramifications of the vessels, without lacerating or dividing them, and to prepare them for demonstration she would fill them with various colored liquids, which, after having been driven into the vessels, would harden without destroying the vessels. Again, she would paint these same vessels to their minute branches so perfectly and color them so naturally that, added to the wonderful explanations and teachings of the master, they brought him great fame and credit." The whole passage shows a wonderful anticipation of our most modern methods, injection, painting, and hardening, of making anatomical preparations for class and demonstration purposes. Some of the details of the story have been doubted, but her memorial tablet, erected at the time of her death in the church of San Pietro e Marcellino of the hospital of Santa Maria de Mareto, gives all the important facts, and tells the story of the grief of her fiancé, who was himself Mondino's other assistant. This was Otto Agenius, who had made for himself a name as an assistant to the chair of anatomy in Bologna, and of whom there were great hopes entertained, because he had already shown signs of genius as an investigator in anatomy. These hopes were destined to grievous disappointment, however, for Otto died suddenly, before he had reached his 30th year. The fact that both these assistants of Mondino died young and suddenly would seem to point to the fact that probably dissection wounds in those early days proved even more fatal than they occasionally did a century or more ago, when the proper precautions against them were not so well understood. The death of Mondino's two prosectors in early years would seem to hint at some such unfortunate occurrence. As regards the evidence of what the young man had accomplished before his untimely death, Probably the following quotation, which Medici has taken from one of the old chroniclers, will give the best idea. Quote, "What advantage indeed might not Bologna have had from Otto Aegenius Lustrellanus, whom Mondino had used as an assiduous prosector, if he had not been taken away by a swift and lamentable death before he had completed the 6th lustrum of his life." End quote. How well the tradition created by Mondino continued at the university will be best understood from what we know of Guy de Chauliac's visit to the medical school here about the middle of the century. The great French surgeon tells us that he came to Bologna to study anatomy under the direction of Mondino's successor, Bertruccius. When he wrote his preface to his great surgery, he recalled his teaching of anatomy at Bologna and said, quote, "It is necessary and useful to every physician to know, first of all, anatomy. For this purpose, the study of books is indeed useful, but it is not sufficient to explain those things which can only be appreciated by the senses, and which need to be seen in the dead body itself." End quote. He advises his students to consult Mundinus' treatise, but to demonstrate its details for themselves on the dead body. He relates that he himself had often, multitoties, done this, especially under the direction of Bertruccius at Bologna. Curiously enough, as pointed out by Professor Pilcher, Mondino had used this same word, multitotiens, the variant spelling makes no difference in the meaning, in speaking about his own work. In describing the hypogastric lesion, he mentions that he had demonstrated certain veins in it many times, multitotiens. Mondino was just past 50 when he finished his little book and permitted copies of it to be made. Though the book occurs so early in the history of modern bookmaking, the author offers his excuses to the public for writing it, and quotes the authority of Galen, to whom he turns in other difficult situations for justification. As prefaces go, Mondino's is so like that of many an author of more recent date that his words have a bibliographic as well as a personal interest. He said, quote, "A work upon any science or art, as saith Galen, is issued for 3 reasons. First, that one may satisfy his friends. Second, that he may exercise his best mental powers. Third, that he may be saved from the oblivion incident to old age. Therefore, moved by these 3 causes, I have proposed to my pupils to compose a certain work on medicine." And because a knowledge of the parts to be subjected to medicine, which is the human body, and the names of its various divisions, is a part of medical science, as saith Averroes in his first chapter, in the section on the definition of medicine, for this reason among others, I have set out to lay before you the knowledge of the parts of the human body, which is derived from anatomy, not attempting to use a lofty style, but rather that which is suitable to a manual of procedure." End quote. Some of the early editions of Mondinus' book are said, according to old writers, to have contained illustrations. None of these copies have come down to us, but the assertion is made so definitely that it seems likely to have been the case. The editions that we have contain wood engravings of the method of making a dissection as frontispiece, so that it would not be difficult to think of further such illustrations having been employed in the book itself. As we note in the chapter on Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities, Mondeville, according to Guy de Chauliac, has pictures of anatomical preparations which he used for teaching purposes. It is easy to understand that the value of such aids would be recognized at a time when the difficulty of preserving bodies made it necessary to do dissections hurriedly so as to get the rapidly decomposing material out of the way. Beyond his book and certain circumstances connected with it, we know very little about Mondino. What we know, however, enables us to conclude that, like many another great teacher, he must have had the special faculty of inspiring his students with an ardent enthusiasm for the work that they were taking under him. Hence the body snatching and other stories. Mondino continued to be held in high estimation by the Bolognese for centuries after his death. Dr. Pilcher calls the attention to the fact that his sepulchral tablet, which is the portico of the church of San Vitari in Bologna, and a replica of which he was allowed to have made in order to bring it to America, is the only one of the sepulchral tablets in the great churches of Florence, San Domenico, San Martino, the cathedral and the cloister of San Giacomo degli Ermitani, which has not been removed from its original location and placed in the halls of the Civic Museum. Their removal he considers "a kind of desecration which does violence to one's sense of sanctity and propriety." Fortunately, thus far, the Mondino tablet has escaped the spoiler. Very probably Dr. Pilcher's replica of the tablet, which he was required to deposit in the Civic Museum at the time when the copy was made to be brought to America, may save the tablet to be seen in its original position for many generations. Mondino's career is of special interest because it foreshadows the life and accomplishment of many another maker of medicine of the aftertime. He did a great new thing in medicine in organizing regular public dissections and then making a manual that would facilitate the work. He waited patiently for years before completing his book in order that it might be the fruit of long experience and so be more helpful to others. He was so modest as to require urging to secure the publication. He had the reward of his patience in the popularity of his little work for centuries after his time. The glimpse that we get of his relations to his young assistants, Aeginus and Alessandra, seems to show us a teacher of distinct personal magnetism. Undoubtedly the reputation of his book did much for not only the medical school of the University of Bologna, but also for the medical schools of other North Italian universities, and helped to bring them the crowds of students that flocked there during the 14th and 15th centuries. Taddeo and Mondino turned the attention of the medical students of their generations Bologna-wards. Before that time they had mainly gone to Salerno. After their time, most of the ardent students of medicine felt that they must study for a time at least at Bologna. Other important medical schools of Italian universities at Padua, at Vicenza, at Piacenza, arose and prospered. During the time when the political troubles of Italy reached a climax, about the middle of the 14th century, while the popes were at Avignon, there was a remission in the attendance at all the Italian universities, but with the Pope's return to Rome and the coming of even comparative peace to Italy, Bologna once more became the term of medical pilgrimages for students from all over the world. In the meantime, Mondino's book went forth to be the most used textbook of its kind until Vesalius's great work came to replace it. To have ruled in the world of anatomy for 2 centuries as the best known of teachers is of itself a distinction that shows us at once the teaching power and the scientific ability of this professor of anatomy of Bologna in the early 14th century. End of Part 2 of 2. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 10. Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. Part 1 of 3. Strange as it may appear to those who have not watched the development of our knowledge of the Middle Ages, in recent years, the most interesting feature in the medical departments and, indeed, of the postgraduate work generally of the medieval universities is that in surgery. There is a very general impression that this department of medicine did not develop until quite recent years, and that particularly it failed to develop to any extent in the Middle Ages. A good many of the historians of this period, indeed, though never the special historians of medicine, have even gone far afield in order to find some reason why surgery did not develop at this time. They have insisted that the Church by its prohibition of the shedding of blood, first to monks and friars, and then to the secular clergy, prevented the normal development of surgery. Besides, they add that Church opposition to anatomy completely precluded all possibility of any genuine natural evolution of surgery as a science. There is probably no more amusing feature of quite a number of supposedly respectable and presumably authoritative historical works written in English than this assumption with regard to the absence of surgery during the later Middle Ages. Only the most complete ignorance of the actual history of medicine and surgery can account for it. The writers who make such assertions must never have opened an authoritative medical history. Nothing illustrates so well the expression of the editors of the Cambridge Modern History, referred to more than once in these pages, that "in view of changes and of gains such as these (the jointing of original documents), it has become impossible for historical writers of the present day to trust without reserve even to the most respected secondary authority. The honest student finds himself continually deserted, retarded, misled by the classics of historical literature." Fortunately for us, this sweeping condemnation does not hold to any great extent for the medical historical classics. All of the classic historians of medicine tell us much of the surgery of the 13th and 14th centuries, and in recent years the republication of old texts and the further study of manuscript documents of various kinds have made it very clear that there is almost no period in the history of the world when surgery was so thoroughly and successfully cultivated as during the rise and development of the universities and their medical schools in the 13th and 14th centuries. It is interesting to trace the succession of great contributors to surgery during these 2 centuries. We know their teaching not from tradition, but from their textbooks so faithfully preserved for us by their devoted students, who must have begrudged no time and spared no labor in copying, for many of the books are large, yet exist in many manuscript copies. Modern surgery may be said to owe its origin to a school of surgeons, the leaders of whom were educated at Salerno in the early part of the 13th century, and who, teaching at various North Italian universities, wrote out their surgical principles and experiences in a series of important contributions to that department of medical science. The fact that the origin of the school was at Salerno, where, as is well known, Arabian influence counted for much, and for which Constantine's translations of Arabian works proved such a stimulus a century before, makes most students conclude that this later medieval surgical development is simply a continuation of the Arabian surgery that, as we have seen, developed very interestingly during the earlier Middle Ages. Any such idea, however, is not founded on the realities of the situation, but on an assumption with regard to the extent of Arabian influence. Gurlt in his History of Surgery, Volume 1, page 701, completely contradicts this idea, and says with regard to the first of the great Italian writers on surgery, Rogero, that, quote, though Arabian works on surgery had been brought over to Italy by Constantine Africanus 100 years before Roger's time, these exercised no influence over Italian surgery in the next century, and there is scarcely a trace of the surgical knowledge of the Arabs to be found in Roger's works." It is in the history of medicine particularly that it is possible to trace the true influence of the Arabs on European thought in the later Middle Ages. We have already seen in the chapter on Salerno that Arabian influence did harm to Salernitan medical teaching. The school at Salerno itself had developed simple, dietetic, hygienic, and general remedial measures that included the use of only a comparatively small amount of drugs. Its teachers emphasized nature's curative powers. With Arabian influence came polypharmacy, distrust of nature, and attempts to cure disease rather than help nature. In surgery, which developed very wonderfully in the 13th and 14th centuries, Salerno must be credited with the incentive that led up to the marvelous development that came. With this, however, Arabian influence has nothing to do. Gurlt, besides calling attention to the fact that the author of the first great textbook on the subject not only did not draw his inspiration from Arab sources, insisted that, quote, instead of any Arabisms being found in his (Roger's) writings, many Grecisms occur." End quote. The Salernitan school of surgery drank at the fountainhead of Greek surgery. Apart from Greek sources, Roger's book rests entirely upon his own experiences, those of his teachers and his colleagues, and the tradition in surgery that had developed at Salerno. This tradition was entirely from the Greek. Roger himself says in one place, quote, "We have resolved to write out deliberately our methods of operation, such as they have been derived from our own experience and that of our colleagues and illustrious men." End quote. Roger, Roland, and the Four Masters. Ruggero, or Rogero, who is known as Rogerio and Rogerus, with the adjective Parmensis, or Salernitanus, or Parma, or of Salerno, and often in German and English history simply as Roger, lived at the end of the 12th or the beginning of the 13th century, and probably wrote his textbook about 1180. The textbook was, according to tradition, originally drafted for his lessons in surgery at Salerno. It attracted much attention, and after being commented on by his pupil Rolando, the work of both of them being subsequently annotated by the Four Masters, this combined work became the basis of modern surgery. Roger was probably born either in Palermo or Parma. There are traditions of his having taught for a while at Paris and at the University of Montpellier, though these are not substantiated. His book was printed at Venice in 1546, and has been lately reprinted by De Renzi in his Collectio Salernitana. Roland was a pupil of Roger's, and the two names that often occur in medieval romance became associated in a great historic reality as a consequence of Roland's commentary on his master's work, which was a favorite textbook in surgery for a good while in the 13th century at Salerno. Some space will be given to the consideration of their surgical teaching after a few words with regard to some disciples who made a second commentary, adding to the value of the original work. This is the well-known commentary of the Four Masters, a textbook of surgery written somewhat in the way that we now make textbooks in various departments of medicine, that is, by asking men who have made specialties of certain subjects to write on that subject, and then bind them all together in a single volume. It represents but another striking reminder that most of our methods are old, not new as we are likely to imagine them. The Four Masters took the works of Roger and Rolando, acknowledged their indebtedness much more completely than do our modern writers on all occasions, I fear, and added their commentaries. Gurlt says, Geschichte der Surgery, Volume 1, page 703, that, quote, in spite of the fact that there is some doubt about the names of the authors, this volume constitutes one of the most important sources for the history of surgery of the later Middle Ages, and makes it very clear that these writers drew their opinions from a rich experience." End quote. It is rather easy to illustrate from the quotations given in Gurlt or from the accounts of their teaching in Daremberg or De Renzi some features of this experience that can scarcely fail to be surprising to modern surgeons. For instance, what is to be found in this old textbook of surgery with regard to fractures of the skull is likely to be very interesting to surgeons at all times. One might be tempted to say that fewer men would die every year in prison cells who ought to be in hospitals if the old-time teaching was taken to heart, for there are rather emphatic directions not to conclude because the scalp is unwounded that there can be no fracture of the skull. Where nothing can be felt, care must be exercised in getting the history of the case. For instance, if a man is hit by a metal instrument shaped like the clapper of a bell, or by a heavy key, or by a rounded instrument made of lead, this would remind one very much of the lead pipe of the modern time, so fruitful of mistakes of diagnosis in head injuries. Special care must be taken to look for symptoms in spite of the lack of an external penetrating wound. Where there is good reason to suspect a fracture because of the severity of the injury, the scalp should be incised and a fracture of the cranium looked for carefully. That is carrying the exploratory incision pretty far. If a fracture is found, the surgeon should trephine so as to relieve the brain of any pressure of blood that might be affecting it. There are many warnings, however, of the danger of opening the skull and of the necessity for definitely deciding beforehand that there is good reason for so doing. How carefully their observations had been made, and how well they had taken advantage of their opportunities, which were, of course, very frequent in those warlike times when firearms were unknown, hand-to-hand conflict common, and blunt weapons were often used, can be appreciated very well from some of the directions. For instance, they knew of the possibility of fracture by contrecoup. They say that, quote, quite frequently, though the percussion comes in the anterior part of the cranium is fractured on the opposite part. End quote. They even seem to have known of accidents such as we now discuss in connection with the laceration of the middle meningeal artery. They warn surgeons of the possibilities of these cases. They tell the story of, quote, a youth who had a very small wound made by a thrown stone, and there seemed no serious results or bad signs. He died the next day, however. His cranium was opened, and a large amount of black blood was found coagulated about his dura mater. End quote. There are many interesting things said with regard to depressed fractures and the necessity for elevating the bone. If the depressed portion is wedged, then an opening should be made with the trephine and an elevating instrument called a spatumen used to relieve the pressure. Great care should be taken, however, in carrying out this procedure, lest the bone of the cranium itself, in being lifted, should injure the soft structures within. The dura mater should be carefully protected from injury, as well as the pin. Care should especially be exercised at the brow and the rear of the head, and at the commissures (porem et pupim et commissarius), since at these points the dura mater is likely to be adherent. Perhaps the most striking expression, the word in fact being italicized by Gurlt, is, "In elevating the cranium, be solicitous lest you should infect or injure the dura mater." For wounds of the scalp, sutures of silk are recommended because this resists putrefaction and holds the wound edges together. Interrupted sutures about a finger breadth apart are recommended. "The lower part of the wound should be left open so that the cure may proceed properly." Red powder was strewed over the wound and the leaf of a plant set above it. In the lower angle of the wound a pledget of lint for drainage purposes was inlaid. Hemorrhage was prevented by pressure, by the binding on of burnt wool firmly, and by the ligature of veins and by the cautery. There are rather interesting discussions for the prognosis of wounds of the head, especially such as may be determined from general symptoms in this commentary of the Four Masters on Rogers and Rolando's treatises. If an acute febrile condition develops, the wound is mortal. If the patient loses the use of the hands or feet, or if he loses his power of direction, or his sensation, the wound is mortal. If a universal paralysis comes on, the wound is mortal. For the treatment of all these wounds, careful precautions are suggested. Cold was supposed to be particularly noxious to them. Operations on the head were not to be done in cold weather, and above all, not in cold places. The air where such operations were done must be warmed artificially. Hot plates should surround the patient's head while the operation was being performed. If this were not possible, they were to be done by candlelight, the candle being held as close as possible in a warm room. These precautions are interesting as foreshadowing many ideas of much more modern time, and especially indicating how old is the idea that cold may be taken in wounds. In popular medicine this still has its place. Whenever a wound does badly in the winter time, patients are sure that they have taken cold. Such popular medical ideas are always derived from supposedly scientific medicine, and until we learned about microbes, physicians used the same expression. We have not got entirely away from them yet. These old surgeons must have had many experiences with fractures at the base of the skull. Hemorrhages from the mouth and nose, for instance, and from the ears were considered bad signs. They were inclined to suggest that openings into the skull should be discovered by efforts to demonstrate a connection between the mouth and nares and the brain cavity. For instance, in their commentary the Four Masters said, "Let the patient hold his mouth and nostrils tight shut and blow strongly." If there was any lessening of the pressure or any appearance of air in the wound in the scalp, then a connection between the mouth and the nose was diagnosticated. This is ingenious but eminently dangerous because of the infectious material contained in the nasal and oral cavities, so likely to be forced by such pressure into the skull. They were particularly anxious to detect linear fractures. One of their methods of negative diagnosis for fractures of the skull was that if the patient were able to bring his teeth together strongly, or to crack a nut without pain, then there was no fracture present. One of the commentators, however, adds to this, "sed hoc aliquando fallit," but this sign sometimes fails. Split or crack fractures were also diagnosticated by the method suggested by Hippocrates of pouring some colored fluid over the skull after the bone was exposed, when the linear fracture would show by coloration. The Four Masters suggest a sort of red ink for this purpose. While they have so much to say about fractures of the skull, and insist, over and over again, that though all depressed fractures need treatment, and many fissure fractures require trephination, still great care must be exercised in the selection of cases. They say, for instance, that surgeons who in every serious wound of the head have recourse to the trephine must be looked upon as "fools and idiots," idioti et stolidi. In the light of what we now know about the necessity for absolute cleanliness, asepsis as we have come to call it, it is rather startling to note the directions that are given to a surgeon to be observed on the day when he is to do a trephination. For obvious reasons, I prefer to quote it in the Latin, "Et nota quod de ilia cavendum est medico a coito et malis cibis area corremptibus, ut sunt alia, sape et hujus mode, et colloquio muleris menstruosae, et manus ejus debent esse munde, etc." My quotation is from Gurlt, Volume 1, page 707. The directions are most interesting. The surgeon's hands must be clean. He must avoid the taking of food that may corrupt the air, such as onions, leeks, and the like, must avoid menstruating and other women, and in general must keep himself in a state of absolute cleanliness. To read a passage like this, separated from its context, and without knowing anything about the wonderful powers of observation of the men from whom it comes, it would be very easy to think that it is merely a set of general directions, which they had made on some general principle, perhaps quite foolish in itself. We know, however, that these men had by observation detected nearly every feature of importance in fractures of the skull, their indications and contraindications for operation, and their prognosis. They had anticipated nearly everything of importance that has come to be insisted on even in our own time in the handling of these difficult cases. It is not unlikely, therefore, that they had also arrived at the recognition by observations on many patients that the satisfactory aftercourse of these cases which were operated on by the surgeon, after due regard to such meticulous cleanliness as is suggested in the paragraph I have quoted, made it very clear that these aseptic precautions, as we would call them, were extremely important for the outcome of the case, and, therefore, were well worth the surgeon's attention, though they must have required very careful precautions and considerable self-denial. Indeed this whole subject, the virtual anticipation of our 19th century principles of aseptic surgery in the 13th century, is not a dream nor a far-fetched explanation when one knows enough about the directions that were laid down in the surgical textbooks of that time. The North Italian Surgeons. After Roger and Rolando, the Four Masters, who owe the inspiration for their work to Salerno and the south of Italy, comes a group of North Italian surgeons, Bruno da Longoburgo, usually called simply Bruno, Theodoric and his father, Hugo of Lucca, and William of Salicet. Immediately following them came two names that belong, one almost feels, to a more modern period. Mondino, the author of the first textbook on dissection, and Lanfranc, the disciple of William of Salicet, who taught at Paris and "gave that primacy to French surgery which it maintained all the centuries down to the 19th." Pagel. It might very well be thought that this group of Italian surgeons had very little in their writings that would be of any more than antiquarian interest for the modern time. It needs but a little knowledge of their writings as they have come down to us to show how utterly false any such opinion is. To Hugo da Lucca and his son Theodoric we owe the introduction and the gradual bringing into practical use of various methods of anesthesia. They used opium and mandragora for this purpose, and later employed an inhalant mixture, the composition of which is not absolutely known. They seem, however, to have been very successful in producing insensibility to pain for even rather serious and complicated and somewhat lengthy operations. Indeed it is to this that it must be attributed most of their surprising success as surgeons at this early date. We are so accustomed to think that anesthesia was discovered about the middle of the 19th century in America that we forget that literature is full of references in Tom Middleton's 17th century phrase to "the mercies of old surgeons, who put their patients to sleep before they cut them." Anesthetics were experimented with almost as zealously during the latter half of the 13th century at least as during the latter half of the 19th century. They were probably not as successful as we are, but they did succeed in producing insensibility to pain, otherwise they could never have operated to the extent they did. Moreover, the traditions show that the Da Luccas particularly had invented a method that left very little to be desired in this matter of anesthesia. A reference to the sketch of Guy de Chauliac in this volume will show how practical the method was in his time. Nearly the same story as with regard to anesthetics has to be repeated for what are deemed so surely modern developments, asepsis and antisepsis. I have already suggested that Roger seems to have known how extremely important it was to approach operations upon the skull with the most absolute cleanliness. There are many hints of the same kind in other writers which show that this was no mere accidental remark, but was a definite conclusion derived from experience and careful observation of results. We find much more with regard to this same subject in the writings of the group of northern Italian surgeons, and especially in the group of those associated with William of Salicet. Professor Clifford Abbott, Regius Professor of Medicine at the University of Cambridge, England, in his address before the St. Louis World's Fair Congress of Arts and Science in 1904, did not hesitate to declare that William discussed the causes for union by first intention and the modes by which it might be obtained. He, too, insisted on cleanliness as the most important factor in having good surgical results, and all of this group of men, in operating upon septic cases, used stronger wine as a dressing. This exerted, as will be readily understood, a very definite antiseptic quality. Evidently some details of the teaching of this group of great surgeons in northern Italy in the second half of the 13th century will make clearer to us how much the rising universities of the time were accomplishing in medicine and surgery as well as in their other departments. The dates of the origin of some of these universities should perhaps be recalled so as to remind readers how closely related they are to this great group of surgical teachers. Salerno was founded very early, probably in the 10th century. Bologna, Reggio, and Modena came into existence toward the end of the 12th century. Vicenza, Padua, Naples, Vercelli, and Piacenza, as well as Arezzo, during the first half of the 13th century. Rome, Perugia, Treviso, Pisa, Florence, Siena, Lucca, Pavia, and Ferrara during the next century. The 13th century was the special flourishing period of the universities, and the medical departments, far from being behind, were leaders in accomplishment. See my The 13th Greatest of Centuries, New York, 1908. End of Part 1 of 3. Chapter 10 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 10. Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. Part 2 of 3. Bruno da Longoburgo. The first of this important group of North Italian surgeons who taught at these universities was Bruno of Longoburgo. While he was born in Calabria, and probably studied in Salerno, his work was done at Vicenza, Padua, and Verona. His textbook, the Chirurgia Magna, dedicated to his friend Andrew of Piacenza, was completed at Padua in January 1252. Gurlt notes that he is the first of the Italian surgeons who quotes, besides the Greeks, the Arabian writers on surgery. Eclecticism had definitely come into vogue to replace exclusive devotion to the Greek authors, and men were taking what was good wherever they found it. Gurlt tells us that Bruno owed much of what he wrote to his own experience and observation. He begins his work by a definition of surgery, chirurgia, tracing it to the Greek and emphasizing that it means handwork. Then he declares that it is the last instrument of medicine, to be used only when the other two instruments, diet and potions, have failed. He insists that surgeons must learn by seeing surgical operations and watching them long and diligently. They must be neither rash nor overbold and should be extremely cautious about operating. While he says that he does not object to a surgeon taking a glass of wine, the followers of this specialty must not drink to such an extent as to disturb their command over themselves, and they must not be habitual drinkers. While all that is necessary for their art cannot be learned out of books, they must not despise books however, for many things can be learned readily from books, even about the most difficult parts of surgery. 3 things the surgeon has to do, to bring together separated parts, to separate those that have become abnormally united, and to extirpate what is superfluous. In his second chapter on healing, he talks about healing by first and second intention. Wounds must be more carefully looked to in summer than in winter, because putrefactio est major in estate quam in hyeme. Putrefaction is greater in summer than in winter. For proper union, care must be exercised to bring the wound edges accurately together, and not allow hair, or oil, or dressings to come between them. In large wounds he considers stitching indispensable, and recommends for this a fine, square needle. The preferable suture material in his experience was silk or linen. The end of the wound was to remain open in order that lint might be placed therein in order to draw off any objectionable material. He is particularly insistent on the necessity for drainage. In deep wounds, special provision must be made, and in wounds of extremities the limb must be so placed as to encourage drainage. If drainage does not take place, then either the wound must be thoroughly opened, or if necessary a counter opening must be made to provide drainage. All his treatment of wounds is dry, however. Water, he considered, always did harm. We can readily understand that the water generally available, and especially as surgeons saw it in camps and on the battlefield, was likely to do much more harm than good. In penetrating wounds of the belly cavity, if there was difficulty in bringing about the reposition of the intestines, they were first to be pressed back with a sponge soaked in warm wine. Other manipulations are suggested, and if necessary, the wound must be enlarged. If the omentum finds its way out of the wound, all of it that is black or green must be cut off. In cases where the intestines are wounded, they are to be sewed with a small needle and a silk thread, and care is to be exercised in bringing about complete closure of the wound. This much will give a good idea of Bruno's thoroughness. Altogether, Gurlt, in his History of Surgery, gives about 15 large octavo pages of rather small type to a brief compendium of Bruno's teachings. One or two other remarks of Bruno are rather interesting in the light of modern developments in medicine. For instance, he suggests the possibility of being able to feel a stone in the bladder by means of bimanual palpation. He teaches that mothers may often be able to cure hernias, both umbilical and inguinal, in children by promptly taking up the treatment of them as soon as noticed, bringing the edges of the hernial opening together by bandages, and then preventing the reopening of the hernia by prohibiting wrestling and loud crying and violent motion. He has seen overgrowth of the mamma in men, and declares that it is due to nothing else but fat, as a rule. He suggests if it should hang down and be in the way on account of its size, it should be extirpated. He seems to have known considerable about the lipomas, and advises that they need only be removed in case they become bothersomely large. The removal is easy, and any bleeding that takes place may be stopped by means of the cautery. He divides rectal fistulae into penetrating and non-penetrating, and suggests salves for the non-penetrating and the actual cautery for those that penetrate. He warns against the possibility of producing incontinence by the incision of deep fistulae, for this would leave the patient in a worse state than before. Hugh of Lucca. Bruno brought up with him the methods and principles of surgery from the south of Italy, but there seems to have been already in the north at least one distinguished surgeon who had made his mark. This was Ugo da Lucca, or Ugo Lucanus, sometimes known in the modern times in German histories of medicine as Hugo da Lucca, and in English, Hugh of Lucca. He flourished early in the 13th century. In 1214 he was called to Bologna to become the city physician, and joined the Bolognese volunteers in the crusade in 1218, being present at the siege of Damietta. He returned to Bologna in 1221, and was given the post of legal physician to the city. The civic statues of Bologna are, according to Gurlt, the oldest monument of legal medicine in the Middle Ages. Ugo died not long after the middle of the century, and is said to have been nearly 100 years old. Of his 5 sons, 3 became physicians. The most celebrated of these was Theodoric, who wrote a textbook of surgery in which are set down the traditions of surgery that had been practiced in his father's life. Theodoric is especially enthusiastic in praise of his father, because he succeeded in bringing about such perfect healing of wounds with only wine and water and the ligature, and without the employment of any ointments. Ugo seems to have occupied himself much with chemistry. To him we owe a series of discoveries with regard to anodyne and anesthetizing drugs. He is said to have been the first who taught the sublimation of arsenic. Unfortunately, he left no writings after him, and all that we know of him we owe to the filial devotion of his son Theodoric. Theodoric. This son, after having completed his medical studies at the age of about 23, entered the Dominican order, then only recently established, but continued his practice of medicine undisturbed. His ecclesiastical preferment was rapid. He attracted the attention of the Bishop of Valencia, and became his chaplain in Rome. At the age of about 50 he was made a bishop in South Italy and later transferred to the bishopric of Cervia, not far from Ravenna. Most of his life seems to have been passed in Bologna, however, and he continued to practice medicine, devoting his fees, however, entirely to charity. His textbook of surgery was written about 1266 and is signed with his full name and title as Bishop of Cervia. Even at this time, however, he still retained the custom of designating himself as a member of the Dominican order. The most interesting thing in the first book of his surgery is undoubtedly his declaration that all wounds should be treated only with wine and bandaging. Wine he insists on as the best possible dressing for wounds. It was the most readily available antiseptic that they had at that time, and undoubtedly both his father's recommendation of it and his own favorable experience with it were due to this quality. It must have acted as an excellent inhibitive agent of many of the simple forms of pus formation. At the conclusion of this first book, he emphasizes that it is extremely important for the healing of wounds that the patient should have good blood, and this can only be obtained from suitable nutrition. It is essential therefore for the physician to be familiar with the foods which produce good blood in order that his wounded patients may be fed appropriately. He suggests, then, a number of articles of diet which are particularly useful in producing such a favorable state of the tissues as will bring about the rebirth of flesh and the adhesion of wound surfaces. Shortly before he emphasizes the necessity for not injuring nerves, though if nerves have been cut, they should be brought together as carefully as possible, the wound edges being then approximated. Probably the most interesting feature for our generation of the great textbooks of the surgeons of the medieval universities is the occurrence in them of definite directions for securing union in surgical wounds, at least by first intention, and their insistence on keeping wounds clear. The expression union by first intention comes to us from the olden time. They even boasted that the scars left after their incisions were often so small as to be scarcely noticeable. Such expressions, of course, could only have come from men who had succeeded in solving some of the problems of antisepsis that were solved once more in the generation preceding our own. With regard to their treatment of wounds, Professor Clifford Allbutt says, quote, "They washed the wound with wine, scrupulously removing every foreign particle. Then they brought the edges together, not allowing wine nor anything else to remain within. Dry adhesive surfaces were their desire. Nature, they said, produces the means of union in a viscous exudation, or natural balm, as it was afterwards called by Paracelsus, Paré, and Wurtz. In older wounds they did their best to obtain union by cleansing, desiccation, and refreshing of the edges. Upon the outer surface they laid only lint steeped in wine. Powders they regarded as too desiccating, for powder shuts in decomposing matters, wine after washing, purifying, and drying the raw surfaces evaporates." End quote. Theodoric comes nearest to us of all these old surgeons. The surgeon who in 1266 wrote, quote, "For it is not necessary, as Roger and Roland have written, as many of their disciples teach, and as all modern surgeons profess, that pus should be generated in wounds. No error can be greater than this. Such a practice is indeed to hinder nature, to prolong the disease, and to prevent the conglutination and consolidation of the wound," was more than half a millennium ahead of his time. The italics in the word modern are mine, but might well have been used by some early advocate of antisepsis, or even by Lord Lister himself. Just 6 centuries almost to the year would separate the two declarations, yet they would be just as true at one time as at another. When we learn that Theodoric was proud of the beautiful cicatrices which he obtained without the use of any ointment, pulcherimus cicatrices sine unguento aliquo inducebat, then further that he impugned the use of poultices and of oils on wounds, while powders were too drying, and besides had a tendency to prevent drainage, the literal meaning of the Latin words sanium incarcerare is to incarcerate saneus material. It is easy to understand that the claim that antiseptic surgery was anticipated 6 centuries ago is no exaggeration, and no far-fetched explanation with modern ideas in mind of certain clever modes of dressing hit upon accidentally by medieval surgeons. Theodoric's treatment of many practical problems is interesting for the modern time. For instance, in his discussion of cancer, he says that there are two forms of the affection. One of them is due to a melancholy humor, a constitutional tendency as it were, and occurs especially in the breasts of women or latent in the womb. This is difficult of treatment and usually fatal. The other class consists of a deep ulcer with undetermined edges, occurring particularly on the legs, difficult to cure, and ready of relapse, but for which the outlook is not so bad. His description of noli me tangere and of lupus is rather practical. Lupus is "eating herpes," occurs mainly on the nose, or around the mouth, slowly increases, and either follows a preceding erysipelas, or comes from some internal cause. Noli me tangere is a corroding ulcer, so called perhaps because irritation of it causes it to spread more rapidly. He thinks that deep cauterization is the best treatment. Since these are in the department of skin diseases, this seems to place the mention that Theodoric describes salivation as occurring after the use of mercury for certain skin diseases. He has already shown that he knows of certain genital ulcers and sores on the genital regions and of distinctions between them. William of Salicet. The third of the great surgeons in northern Italy was William of Salicet. He was a pupil of Bruno's and the master of Lanfranc. The first part of his life was passed at Bologna, and the latter part as the municipal and hospital physician of Verona. He probably died about 1280. He was a physician as well as a surgeon, and was one of those who insisted that the two modes of practicing medicine should not be separated, or if they were, both medicine and surgery would suffer. He thought that the physician learned much by seeing the interior of the body during life, while the surgeon was more conservative if he were a physician. It is curiously interesting to find that the Regius professors at both Oxford and Cambridge in our time have expressed themselves somewhat similarly. Professor Clifford Allbutt is quite emphatic in this matter, and Professor Ulcer is on record to the same effect. Following Theodoric, William of Salicet did much to get away from the Arabic abuse of the cautery, and brought the knife back to its proper place again as the ideal surgical instrument. Unlike those who had written before him, William quoted very little from preceding writers. Whenever he quotes his contemporaries, it is in order to criticize them. He depended on his own experience and considered that it was only what he had actually learned from experience that he should publish for the benefit of others. A very good idea of the sort of surgery that William of Salicet practiced may be obtained even from the beginning of the first chapter of his first book. This is all with regard to surgery of the head. He begins with the treatment of hydrocephalus, or, as he calls it, "water collected in the heads of children newly born." He rejects opening of the head by an incision because of the danger of it. In a number of cases, however, he had had success by puncturing the scalp and membranes with a cautery, though but a very small opening was made and the fluid was allowed to escape only drop by drop. He then takes up eye diseases, a department of surgery rather well developed at that time, as can be seen from our account of the work of Pope John XXI as an ophthalmologist during the 13th century. See Ophthalmology, January 1909, reprinted in Catholic Churchman in Science, Philadelphia, The Dolphin Press, 1909. William devotes 6 chapters to the diseases of the eyes and the eyelids. Then there are 2 chapters on the affections of the ears. Foreign bodies and an accumulation of earwax are removed by means of instruments. A polyp is either cut off or its pedicle bound with a ligature, and it is allowed to shrivel. The next chapter is on the nose. Nasal polyps were to be grasped with a sharp tenaculum, cum tenacilis acutis, and either wholly or partially extracted. Ranula was treated by being lifted well forward by means of a sharp iron hook, and then split with a razor. It is evident that the tendency of these to fill up again was recognized, and accordingly it was recommended that vitriol powder, or alum with salt, be placed in the cavity for a time after evacuation in order to produce adhesive inflammation. In the same chapter on the mouth, one finds that William did not hesitate to perform what cannot but be considered rather extensive operations within the oral cavity. For instance, he tells of removing a large epulis and gives an account in detail of the case. To quote his own words, "I cured a certain woman from Piacenza who was suffering from fleshy tumor on the gums of the upper jaw, the tumor having grown to such a size above the teeth and the gums that it was as large or perhaps larger than a hen's egg. I removed it at 4 operations by means of heated iron instruments. At the last operation I removed the teeth that were loose with certain parts of the jawbone." In the next chapter there is an account of the treatment of a remarkable case of abscesses of the uvula. In the following chapter the swelling of cervical glands is taken up. In his experience expectant treatment of these was the best. He advises internal medication with the building up of the general health, or suggests allowing the inflamed glands to empty themselves after pustulation. After much meddlesome surgery, we are almost back to his methods again. He did not hesitate to treat goiter surgically, though he considered there were certain internal remedies that would benefit it. In obstinate cases, he suggests the complete extirpation of cystic goiter, but if the sac is allowed to remain, it should be thoroughly rubbed over on the inside with green ointment. He warns about the necessity for avoiding the veins and arteries in this operation, and says that, "in this affection many large veins make their appearance, and they find their way everywhere through the fleshy mass." What I have given here is to be found in a little more than half a page of Gurlt's abstract of the first 20 chapters of Salicet's first book. Altogether Gurlt has more than 10 pages of rather small print with regard to William. Most of it is as interesting and as practical and as representative of anticipations of what is done in the modern time as what I have here quoted. William, as I have said, depended much more upon his own experience than upon what was to be found in textbooks. He knew the old textbooks very well, however, but as a rule did not quote from them unless he had tried the recommendations for himself, or unless similar cases to these mentioned had come under his own observation. He was evidently a thoroughly observant physician, a skilled surgeon who was practical enough to see the simplest way to do things, and he proceeded to do them. It is no wonder that he influenced succeeding generations so much, nor that his great pupil, Lanfranc, continuing his tradition, founded a school of surgery in Paris, the influence of which was to endure almost down to our time, and give France a primacy in surgery until the 19th century. Lanfranc. After Salicet's lifetime, the focus of interest in surgery changes from Italy to France, and what is still more complimentary to William, it is through a favorite disciple of his that the change takes place. This was Lanfranchi, or Lanfranco, sometimes spoken of as Alan Francus, who practiced as a physician and surgeon in Milan until banished from there by Matteo Visconti about 1290. He then went to Lyons, where in the course of his practice he attracted so much attention that he was offered the opportunity to teach surgery in Paris. He attracted what Gurlt calls an almost incredible number of scholars to his lessons in Paris, and by hundreds they accompanied him to the bedside of his patients and attended his operations. The dean of the medical faculty, Jean de Passavant, urged him to write a textbook of surgery, not only for the benefit of his students at Paris, but for the sake of the prestige which this would confer on the medical school. Deans still urged the same reasons for writing. Lanfranc completed his surgery, called Chirurgia Magna, in 1296, and dedicated it to Philippe le Bel, then the reigning French king. 10 years later he died, but in the meantime he had transferred Italian prestige in surgery from Italy to France, and laid the foundations in Paris of a thoroughly scientific as well as a practical surgery, though this department of the medical school had been in a sadly backward state when he came. In the second chapter of his textbook, the first containing the definition of surgery and general introduction, Lanfranc describes the qualities that in his opinion a surgeon should possess. He says, quote, "It is necessary that a surgeon should have a temperate and moderate disposition, that he should have well-formed hands, long slender fingers, a strong body, not inclined to tremble, and with all his members trained to the capable fulfillment of the wishes of his mind. He should be of deep intelligence and of a simple, humble, brave, but not audacious disposition. He should be well grounded in natural science, and should know not only medicine, but every part of philosophy, should know logic well, so as to understand what is written, to talk properly, and to support what he has to say by good reasons." He suggests that it would be well for the surgeon to have spent some time teaching grammar and dialectics and rhetoric, especially if he is to teach others in surgery, for this practice will add greatly to his teaching power. Some of his expressions might be well repeated to young surgeons in the modern time. "The surgeon should not love difficult cases, and should not allow himself to be tempted to undertake those that are desperate. He should help the poor as far as he can, but he should not hesitate to ask for good fees from the rich." Many generations since Lanfranc's time have used the word nerves for tendons. Lanfranc, however, made no such mistake. He says that the wounds of nerves, since the nerve is an instrument of sense and motion, are, on account of the greater sensitiveness which these structures possess, likely to involve much pain. Wounds along the length of the nerves are less dangerous than those across them. When a nerve is completely divided by a cross wound, Lanfranc is of the opinion, though Theodoric and some others are opposed to it, that the nerve ends should be stitched together. He says that this suture insures the redintegration of the nerve much better. After this operation the restoration of the usefulness of the member is more complete and assured. His description of the treatment of the bite of a rabid dog is interesting. A large cupping glass should be applied over the wound so as to draw out as much blood as possible. After this, the wound should be dilated and thoroughly cauterized to its depths with a hot iron. It should then be covered with various substances that were supposed to draw, in order as far as possible to remove the poison. His descriptions of how one may recognize a rabid animal is rather striking in the light of our present knowledge, for he seems to have realized that the main diagnostic element is a change in the disposition of the animal, but above all a definite tendency to lack playfulness. Lanfranc had seen a number of cases of true rabies, and describes and suggests treatment for them, though evidently without very much confidence in the success of the treatment. The treatment of snake bites and the bites of other poisonous animals was supposed to follow the principles laid down for the bite of a mad dog, especially as regards the encouragement of free bleeding and the use of the cautery. Lanfranc has many other expressions that one is tempted to quote because they show a thinking surgeon of the old time, anticipating many supposedly modern ideas and conclusions. He is a particular favorite of Gurlt's, who has more than 25 large octavo, closely printed pages with regard to him. There is scarcely any development in our modern surgery that Lanfranc has not at least a hint of, certainly nothing in the surgery of a generation ago that does not find a mention in his book. On most subjects he has practical observations from his own experience to add to what was in surgical literature before his time. He quotes altogether more than a score of writers on surgery who had preceded him, and evidently was thoroughly familiar with general surgical literature. There is scarcely an important surgical topic on which Gurlt does not find some interesting and personal remarks made by Lanfranc. All that we can do here is refer those who are interested in Lanfranc to his own works or Gurlt. End of Part 2 of 3. Chapter 10 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 10. Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. Chapter 10. Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. Part 3 of 3. Mondeville. The next of the important surgeons who were to bring such distinction to French surgery for 5 centuries was Henry de Mondeville. Writers usually quote him as Henricus. His latter name is the only place of his birth, which was probably not far from Caen in Normandy. It is spelled in so many different ways, however, by different writers, that it is well to realize that almost anything that looks like Mondeville probably refers to him. Such variants as Mundeville, Hermondeville, Almondeville, Almondeville, Amandeville, Mandeville, Armandeville, Armendeville, Amandavia occur. We owe a large amount of our information with regard to him to Professor Pagel, who issued the first edition of his book ever published, Berlin, 1892. It may seem surprising that Mondeville's work should have been left thus long without publication, but unfortunately he did not live long enough to finish it. He was one of the last victims that tuberculosis claimed among physicians in the midst of their work. Though there are a great number of manuscript copies of his book, somehow Renaissance interest in it, in its incompleted state, was never aroused sufficiently to bring about a printed edition. Certainly it was not because of any lack of interest on the part of his contemporaries or any lack of significance in the work itself, for its printing has been one of the surprises afforded us in the modern time as showing how thoroughly a great writer on surgery did his work at the beginning of the 14th century. Gurlt, in his History of Surgery, has given over 40 pages, much of it small type, with regard to Mondeville, because of the special interest there is in his writing. His life is of particular interest for other reasons besides his subsequent success as a surgeon. He was another of the university men of this time who wandered far for opportunities in education. Though born in the north of France and receiving his preliminary education there, he made his medical studies toward the end of the 13th century under Theodoric in Italy. Afterwards he studied medicine in Montpellier and surgery in Paris. Later he gave at least one course of lectures at Montpellier himself and a series of lectures in Paris, attracting to both universities during his professorship a crowd of students from every part of Europe. One of his teachers at Paris had been his compatriot, Jean Pitard, the surgeon of Philippe le Bel, of whom he speaks as, quote, "most skillful and expert in the art of surgery," and it was doubtless to Pitard's friendship that he owed his appointment as one of the 4 surgeons and 3 physicians who accompanied the king into Flanders. Besides his lectures, Mondeville had a large consultant practice and also had to accompany the king on his campaigns. This made it extremely difficult for him to keep continuously at the writing of his book. It was delayed in spite of his good intentions, and we have the picture that is so familiar in the modern time of a busy man trying to steal or make time for his writing. Unfortunately, in addition to other obstacles, Mondeville showed probably before he was 40 the first symptoms of a serious pulmonary disease, presumably tuberculosis. He bravely fought it and went on with his work. As his end approached, he sketched in lightly what he had hoped to treat much more formally, and then turned to what was to have been the last chapter of his book, the Antidotarium, or suggestions of practical remedies against diseases of various kinds, because his students and physician friends were urging him to complete this portion for them. We of the modern time are much less interested in that than we would have been in some of the portions of the work that Mondeville neglected in order to provide therapeutic hints for his disciples. But then the students and young physicians have always clamored for the practical, which so far at least in medical history has always proved of only passing interest. It is often said that at this time surgery was mainly in the hands of barbers and the ignorant. Henry de Mondeville, however, is a striking example in contradiction of this. He must have had a fine preliminary education, and his book shows very wide reading. There is almost no one of any importance who seriously touched upon medicine or surgery before his time whom Mondeville does not quote. Hippocrates, Aristotle, Dioscorides, Pliny, Galen, Rhazes, Ali Abbas, Abulcasis, Avicenna, Constantine Africanus, Averroes, Maimonides, Albertus Magnus, Hugo of Lucca, Theodoric, William of Salicet, Lanfranc are all quoted, and not once or twice but many times. Besides he has quotations from poets and philosophers, Cato, Diogenes, Horace, Ovid, Plato, Seneca, and others. He was a learned man, devoting himself to surgery. It is no wonder, then, that he thought that a surgeon should be a scholar, and that he needed to know much more than a physician. One of his characteristic passages is that in which he declares, "It is impossible that a surgeon should be expert who does not know not only the principles, but everything worth while knowing about medicine." And then he added, "Just as it is impossible for a man to be a good physician who is entirely ignorant of the art of surgery." He says further, "This our art of surgery, which is the third part of medicine, the other two parts were diet and drugs, is, with all due reverence to physicians, considered by us surgeons ourselves, and by the non-medical as a more certain, nobler, securer, more perfect, more necessary, and more lucrative art than the other parts of medicine." Surgeons have always been prone to glory in their specialty. Mondeville had a high idea of the training that a surgeon should possess. He says, "A surgeon who wishes to operate regularly ought first for a long time to frequent places in which skilled surgeons operate often, and he ought to pay careful attention to their operations and commit their technique to memory. Then he ought to associate himself with them in doing operations. A man cannot be a good surgeon unless he knows both the art and science of medicine and especially anatomy. The characteristics of a good surgeon are that he should be moderately bold, not given to disputations before those who do not know medicine, operate with foresight and wisdom, not beginning dangerous operations until he has provided himself with everything necessary for lessening the danger. He should have well-shaped members, especially hands with long, slender fingers, mobile and not tremulous, and with all his members strong and healthy, so that he may perform all the good operations without disturbance of mind. He must be highly moral, should care for the poor for God's sake, see that he makes himself well paid by the rich, should comfort his patients by pleasant discourse, and should always accede to their requests if these do not interfere with the cure of the disease. It follows from this," he says, "that the perfect surgeon is more than the perfect physician, and that while he must know medicine, he must in addition know his handicraft." Thinking thus, it is no wonder that he places his book under as noble patronage as possible. He says in the preface that he "began to write it for the honor and praise of Jesus Christ, of the Virgin Mary, of the saints and martyrs, Cosmas and Damian, and of King Philip of France as well as his 4 children, and on the proposal and request of Master William of Brescia, distinguished professor in the science of medicine and formerly physician to Pope Boniface IV and Benedict and Clement, the present Pope." His first book on anatomy he proposed to found on that of Avicenna, and "on his personal experience as he has seen it." The second tractate on treatments of wounds, contusions, and ulcers was founded on the second book of Theodoric, "with whatever by recent study has been newly acquired and brought to light through the experience of modern physicians." He then confesses his obligations to his great master, John Pitard, and adds that all the experience that he has gained while operating, studying, and lecturing for many years on surgery will be made use of in order to enhance the value of the work. He hopes, however, to accomplish all this "briefly, quietly, and above all charitably." There are many things in the preface that show us the reason for Mondeville's popularity, for they exhibit him as very sympathetically human in his interests. While Mondeville is devoted to the principle that authority is of great value, he says that there was nothing perfect in things human, and successive generations of younger men often made important additions to what their ancestors had left them. While his work is largely a compilation, nearly everywhere it shows signs of the modification of his predecessors' opinions by the results of his own experience. His method of writing is, as Pagel declares, "always interesting, lively, and often full of meat." He had a teacher's instinct, for in several of the earlier manuscripts his special teaching is put in larger letters in order to attract students' attention. He seems to have introduced or reintroduced into practice the idea of the use of a large magnet in order to extract portions of iron from the tissues. He made several modifications in needles and thread holders, and invented a kind of small derrick for the extraction of arrows with barbs. Besides, he suggested the surrounding of the barbs of the arrows with tubes to facilitate extraction. In his treatment of wounds, Pagel considers that as a writer and teacher he is far ahead of his predecessors and even of those who came after him in immediately subsequent generations. One of his great merits undoubtedly is that Guy de Chauliac, the father of modern surgery, in his textbook turned to him with a confidence that proclaims his admiration and how much he felt that he had gained from him. One of the most interesting features of Mondeville's work is his insistence on the influence of the mind on the body and the importance of using this influence to the best advantage. It is especially important in Mondeville's opinion to keep a surgical patient from being moody. "Let the surgeon," says he, "take care to regulate the whole regimen of the patient's life for joy and happiness by promising that he will soon be well, by allowing his relatives and special friends to cheer him, and by having someone to tell him jokes. Let him be solaced also by music on the viol or psaltery. The surgeon must forbid anger, hatred, and sadness in the patient, and remind him that the body grows fat from joy and thin from sadness. He must insist on the patient obeying him faithfully in all things." He repeats with approval the expression of Avicenna that "often the confidence of the patient in his physician does more for the cure of his disease than the physician with all his remedies." Obstinate and conceited patients prone to object to nearly everything that the surgeon wants to do, and who often seem to think that they surpass Galen and Hippocrates in science and wisdom, are likely to delay their cure very much, and they represent the cases with which the surgeon has much difficulty. Mondeville thought that nursing was extremely important, and that without it surgery often failed of its purpose. He says, "For if the assistants are not solicitous and faithful, and obedient to the surgeons in each and every thing which may make for the cure of the disease, they put obstacles and difficulties in the way of the surgeon." It is especially important that the patient's nutrition should be cared for, and that the bandages should be managed exactly as the surgeon directs. He has no use for garrulous, talkative nurses, and does not hesitate to say that sometimes near relatives are particularly likely to disturb patients. "Especially are they prone to let drop some hint of bad news, which the surgeon may have revealed to them in secret, or even the reports that they may hear from others, friends or enemies, and this provokes the patient to anger or anxiety, and is likely to give him fever. If the assistants quarrel among themselves, or are heard murmuring, or if they draw long faces, all of these things will disturb the patients and produce worry and anxiety or fear. The surgeon therefore must be careful in the selection of his nurses, for some of them obey very well while he is present, but do as they like and often just exactly the opposite of what he has directed when he is away." We do not know enough of the details of Mondeville's life to be sure whether he was married or not. It is probable that he was not, for all of these surgeons of the 13th century before Mondeville's time, Theodoric, William of Salicet, Lanfranc, and Guy de Chauliac, after him belonged to the clerical order. Theodoric was a bishop. The others, however, seem only to have been in minor orders. It is therefore from the standpoint of a man who views married life from without that Mondeville makes his remarks as to the difficulty often encountered when wives nurse their husbands. He says that the surgeon has difficulty oftener when husbands or wives care for their spouses than at other times. This is much more likely to take place when the wives are caring for the husbands. "In our days," he says, "in this Gallican part of the world, wives rule their husbands, and the men for the most part permit themselves to be ruled. Whatever a surgeon may order for the cure of a husband will then often seem to the wives to be a waste of good material, though the men seem to be quite willing to get anything that may be ordered for the cure of their wives. The whole cause of this seems to be that every woman seems to think that her husband is not as good as those of other women whom she sees around her." It would be interesting to know how Mondeville was brought to a conclusion so different from modern experience in the matter. For those who are particularly interested in medical history, one of the sections of Henry's book has a special appeal, because he gives in it a sketch of the history of surgery. We are likely to think, as a rule, that at this time, full 2 centuries before the close of the Middle Ages, men were interested enough in the doings of those who had gone before them to try to trace the history of the development of their specialty. It is characteristic of the way that the scholarly Mondeville views his own life work that he should have wanted to know something about his predecessors and teach others with regard to them. He begins with Galen, and as Galen divides the famous physicians of the world into 3 sects, the Methodists, the Empirics, and the Rationalists, so Mondeville divides modern surgery into 3 sects. First, that of Salernitans with Roger, Roland, and the Four Masters. Second, that of William of Salicet and Lanfranc. And third, that of Hugo de Lucca and his brother Theodoric and their modern disciples. He states briefly the characteristics of these 3 sects. The first limited patient's diet, used no stimulants, dilated all wounds, and got union only after pus formation. The second allowed a liberal diet to weak patients, though not to the strong, but generally interfered with wounds too much. The third believed in a liberal diet, never dilated wounds, never inserted tents, and its members were extremely careful not to complicate wounds of the head by unwise interference. His critical discussion of the 3 schools is extremely interesting. Another phase of Mondeville's work that is sympathetic to the moderns in his discussion of the irregular practice of medicine and surgery as it existed in his time. Most of our modern medicine and surgery was anticipated in the olden time, but it may be said that all of the modes of the quack are as old as humanity. Galen's description of the traveling charlatan who settled down in his front yard, not knowing that it belonged to a physician, shows this very well. There were evidently as many of them and as many different kinds in Mondeville's time as in our own. In discussing the opposition that had arisen between physicians and surgeons in his time, and their failure to realize that they were both members of a great profession, he enumerates the many different kinds of opponents that the medical profession had. There were "barbers, soothsayers, loan agents, falsifiers, alchemists, metarices, midwives, old women, converted Jews, Saracens, and indeed most of those who, having wasted their substance foolishly, now proceed to make physicians or surgeons of themselves in order to make their living under the cloak of healing." What surprises Mondeville, however, as it has always surprised every physician who knows the situation, is that so many educated, or at least supposedly well-informed people of the better classes, indeed even of the so-called best classes, allow themselves to be influenced by these quacks, and it is even more surprising to him that so many well-to-do, intelligent people should, for no reason, though without knowledge, presume to give advice in medical matters and especially in even dangerous surgical diseases, and in such delicate affections as diseases of the eyes. "It thus often happens that diseases in themselves curable grow to be simply incurable, or are made much worse than they were before." He says that some of the clergymen of his time seem to think that a knowledge of medicine is infused into them with the sacrament of holy orders. He was himself probably a clergyman, and I have in the modern time, more than once, known of teachers in the clerical seminaries emphasizing this same idea for the clerical students. It is very evident that the world has not changed very much, and that to know any time reasonably well is to find in it comments on the morning paper. We are in the midst of just such a series of interferences with medicine on the part of the clergy as this wise, common-sense surgeon of the 13th century deprecated. In every way Mondeville had the instincts of a teacher. He took advantage of every aid. He was probably the first to use illustrations in teaching anatomy. Guy de Chauliac, whose teacher in anatomy for some time Mondeville was, says in the first chapter of his Chirurgia Magna that pictures do not suffice for the teaching of anatomy, and that actual dissection is necessary. The passage runs as follows: "In the bodies of men, of apes, and of pigs, and of many other animals, tissues should be studied by dissections and not by pictures, as did Henricus, who was seen to demonstrate anatomy with 13 pictures." What Chauliac blames is the attempt to replace dissections by pictorial demonstrations. Hyrtl, however, suggests that this invention of Mondeville's was probably very helpful, and was brought about by the impossibility of preserving bodies for long periods as well as the difficulty of obtaining them. Yperman. One of the maxims of the old Greek philosophers was that good is diffusive of itself. As the scholastics put it, bonum est diffusium sui. This proved to be eminently true of the old universities also, and especially of their training in medicine and in surgery. We have the accounts of men from many nations who went to the universities and returned to benefit their own people. Early in the 13th century, Richard the Englishman was in Italy, having previously been in Paris and probably at Montpellier. Bernard Gordon, probably also an Englishman, was one of the great lights in medicine down at Montpellier, and his book, Lilium de Medicina, is well known. Two distinguished surgeons whose names have come down to us, having studied in Paris after Lanfranc had created the tradition of great surgical teaching there, came to their homes to be centers of beneficent influence among their people in this matter. One was Yperman, in the town of Ypres in Belgium, the other Ardern of England. Yperman was sent by his fellow townsmen to Paris in order to study surgery, because they wanted to have a good surgeon in their town, and Paris seemed the best school at the time. Ypres was at this period one of the greatest commercial cities of Europe, and probably had a couple of 100,000 inhabitants. The great hall of the Cloth Guild, which has been such an attraction for visitors ever since, was built shortly before the town determined upon the very sensible procedure of securing good surgery beyond all doubt by having a townsman specially educated for that purpose. Yperman's work was particularly unknown to us until Broek, the Belgian historian, discovered manuscript copies of his book on surgery and gathered some details of his life. After his return from Paris, Yperman obtained great renown, which maintained itself in the custom extant in that part of the country even yet of calling an expert surgeon an Yperman. He is the author of two works in Flemish. One of these is a smaller compendium of internal medicine, which is very interesting, however, because it shows the many subjects that were occupying physicians' minds at this time. He treats of dropsy, rheumatism, under which occur the terms coryza and catarrh, the flowing diseases, icterus, phthisis, he calls tuberculosis, ptysican, apoplexy, epilepsy, frenzy, lethargy, fallen palate, cough, shortness of breath, lung abscesses, hemorrhage, blood spitting, liver abscesses, hardening of the spleen, affections of the kidney, bloody urine, diabetes, incontinence of urine, dysuria, strangury, gonorrhea, and involuntary seminal emissions. All these terms are quoted directly from Pagel's account of his own work. The original is not available in this country. John Ardern. In English-speaking countries, of course, we are interested in what was done by Englishmen at this time. Fortunately, we have the record of one great English surgeon of the period worthy to be placed beside even the writers already mentioned. This is John Ardern, whose name is probably a modification of the more familiar Arden, whose career well deserves attention. I have given a sketch of his work in the Popes and Science. He was educated at Montpellier, and practiced surgery for a time in France. About the middle of the century, however, according to Pagel, he went back to his native land and settled for some 20 years at Newark, was in London, in Nottinghamshire, and then for nearly 30 years longer, until about the end of the century, was in London. He is the chief representative of English surgery during the Middle Ages. His Practica, as yet unprinted, contains, according to Pagel, a short sketch of internal medicine, but is mainly devoted to surgery. Contrary to the usual impression with regard to works in medicine and surgery at this time, the book abounds in references to case histories which Ardern had gathered, partly from his own and partly from others' experience. The therapeutic measures that he suggests are usually very simple, in the majority of cases quite rational, though, of course, there are many superstitions among them. But Ardern always furnished a number of suggestions from which to choose. He must have been an expert operator, and had excellent success in the treatment of diseases of the rectum. He seems to have been the first operator who made careful statistics of his cases, and was quite as proud as any modern surgeon of the large numbers that had operated on, which he gives very exactly. He was the inventor of a new clyster apparatus. Fortunately we possess here in America, in the Surgeon's General Library at Washington, a very interesting manuscript containing Ardern's surgical writings, though it has not yet been published. Even a little study of this, and of the notes on it prepared by an English bibliophile before its purchase by the Surgeon's General Library, serves to show how valuable the work is in the history of surgery. There are illustrations scarcely less interesting than the text. Some of these illustrations were inserted by the original writer, or copyist, and some of them later. In general, however, they show a rather high development of the mechanics of surgery at that time. Some of the pages have spaces for illustrations left unfilled, so that evidently the copyist did not complete his work. The titles of certain of the chapters are interesting, as illustrating the fact that our medical and surgical problems were stated clearly in the olden time, and thinking physicians, even 6 centuries ago, met them quite rationally. There is, for instance, a chapter headed, "Against Coliac and the Iliac Passion," immediately followed by the subheading, "Method of administering clysters." The iliac passion, passio iliaca of the Old Latin, is usually taken to signify some obstruction of the intestines causing severe pain, vomiting, and eventually fecal vomiting. A good many different forms of severe painful conditions, especially all those complicated by peritonitis, were included under them, and the modern student of surgery is likely to wonder whether these old observers had not noted that the right iliac region was particularly prone to be the source of fatal conditions. There is a chapter entitled "Against Pain in the Loins and the Kidneys," followed by the chapter subheading, "Against Stone in the Kidneys." There is a chapter with the title, "Against Ulceration of the Bladder or the Kidneys." Another one with the title, "Against Burning of the Urine and Excoriation of the Lower Part of the Yard." Gonorrhea is frankly treated under the name chat d'espèce, evidently an English alliteration of the corresponding French word. As to the instrumentation of such conditions and for probing in general, Ardern suggests the use of a lead probe, because it may readily be made to bend any way and not injure the tissues. Medieval surgery. Even this brief account of the surgeons who taught and studied at the medieval universities demonstrates what fine work they did. It is surely not too much to say that the chapter on university education mainly concerned with them is one of the most interesting in the whole history of the universities. Their story alone is quite enough to refute most of the prevalent impressions and patronizing expressions with regard to medieval education. Their careers serve to show how interested were the men of many nations in the development of an extremely important application of science for the benefit of suffering humanity. Their work utterly contradicts the ideas so frequently emphasized that the great students of the Middle Ages were lacking in practicalness. Besides, they make very clear that we have been prone to judge the Middle Ages too much from its speculative philosophies. It has been the custom to say that speculation ruled men's minds and prevented them from making observations, developing science, or applying scientific principles. There was much speculation during the Middle Ages, but probably not any more in proportion than exists at the present day. We were either not acquainted with, or failed to appreciate properly, until comparatively recent years, the other side of medieval accomplishment. Our ignorance led us into misunderstanding of what these generations really did. It was our own fault, because during the Renaissance practically all of these books were edited and printed under the direction of the great scholars of the time in fine editions, but during the 18th century nearly all interest was lost in them, and we are only now beginning to get back a certain amount of the precious knowledge that they had in the Renaissance period of this other side of medieval life. We have learned so much about surgery because distinguished scholars devoted themselves to this phase of the history of science. Doubtless there are many other phases of the history of science which suffered the same fate of neglect, and with regard to which the future will bring us equally startling revelations. For this reason, This marvelous chapter in the history of surgery is a warning as well as a starting record of a marvelous epoch of human progress. End of Part 3 of 3. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 11. Guy de Chauliac. Part 1 of 2. One of the most interesting characters in the history of medieval medicine, and undoubtedly the most important and significant of these old-time makers of medicine, is Guy de Chauliac. Most of the false notions so commonly accepted with regard to the Middle Ages at once disappear after a careful study of his career. The idea of the careful application of scientific principles in a great practical way is far removed from the ordinary notion of medieval procedure. Some observations we may concede that they did make, but we are inclined to think that these were not regularly ordered, and the lessons of them not drawn so as to make them valuable as experiences. Great art men may have had, but science, and, above all, applied science, is a later development of humanity. Particularly this is supposed to be true with regard to the science and practice of surgery, which is assumed to be of comparatively recent origin. Nothing could well be less true, and if the thoroughly practical development of surgery may be taken as a symbol of how capable men were of applying science and scientific principles, then it is comparatively easy to show that the men of the later Middle Ages were occupied very much as have been our recent generations with science and its practical applications. The immediate evidence of the value of old-time surgery is to be found in the fact that Guy de Chauliac, who is commonly spoken of in the history of medicine as the father of modern surgery, lived his 70-odd years of life during the 14th century and accomplished the best of his work, therefore, some 5 centuries before surgery in our modern sense of the term is supposed to have developed. A glance at his career, however, will show how old are most of the important developments of surgery, as also in what a thoroughly scientific temper of mind this subject was approached more than a century before the close of the Middle Ages. The life of this French surgeon, indeed, who was a cleric and occupied the position of chamberlain and physician in ordinary to 3 of the Avignon popes, is not only a contradiction of many of the traditions as to the backwardness of our medieval forebears in medicine, that are readily accepted by many presumably educated people, but it is the best possible antidote for that insistent misunderstanding of the Middle Ages which attributes profound ignorance of science, almost complete failure of observation, and an absolute lack of initiative in applications of science to the men of those times. Guy de Chauliac's life is modern in nearly every phase. He was educated in a little town of the south of France, made his medical studies at Montpellier, and then went on a journey of hundreds of miles into Italy in order to make his postgraduate studies. Italy occupied the place in science at that time that Germany has taken during the 19th century. A young man who wanted to get into touch with the great masters in medicine naturally went down into the peninsula. Traditions as to the attitude of the Church to science notwithstanding, Italy, where education was more completely under the influence of the popes and ecclesiastics than in any other country in Europe, continued to be the home of postgraduate work in science for the next 4 centuries. Almost needless to say, The journey to Italy was more difficult of accomplishment and involved more expense and time than would even the voyage from America to Europe in our time. Chauliac realized, however, that both time and expense would be well rewarded, and his ardor for the rounding out of his education was amply recompensed by the event. Nor have we any reason for thinking that what he did was very rare, much less unique, in his time. Many a student from France, Germany, and England made the long journey to Italy for postgraduate opportunities during the Middle Ages. Even this postgraduate experience in Italy did not satisfy Chauliac, however, for, after having studied several years with the most distinguished Italian teachers of anatomy and surgery, he spent some time in Paris, apparently so as to be sure that he would be acquainted with the best that was being done in his specialty in every part of the world. He then settled down to his own life work, carrying his Italian and French master's teachings well beyond the point where he received them, and after years of personal experience he gathered together his master's ideas, tested by his own observations, into his Chirurgia Magna, a great textbook of surgery which sums up the whole subject succinctly, yet completely, for succeeding generations. When we talk about what he accomplished for surgery, we are not dependent on traditions nor vague information gleaned from contemporaries and successors, who might perhaps have been so much impressed by his personality as to be made over-enthusiastic in their critical judgment of him. We know the man in his surgical works, and they have continued to be classics in surgery ever since. It is an honorable distinction for the medicine of the later 14th, the 15th, and 16th centuries that Guy de Chauliac's book was the most read volume of the time in medicine. Evidently the career of such a man is of import, not alone to physicians, but to all who are interested in the history of education. Chauliac derives his name from the little town of Chauliac in the diocese of Mende, almost in the center of what is now the department of Lozère. The records of births and deaths were not considered so important in the 14th century as they are now, and so we are not sure of either in the case of Chauliac. It is usually considered that he was born sometime during the last decade of the 13th century, probably toward the end of it, and that he died about 1370. Of his early education we know nothing, but it must have been reasonably efficient since it gave him a good working knowledge of Latin, which was the universal language of science and especially of medicine at that time. And though his own style, as must be expected, is no better than that of his contemporaries, he knew how to express his thoughts clearly in straightforward Latin, with only such a mixture of foreign terms as his studies suggested and the exigencies of a new development of science almost required. Later in life he seems to have known Arabic very well, for he is evidently familiar with Arabian books and does not depend merely on translations of them. Pagel, in the first volume of Puschmann's Handbook of the History of Medicine, says, on the authority of Nicaise and others, that Chauliac received his early education from the village clergyman. His parents were poor, and but for ecclesiastical interest in him, it would have been difficult for him to obtain his education. The Church supplied at that time, to a great extent, for the foundations and scholarships, home and traveling, of our day, and Chauliac was amongst the favored ones. How well he deserved the favor his subsequent career shows, as it completely justifies the judgment of his patrons. He went first to Toulouse, as we know from his affectionate mention of one of his teachers there. Toulouse was more famous for law, however, than for medicine, and after a time Chauliac sought Montpellier to complete his medical studies. For English-speaking people, An added interest in Guy de Chauliac will be the fact that one of his teachers at Montpellier was Bernard Gordon, very probably a Scotchman, who taught for some 35 years at this famous university in the south of France, and died near the end of the first quarter of the 14th century. One of Chauliac's fellow students at Montpellier was John of Gaddesden, the first English royal physician by official appointment of whom we have any account. John is mentioned by Chaucer in his Doctor of Physic, and is usually looked upon as one of the fathers of English medicine. Chauliac did not think much of him, though his reason for his dislike of him will probably be somewhat startling to those who assume that the men of the Middle Ages always clung servilely to authority. Chauliac's objection to Gaddesden's book is that he merely repeats his masters, and does not dare to think for himself. It is not hard to understand that such an independent thinker as Chauliac should have been utterly dissatisfied with a book that did not go beyond the forefathers in medicine that the author quotes. This is the explanation of his well-known expression, "Let of all arose the scentless rose of England" (Rosa Anglaise was the name of John of Gaddesden's book), in which, on its being sent to me, I hoped to find the odor of sweet originality, but instead of that I encountered only the fictions of Hispanus, of Gilbert, and of Theodoric." The presence of a Scotch professor and an English fellow student, afterwards a royal physician, at Montpellier at the beginning of the 14th century, shows how much more cosmopolitan was university life in those times than we are prone to think, and what attraction a great university medical school possessed even for men from long distances. After receiving his Doctor of Medicine at Montpellier, Chauliac went, as we have said, to Bologna. Here he attracted the attention and received the special instruction of Bertuzio, who was attracting students from all over Europe at this time, and was making some excellent demonstrations in anatomy, employing human dissections very freely. Chauliac tells of the methods that Bertuzio used in order that bodies might be in as good condition as possible for demonstration purposes, as mentions the fact that he saw him do many dissections in different ways. In Roth's Life of Vesalius, which is usually considered one of our most authoritative medical historical works, not only with regard to details of Vesalius's life, but also in all that concerns anatomy about that time and for some centuries before, there is a passage quoted from Chauliac himself which shows how freely dissection was practiced at the Italian universities in the 14th century. This passage deserves to be quoted at some length because there are even serious historians who still cite a bull of Pope Boniface VIII, issued in 1300, forbidding the boiling and dismembering of bodies in order to transport them to long distances for burial in their own country, as being, either rightly or wrongly, interpreted as a prohibition of dissection, and, wherefore, preventing the development of anatomy. In the notes to his history of dissection during this period in Bologna, Roth says, "Without doubt, the passage in Guy de Chauliac which tells of having frequently seen dissections must be considered as referring to Bologna. This passage runs as follows: My master Bertuccius conducted the dissection very often after the following manner. The dead body having been placed upon a bench, he used to make 4 lessons on it. In the first the nutritional portions were treated, because they are so likely to become putrefied. In the second he demonstrated the spiritual members, in the third the animate members, in the fourth the extremities." Roth, Andreas Vesalius, Basel, 1896. Bertuccio's master, Mondino, is hailed in the history of medicine as the father of dissection. His book on dissection was for the next 3 centuries in the hands of nearly every medical scholar in Europe who was trying to do good work in anatomy. It was not displaced until Vesalius came, the father of modern anatomy, who revolutionized the science in the Renaissance time. Mondino had devoted himself to the subject with unfailing ardor and enthusiasm, and from everywhere in Europe the students came to receive inspiration in his dissecting room. Within a few years such was the enthusiasm for dissection aroused by him in Bologna that there were many legal prosecutions for body snatching, the consequence doubtless of a regulation in the medical department of the University of Bologna, that if the students brought a body to any of their teachers, he was bound to dissect it for them. Bertuccio, Mondino's disciple and successor, continued this great work, and now Chauliac, the third in the tradition, was to carry the Bolognese methods back to France, and his position as chamberlain to the Pope was to give them a wide vogue throughout the world. The great French surgeon's attitude toward anatomy and dissection can be judged from his famous expression that "the surgeon ignorant of anatomy carves the human body as a blind man carves wood." The whole subject of dissection at this time has been fully discussed in the first 3 chapters of my Popes and Science, where those who are interested in the matter may follow it to their satisfaction. After his Bologna experience, Chauliac went to Paris. Evidently, his indefatigable desire to know all that there was to be known would not be satisfied until he had spent some time at the great French university where Lanfranc, after having studied under William of Salicet in Italy, had gone to establish that tradition of French surgery which, carried on so well by Mondeville his great successor, was to maintain Frenchmen as the leading surgeons of the world until the 19th century (Pagel). Lanfranc, himself an Italian, had been exiled from his native country, apparently because of political troubles, but was welcomed at Paris because the faculty realized that they needed the inspiration of the Italian medical movement in surgery for the establishment of a good school of surgery in connection with the university. The teaching so well begun by Lanfranc was magnificently continued by Mondeville and Arnold of Villanova in their disciples. Chauliac was fortunate enough to come under the influence of Petrus de Argentaria, who was worthily maintaining the tradition of practical teaching in anatomy and surgery so well founded by his great predecessors of the 13th century. After this grand tour, Chauliac was himself prepared to do work of the highest order, for he had been in touch with all that was best in the medicine and surgery of his time. Like many another distinguished member of his profession, Chauliac did not settle down in the scene of his ultimate labors at once, but was something of a wanderer. His own words are, "Et per multa tempora operatus fui in multis partibus." Perhaps out of gratitude to the clerical patrons of his native town, to whom he owed so much, or because of the obligations he considered that he owed them for his education, he practiced first in his native diocese of Mende. Thence he removed to Lyons, where we know that he lived for several years, for in 1344 he took part as a canon in a chapter that met in the church of St. Just in that city. Just when he was called to Avignon, we do not know, though when the Black Death ravaged that city in 1348, he was the body physician of Pope Clement VI, for he is spoken of in a papal document as "venerabilis et circumspectus vir Dominus Guido de Chauliaco, conicus et prepositus ecclesiae sancti justi lugdini, medicusque Domini nostri Papae." All the rest of his life was passed in the papal capital which Avignon was for some 70 years of the 14th century. He served as chamberlain physician to three popes, Clement VI, Innocent VI, and Urban V. We do not know the exact date of his death, but when Pope Urban V went to Rome in 1367, Chauliac was putting the finishing touches on his Chirurgia Magna, which, as he tells us, was undertaken as a solatium senectutis, a solace in old age. When Urban returned to Avignon for a time in 1370, Chauliac was dead. His life work is summed up for us in this great treatise on surgery, full of anticipations in surgical procedures that we are prone to think much more modern. Nicaise has emphasized the principles which guided Guy de Chauliac in the choice and interpretation of his authorities by a quotation from Guy himself, which is so different in its tone from what is usually supposed to have been the attitude of mind of the men of science of the time, that it would be well for all those who want to understand the Middle Ages better to have it near them. Speaking of the surgeons of his own and immediately preceding generations, Guy says, quote, "One thing particularly is a source of annoyance to me in what these surgeons have written, and it is that they follow one another like so many cranes, for one always says what the other says. I do not know whether it is from fear or from love that they do not deign to listen except to such things as they are accustomed to and as have been proved by authorities. They have to my mind understood very badly Aristotle's second book of Metaphysics, where he shows that these two things, fear and love, are the greatest obstacles on the road to the knowledge of the truth. Let them give up such friendships and fears. Quote, because while Socrates or Plato may be a friend, truth is a greater friend." End quote. Truth is a holy thing and worthy to be honored above everything else. Let them follow the doctrine of Galen, which is entirely made up of experience and reason, and in which one investigates things and despises words. End quote. After all, this is what great authorities in medicine have always insisted on. Once every 100 years or so, one finds a really great observer who makes new observations and wakes the world up. He is surprised that men should not have used their powers of observation for themselves, but should have been following old-time masters. His contemporaries often refuse to listen to him at first. His observations, however, eventually make their way. We blame the Middle Ages for following authority, but what have we been always doing but following authority, except for the geniuses who come and lift us out of the rut and illuminate a new portion of the realm of medicine. After they have come, however, and done their work, their disciples proceed to see with their eyes and to think that they are making observations for themselves when they are merely following authority. When the next master in medicine comes along, his discovery is neglected because men have not found it in the old books, and usually he has to suffer for daring to have opinions of his own. The fact of the matter is that at any time there is only a very limited number of men who think for themselves. The rest think other people's thoughts and think they are thinking and doing things. As for observation, John Ruskin once said, quote, "Nothing is harder than to see something and tell it simply as you saw it." End quote. This is as true in science as in art, and only genius succeeds in doing it well. Chauliac's book is confessedly a compilation. He has taken the good wherever he found it, though he adds, modestly enough, that his work also contains whatever his own measure of intelligence enabled him to find useful. Quo juxta modicitatem me ingeni utila reputavi. Indeed, it is the critical judgment displayed by Chauliac in selecting from his predecessors that best illustrates at once the practical character of his intellect and his discerning spirit. What the men of his time are said to have lacked is the critical faculty. They were encyclopedic in intellect and gathered all kinds of information without discrimination, is a very common criticism of medieval writers. No one can say this of Chauliac, however, and, above all, he was no respecter of authority, merely for the sake of authority. His criticism of John of Gaddenson's book shows that the blind following of those who had gone before was his special bête noire. His bitterest reproach for many of his predecessors was that "they follow one another like cranes, whether for love or fear, I cannot say." End of part 1 of 2. Chapter 11 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 11. Guy de Chauliac. Part 2 of 2. Chauliac's right to the title of Father of Surgery will perhaps be best appreciated from the brief account of his recommendations as to the value of surgical intervention for conditions in the three most important cavities of the body, the skull, the thorax, and the abdomen. These cavities have usually been the dread of surgeons. Chauliac not only used the trephine, but laid down very exact indications for its application. Expectant treatment was to be the rule in wounds of the head, yet when necessary, interference was counseled as of great value. His prognosis of brain injuries was much better than that of his predecessors. He says that he had seen injuries of the brain followed by some loss of brain substance, yet with complete recovery of the patient. In one case that he notes, a considerable amount of brain substance was lost, yet the patient recovered with only a slight defect of memory, and even this disappeared after a time. He lays down exact indications for the opening of the thorax that noli me tangere of surgeons at all times, even our own, and points out the relations of the ribs and the diaphragm so as to show just where the opening should be made in order to remove fluid of any kind. In abdominal conditions, however, Chauliac's anticipation of modern views is most surprising. He recognized that wounds of the intestines were surely fatal unless leakage could be prevented. Accordingly, he suggested the opening of the abdomen and the sewing up of such intestinal wounds as could be located. He describes a method of suture for these cases and seems, like many another abdominal surgeon, even to have invented a special needle holder. To most people it would seem absolutely out of the question that such surgical procedures could be practiced in the 14th century. We have the definite record of them, however, in a textbook that was the most read volume on the subject for several centuries. Most of the surprise with regard to these operations will vanish when it is recalled that in Italy during the 13th century, as we have already seen, methods of anesthesia by means of opium and mandragora were in common use, having been invented in the 12th century and perfected by Ugo da Lucca, and Chauliac must not only have known but must have frequently employed various methods of anesthesia. In discussing amputations, he has described in general certain methods of anesthesia in use in his time, and especially the method by means of inhalation. It would not seem to us in the modern time that this method would be very successful, but there is an enthusiastic accord of authorities attesting that operations were done at this time with the help of this inhalant without the infliction of pain. Chauliac says, Some prescribe medicaments which send the patient to sleep, so that the incision may not be felt, such as opium, the juice of the morel, hyoscyamus, mandrake, ivy, hemlock, lettuce. A new sponge is soaked by them and these juices are left to dry in the sun, and when they have need of it they put this sponge into warm water and then hold it under the nostrils of the patient until he goes to sleep. Then they perform the operation." Many people might be prone to think that the hospitals of Chauliac's time would not be suitable for such surgical work as he describes. It is, however, only another amusing assumption of this self-complacent age of ours to think that we were the first who ever made hospitals worthy of the name and of the great humanitarian purpose they subserve. As a matter of fact, the old-time hospitals were even better than ours, or, as a rule, better than any we had until the present generation. In "The Popes and Science," in the chapter on "The Foundation of City Hospitals," I call attention to the fact that architects of the present day go back to the hospitals of the Middle Ages in order to find the models for hospitals for the modern times. Mr. Arthur Dillon, a well-known New York architect, writing of a hospital built at Tonnerre in France, toward the end of the 13th century, 1292, says, "It was an admirable hospital in every way, and it is doubtful if we today surpass it. It was isolated, the ward was separated from the other buildings, it had the advantage we so often lose of being but one story high, and more space was given to each patient than we can now afford. The ventilation by the great windows and ventilators in the ceiling was excellent, it was cheerfully lighted, and the arrangement of the gallery shielded the patients from dazzling light and from draughts from the windows and afforded an easy means of supervision, while the division by the roofless low partitions isolated the sick and obviated the depression that comes from the sight of others in pain. It was, moreover, in great contrast to the cheerless white wards of today. The vaulted ceiling was very beautiful, the woodwork was richly carved, and the great windows over the altars were filled with colored glass. Altogether it was one of the best examples of the best period of Gothic architecture." The fine hospital thus described was but one of many. Virchow, in his article on hospitals quoted in the same chapter, called attention to the fact that in the 13th and 14th centuries every town of 5,000 or more inhabitants had its hospital, founded on the model of the great Santo Spirito hospital in Rome, and all of them did good work. The surgeons of Guy de Chauliac's time would indeed find hospitals wherever they might be called in consultation, even in small towns. They were more numerous in proportion to population than our own and, as a rule, at least as well organized as ours were until the last few years. It is no wonder that with such a good hospital organization, excellent surgery was accomplished. Hernia was Chauliac's specialty, and in it his surgical judgment is admirable. Mondeville before his time did not hesitate to say that many operations for hernia were done not for the benefit of the patient, but for the benefit of the surgeon, a very striking anticipation of remarks that one sometimes hears even at the present time. Chauliac discussed operations for hernia very conservatively. His rule was that a truss should be worn, and no operation attempted unless the patient's life was endangered by the hernia. It is to him that we owe the invention of a well-developed method of taxis, or manipulation of a hernia, to bring about its reduction, which was in use until the end of the 19th century. He suggested that trusses could not be made according to rule, but must be adapted to each individual case. He invented several forms of truss himself, and in general it may be said that his manipulative skill and his power to apply his mechanical principles to his work are the most characteristic of his qualities. This is particularly noteworthy in his chapters on fractures and dislocations, in which he suggests various methods of reduction and realizes very practically the mechanical difficulties that were to be encountered in the correction of the deformities due to these pathological conditions. In a word, we have a picture of the skilled surgeon of the modern time in this treatise of a 14th century teacher of surgery. Chauliac discusses 6 different operations for the radical cure of hernia. As Gurlt points out, he criticizes them from the same standpoint as that of recent surgeons. The object of radical operations for hernia is to produce a strong, firm tissue support over the ring through which the cord passes, so that the intestines cannot descend through it. It is rather interesting to find that the surgeons of this time tried to obliterate the canal by means of the cautery, or inflammation-producing agents, arsenic and the like, a practice that recalls some methods still used more or less irregularly. They also used gold wire, which was to be left in the tissues and is supposed to protect and strengthen the closure of the ring. At this time all these operations for the radical cure of hernia involved the sacrifice of the testicle because the old surgeons wanted to obliterate the ring completely, and thought this the easiest way. Chauliac discusses the operation in this respect and says that he has seen many cases in which men possessed of but one testicle have procreated, and this is a case where the lesser of two evils is to be chosen. Of course Guy de Chauliac would not have been able to operate so freely on hernia and suggest, following his own experience, methods of treatment of penetrating wounds of the abdomen, only that he had learned the lessons of antiseptic surgery which had been gradually developed among the great surgeons of Italy during the preceding century. The use of the stronger wines as a dressing together with insistence on the most absolute cleanliness of the surgeon before the operation and careful details of cleanliness during the operation made possible the performance of many methods of surgical intervention that would otherwise surely have been fatal. Probably nothing is harder to understand than that after these practical discoveries men should have lost sight of their significance, and after having carefully studied the viscous exudation which produces healthy natural union, should have come to the thought of the necessity for the formation of laudable pus before union might be expected. The mystery is really no greater than that of many another similar incident in human history, but it strikes us more forcibly because the discovery and gradual development of antiseptic surgery in our own time has meant so much for us. Already even in Chauliac's practice, however, some of the finer elements of the technique that made surgery antiseptic to a marked degree, if not positively aseptic in many cases, were not being emphasized as they were by his predecessors, and there was a beginning of surgical meddlesomeness reasserting itself. It must not be thought, however, that it was only with the coarse applications of surgery that Chauliac concerned himself. He was very much interested in the surgical treatment of eye diseases and wrote a monograph on cataract, in which he gathers what was known before his time and discusses it in the light of his own experience. The writing of such a book is not so surprising at this time if we recall that in the preceding century the famous Pope John XXI, who had been a physician before he became Pope, and under the name of Peter of Spain was looked up to as one of the distinguished scientists of his time, had written a book on eye diseases that has recently been the subject of much attention. Pope John had much to say of cataract, dividing it into traumatic and spontaneous, and suggesting the needling of cataract, a gold needle being used for the purpose. Chauliac's method of treating cataract was by depression. His care in the selection of patients may be appreciated from his treatment of John of Luxembourg, King of Bavaria, blind from cataract, who consulted Chauliac in 1336 while on a visit to Avignon with the King of France. Chauliac refused to operate, however, and put off the king with dietary regulations. In the chapter of John of Arcoli and medieval dentistry, we call attention to the fact that Chauliac discussed dental surgery briefly, yet with such practical detail as to show very clearly how much more was known about this specialty in his time than we have had any idea of until recent years. He recognized the dentists as specialists, calls them dentatores, but thinks that they should operate under the direction of a physician. Hence the physician should know much about teeth, and especially about their preservation. He enumerates instruments that dentists should have, and shows very clearly that the specialty had reached a high state of development. A typical example of Chauliac's common sense and dependence on observation, and not tradition, is to be found in what he has to say with regard to methods of removing the teeth without the use of extracting instruments. It is characteristic of his method of dealing with traditional remedies, even though of long standing, that he brushes them aside with some impatience if they have not proved themselves in his experience. These ancients mention many medicaments which draw out the teeth without iron instruments, or which make them more easy to draw out, such as the milky juice of the tithymal with pyrethrum, the roots of the mulberry and caper, citrine arsenic, aqua fortis, the fat of forest frogs. But these remedies promise much and accomplish but little. Mais ils donnent beaucoup de promesses et peu d'opérations. It is no wonder that Chauliac has been enthusiastically praised. Nicaise has devoutly gathered many of these praises into a sheaf of eulogies at the end of his biography of the great French surgeon. He tells us that Fallopius compared him to Hippocrates. John Calvo of Valencia, who translated the Great Surgery into Spanish, looks upon him as the first lawgiver of surgery. Phryne, the great English physician, in 1725 called him the Prince of Surgeons. Ackermann said that Guy de Chauliac's textbook will take the place of all that has been written on the subject down to his time, so that even if all the other works had been lost his would replace them. Dezimeris, commenting on this, says that, if one should take this appreciation literally, this surgeon of the 14th century would be the first and, up to the present time, the only author who ever merited such an eulogy. At least, he adds, we cannot refuse him the distinction of having made a work infinitely superior to all those which appeared up to this time, and even for a long time afterwards. Posterity rendered him this justice, for he was for 3 centuries the classic par excellence. He rendered the study easy and profitable, and all the foreign nations the tributaries of our country." Perilli suggested Guy's Surgery as the most valuable and complete work of all those in the same kind that had been published since Hippocrates, and added that the reading of it was still useful in his time, in 1784. Bégin, in his work on Ambroise Paré, says, "that Guy has written an immortal book to which are attached the destinies of French surgeons." Malgaigne, in his History of Surgery, does not hesitate to say, "I do not fear to say that, Hippocrates alone excepted, there is not a single treatise on surgery, Greek, Latin, or Arabic, which I place above, or even on the same level with, this magnificent work, the surgery of Guy de Chauliac." Derenberg said, "Guy seems to us a surgeon above all erudite, yet expert, and without ever being rash, he knows, above all, how to choose what is best in everything." Verneuil, in his Conférence sur les chirurgiens érudits, says, "The services rendered by the great surgery were immense. By it there commenced for France an era of splendor. It is with justice, then, that posterity has decreed to Guy de Chauliac the title of Father of French Surgery." The more one reads of Chauliac's work, the less one is surprised at the estimation in which he has been held wherever known. It would not be hard to add a further sheaf of compliments to those collected by Nicaise. Modern writers on the history of medicine have all been enthusiastic in their admiration of him, just in proportion to the thoroughness of their acquaintance with him. Portal, in his History of Anatomy and Surgery, says, "Finally it may be averred that Guy de Chauliac said nearly everything which modern surgeons say, and that his work is of infinite price, but unfortunately too little read, too little pondered." Malgaigne declares Chauliac's Chirurgia Magna to be "a masterpiece of learned and luminous writing." Professor Clifford Allbutt, the Regius Professor of Physic at the University of Cambridge, says of Chauliac's treatise, "This great work I have studied carefully and not without prejudice, yet I cannot wonder that Fallopius compared the author to Hippocrates, or that John Freind calls him the prince of surgeons. It is rich, aphoristic, orderly, and precise." If to this account of his professional career it be added that Chauliac's personality is, if possible, more interesting than his surgical accomplishment, some idea of the significance of the life of the great father of modern surgery will be realized. We have already quoted the distinguished words of praise accorded him by Pope Clement VI. That they were well deserved, Chauliac's conduct during the Black Death which ravaged Avignon in 1348, shortly after his arrival in the Papal city, would have been sufficient of itself to attest. The occurrence of the plague in a city usually gave rise to an exhibition of the most arrant cowardice, and all who could, fled. In many of the European cities the physicians joined the fugitives, and the ailing were left to care for themselves. With a few notable exceptions, this was the case at Avignon, but Guy was among those who remained faithful to his duty, and took on himself the self-sacrificing labor of caring for the sick, doubly harassing because so many of his brother physicians were absent. He denounces their conduct as shameful, yet does not boast of his own courage, but on the contrary says that he was in constant fear of the disease. Toward the end of the epidemic he was attacked by the plague, and for a time his life was despaired of. Fortunately he recovered, to become the most influential among his colleagues, the most highly admired of the physicians of his generation, and the close personal friend of all the high ecclesiastics who had witnessed his magnificent display of courage and of helpfulness for the plague-stricken during the epidemic. He wrote a very clear account of the epidemic, which leaves no doubt that it was true bubonic plague. After this fine example, Chauliac's advice to brother physicians in the specialty of surgery carried added weight. In the introductory chapters of his Chirurgia Magna, he said, "The surgeon should be learned, skilled, ingenious, and of good morals. Be bold in things that are sure, cautious in dangers, avoid evil cures and practices, be gracious to the sick, obliging to his colleagues, wise in his predictions, be chaste, sober, pitiful, and merciful, not covetous nor extortionate of money, but let the recompense be moderate, according to the work, the means of the sick, the character of the issue or event, and its dignity." No wonder that Malgaigne says of him, "Never since Hippocrates has medicine heard such language filled with so much nobility and so full of matter in so few words." Chauliac was in every way worthy of his great contemporaries and the period in which his lot was cast. Ordinarily we are not apt to think of the early 14th century as an especially productive period in human history, but such it is. Dante's Divine Comedy was entirely written during Chauliac's life. Petrarch was born within a few years of Chauliac himself. Boccaccio in Italy, and Chaucer in England, wrote while Chauliac was still alive. Giotto did his great painting, and his pupils were laying the deep, firm foundations of modern art. Many of the great cathedrals were being finished. Most of the universities were in the first flush of their success as molders of the human mind. There are few centuries in history that can show the existence of so many men whose work was to have an enduring influence for all the aftertime as this upon which Chauliac's career shed so bright a light. The preceding century had seen the origin of the universities and the rise of such supremely great men as Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, Thomas Aquinas, and the other famous scholars of the early days of the mendicant orders, and had made the intellectual mold of university training in which men's minds for 7 centuries were to be formed, so that Chauliac, instead of being an unusual phenomenon, is only a fitting expression of the interest of this time in everything, including the physical sciences and, above all, medicine and surgery. For some people it may be a source of surprise that Chauliac should have had the intellectual training to enable him to accomplish such judicious work in his specialty. Many people will be apt to assume that he accomplished what he did in spite of his training, genius succeeding even in an unfavorable environment, and notwithstanding educational disadvantages. Those who would be satisfied with any such explanation, however, know nothing of the educational opportunities provided in the period of which Chauliac was the fruit. He is a typical university man of the beginning of the 14th century, and the universities must be given due credit for him. It is ordinarily assumed that the universities paid very little attention to science and that scientists would find practically nothing to satisfy in their curricula. Professor Huxley in his address on Universities, Actual and Ideal, delivered as the rectorial address at Aberdeen University in 1874, declared that they were probably educating in the real sense of the word better than we do now. See quotation in The Medical School at Salerno. In the light of Chauliac's life, it is indeed amusing to read the excursions of certain historians into the relationship of the popes and the Church to science during the Middle Ages. Chauliac is typically representative of medical science, a man who gave due weight to authority, yet tried everything by his own experience, and who sums up in himself such wonderful advance in surgery that during the last 20 years the students of the history of medicine have been more interested in him than in anyone who comes during the intervening 6 centuries. Chauliac, however, instead of meeting with any opposition, encountered encouragement, liberal patronage, generous interest, and even enjoyed the intimate friendship of the highest ecclesiastics and the popes of his time. In every way his life may be taken as a type of what we have come to know about the Middle Ages, when we know them as we should, in the lives of the men who counted for most in them, and do not accept merely the broad generalizations, which are always likely to be deceptive, and which in the past have led men into the most absurd and ridiculous notions with regard to a wonderful period in human history. That Guy de Chauliac was no narrow specialist is abundantly evident from his book, for while the Great Surgery treats of the science and art of surgery as its principal subject, there are remarks about nearly everything else relating to medicine, and most of them show a deep interest, a thorough familiarity, and an excellent judgment. Besides, we have certain expressions with regard to intellectual matters generally which serve to show Guy as a profound thinker, who thoroughly appreciated just how accumulations of knowledge came to men, and how far each generation or member of a generation should go, and yet how limited must, after all, be the knowledge obtained by any one person. With regard to books, for instance, he said, "For everyone cannot have all the books, and even if he did have them, it would be too tiresome to read them all and completely, and would require a godlike memory to retain them all." He realized, however, that each generation, provided it took the opportunities offered it, was able to see a little bit farther than its predecessor, and the figure that he employs to express this is rather striking. "Sciences," he said, "are made by additions. It is quite impossible that the man who begins a science should finish it. We are like infants, clinging to the neck of a giant, for we can see all the giant sees and a little more." One of the most interesting features of the history of Guy de Chauliac is the bibliography of his works which has been written by Nicaise. This is admirably complete, labored over with the devotion that characterized Nicaise's attitude of unstinted admiration for the subject. Altogether, he has some 60 pages of a quarto volume with regard to the various editions of Guy's works. The first manuscript edition of Guy de Chauliac was issued in 1363, the first printed edition in 1478. Even in the 14th century, Guy's great work was translated into all the languages generally used in Europe. Nicaise succeeded in placing 34 complete manuscripts of the Great Surgery. 22 of these are in Latin, 4 are in French, 3 are in English, 2 only in Provençal, although that was the language spoken in the region where much of Chauliac's life was passed, and 1 each in Italian, in Low Dutch, and in Hebrew. One of the English manuscripts, one is a number 25 English of the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris. A second is number 3666 English of the Sloane collection in the British Museum, and a third is in the library of the University of Cambridge. Paulin Paris, probably one of the best of recent authorities on the age and significance of old manuscripts, says in the third volume of his Manuscrits François, page 346, "This manuscript of Guy de Chauliac's Great Surgery was made, if not during the life, then certainly very shortly after the death of the author. It is one of the oldest that can be cited, and the fact that an English translation was made so near to the time of the original composition of the book attests to the great reputation enjoyed by Guy de Chauliac at this time, and which posterity has fully confirmed. The Sloane copy in the British Museum contains some medical recipes at the end by Francis Verney. It was probably written in the 15th century. Its title is, "The Inventory or the Collectory in Surgical Part of Medicine compiled and complete in the year of our Lord 1363, with some additions of other doctors, necessary to the foresaid art or craft." What we find in the period of manuscripts, however, is as nothing compared to the prestige of Guy de Chauliac's work, once the age of printing began. Nicaise was able to find 60 different printed editions of the Great Surgery. 9 others that are mentioned by authors have disappeared and apparently no copies of them are in existence. Besides, there are 60 editions of portions of the work, of compendiums of it, and commentaries on it. Altogether 129 editions are extant. Of these are 16 Latin editions, 43 French, 5 Italian, 4 Low Dutch, 5 Catalan, and 1 English. 14 appeared in the 15th century, 38 in the 16th century, and 17 in the 17th century. The 14 editions belonging to the incunabula of printing, issued, that is, before the end of the 15th century, show what lively interest there was in the French surgeon of the preceding century, since printing presses at this precious time were occupied only with the books that were considered indispensable for scholars. The first edition of the Great Surgery was printed in 1478 at Lyons. Printing had only been introduced there 5 years before. This first edition, Primus Primarius or Editio Princeps, was a French translation by Nicholas Panis. In 1480, an Italian edition was printed at Venice. The first Latin edition was printed also in Venice in 1490. It would be only natural to expect that the successors of Guy de Chauliac, and especially those who had come personally in contact with him, would take advantage of his thorough work to make still further advances in surgery. As a matter of fact, decadence in surgery is noted immediately after his death. 3 men taught at the University of Montpellier at the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 15th century, John de Tornamia, Velasco de Taranta, and John Falcon. They cannot be compared, Gurlt says, with Guy de Chauliac, though they were physicians of reputation in their time. Falcon made a compendium of Guy's work for students. Somehow, there seemed to be the impression that surgery had now reached a point of development beyond which it could not advance. Unfortunate political conditions, wars, the withdrawal of the popes from Avignon to Rome, and other disturbances, distracted men's minds, and surgery deteriorated to a considerable extent, until the new spirit at the time of the Renaissance came to inject fresh life into it. End of Part 2 of 2. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 12. Medieval Dentistry. Giovanni of Arcoli. Part 1 of 2. If there is one phase of our present-day medicine and surgery that most of us are likely to be quite sure is of very recent development, it is dentistry. Probably most people would declare at once that they had every reason to think that the science and art of dentistry, as we have it now, developed for the first time in the world's history during the last generation or two. It is extremely interesting to realize then, in the light of this almost universal persuasion, founded to a great extent on the conviction that man is in process of evolution and that as a consequence we must surely be doing things now that men never did before, to find that dentistry, both as an art and science, is old, that it had developed at a number of times in the world's history, and that as fortunately for history its work was done mainly in indestructible materials, the teeth themselves, and metal prosthetic apparatus, we have actual specimens of what was accomplished at a number of periods in the olden times. Surprising as it will seem to those who hear of it for the first time, dentistry reached high perfection even in what we know as ancient history. It is rather easy to trace scientific and craftsmanlike interest in it during the medieval period, and in the magnificent development of surgery that came just at the end of the Middle Ages, dentistry shared to such a degree that some of the textbooks of the writers on surgery of this time furnish abundant evidence of anticipations of many of the supposedly most modern developments of dentistry. There are a number of historical traditions with regard to dentistry and the treatment of the teeth in Egypt that can be traced back to good authorities in Egyptology of a generation or more ago, but it is rather hard to confirm the accounts we have by actual specimens. Either none were found, or for some reason those actually discovered are now not readily available for study. Among the Phoenicians, however, though we have good reasons to think that they learned their arts and crafts from the Egyptians, there is convincing evidence of a high development of dentistry. M. Ernest Renan, during an exploring expedition in Phoenicia, found in the old necropolis at Sidon a set of teeth wired together, two of which were artificial. It was a striking example of bridge work, very well done, and may now be seen in the Louvre. It would be more than a little surprising, from what we know of the lack of inventiveness on the part of the Phoenicians and their tendency to acquire their arts by imitation, if they had reached such a climax of invention by themselves. Since they adapted and adopted most of their arts and crafts from Egypt, with which they were in close commercial relations, it has been argued with some plausibility that the Egyptians may have had many modes of dental prosthesis, but removed all artificial teeth and dental appliances from the mouth of corpses before embalming them, in preparation for the next world, because there was some religious objection to such human handiwork being left in place for the hereafter, as they hoped for it. There is a well authenticated tradition of inanimate intercourse in a commercial way between the old Etruscans who inhabited the Italian hill country and the Phoenicians, so that it is no surprise to find that the oldest of Etruscan tombs contains some fine examples of bridge work. An improvement has come over Phoenician work, however, and bands of gold instead of wire are used for holding artificial teeth in place. Guerini, whose History of Dentistry is the standard work on the subject, on a commission from the Italian government, carefully studied these specimens of Etruscan dental work in the museums of Italy, and has made some interesting observations on them. In one specimen, which is especially notable, two incisor teeth are replaced by a single tooth from a calf. This was grooved in such a way as to make it seem like two separate teeth. Guerini suggests a very interesting and quite unexpected source for this. While examining the specimen, he wondered where the old Etruscan dentist had obtained a calf's tooth without a trace of wear on it. He came to the conclusion that he must have cut into the gums of a young calf before the permanent tooth was erupted in order to get this structure absolutely unworn for his purpose. A number of examples of bridge work have been found in the old Etruscan tombs. The dates of their construction are probably not later than 500 B.C., and some of them are perhaps earlier than 700 B.C. The Etruscans affected the old Romans in the matter of dentistry, so that it is easy to understand the passage in the Laws of the 12 Tables, issued about 450 B.C., while forbidding the burial of gold with corpses, made a special exception for such gold as was fastened to the teeth. Gold was rare at Rome, and care was exercised not to allow any unnecessary decrease of the visible supply, almost in the same way as governments now protect their gold reserves. It may seem like comparing little things with great, but the underlying principle is the same. Hence this special law and its quite natural exception. In Pope Julius' museum in Rome there is a specimen of a gold cap made of two plates of gold riveted together and also riveted to bands of metal which were fastened around the neighboring teeth in order to hold the cap in place. This is from later Republican times at Rome. At the end of the Republic and the beginning of the Empire there appear to have been many forms of dental appliances. Marshall says that the reason why one lady's teeth, whose name he does not conceal, are white, and another's, name also given, were dark, was that the first one brought hers and the second still had her own. In another satiric poem he describes an elderly woman as so much frightened that when she ran away her teeth fell out, while her friends lost their false hair. Filings of many kinds were used, dentrifices of nearly every kind were invented, and dentistry evidently reached a high state of development, though we have nowhere a special name for a dentist, and the work seems to have been done by physicians, who took this as a specialty. While in the Middle Ages there was, owing to conditions, a loss of much of this knowledge of antiquity with regard to dentistry, or an obscuration of it, it never disappeared completely, and whenever men have written seriously about medicine, above all about surgery in relation to the face and the mouth, the teeth have come in for their share of scientific and practical consideration. Aëtius, the first important Christian writer on medicine and surgery, discusses, as we have seen in the sketch of him, the nutrition of the teeth, their nerves, "which came from the third pair and entered the teeth by a small hole existing at the end of the root," and other interesting details of anatomy and physiology. He knows much about the hygiene of the teeth, discusses extraction, and the cure of the fistula and other details. Paul of Ægina in the next century has much more, and while they both quote mainly from older authors, there seems no doubt that they themselves have made not a few observations and had practical experience. It was from these men that the Arabian physicians and surgeons obtained their traditions of medicine, and so it is not surprising to find that they discussed dental diseases and their treatment rationally and in considerable detail. Abulcasis particularly has much that is of significance and interest. We have pictures of 2 score of dental instruments that were used by them. The Arabs not only treated and filled carious teeth and even replaced those that were lost, but they also corrected deformities of the mouth and of the dental arches. Orthodontia is sometimes said to be of much later origin and to begin many centuries after Abulcasis' time, yet no one who knows of his work can speak of orthodontia as an invention after him. In this, however, as in most of the departments of medicine and surgery, the Arabs were merely imitators, though probably they expanded somewhat the practical knowledge that had come to them. When the great revival in surgery came in the 12th and 13th centuries, it is not surprising that there should also have been an important renewal of interest in dentistry. A detailed review of this would take us too far afield, but at least something may be said of 2 or 3 of the great representative surgical writers who touched on this specialty. About the middle of the 14th century that prince of surgeons and model of surgical writers, Guy de Chauliac, wrote his great textbook of surgery, Les Grandes Chirurgies. An extremely interesting feature of this work is to be found in the chapters that treat of diseases of the teeth. These are not very comprehensive, and are evidently not so much the result of his experience as the fruit of his reading, yet they contain many practical valuable ideas that are supposed to be ever so much later than the middle of the 14th century. His Anatomy and Physiology at least are not without many errors. His rules for the preservation of the teeth show that the ordinary causes of dental decay were well recognized even as early as this. Emphasis was laid on not taking foods too hot or too cold, and above all, not to follow either hot or cold food by something very different from it in temperature. The breaking of hard things with the teeth was recognized as one of the most frequent causes of such deterioration of the enamel as gives opportunity for the development of decay. The eating of sweets, and especially the sticky sweets, preserves and the like, was recognized as an important source of caries. The teeth were supposed to be cleaned frequently, and not to be cleaned too roughly, for this would do more harm than good. We find these rules repeated by succeeding writers on general surgery who touch upon dentistry, or at least the care of the teeth, and they were not original with Guy de Chauliac, but part of the tradition of surgery. As noted by Guerini in his History of Dentistry, the translation of which was published under the auspices of the National Dental Association of the United States of America, Chauliac recognized the dentists as specialists. Besides, it should be added, as is evident from his enumeration of the surgical instruments which he declares necessary for them, they were not as we might easily think in the modern time mere tooth pullers, but at least the best among them treated teeth as far as their limited knowledge and means at command enabled them to do so, and these means were much more elaborate than we have been led to think, and much more detailed than we have reason to know that they were at certain subsequent periods. In fact, though Guy de Chauliac frankly confesses that he touches on the subject of dentistry only in order to complete his presentation of the subject of surgery, and not because he has anything of his own to say with regard to the subject, there is much that is of present-day interest in his brief paragraphs. He observes that operations on the teeth are special, and belong to the dentatores, or dentists, to whom doctors have given them over. He considers, however, that the operations in the mouth should be performed under the direction of a physician. It is in order to give physicians the general principles with which they may be able to judge the advisability or necessity for dental operations that his short chapters are written. If their advice is to be of value, physicians should know the various methods of treatment suitable for dental diseases, including mouthwashes, gargles, masticatories, anointments, rubbings, fumigations, cauterizations, filings, fillings, and the various manual operations. He says that the dentator must be provided with the appropriate instruments, among which he names scrapers, rasps, straight and curved spatumina, elevators, simple and with two branches, toothed tenacula, and many different forms of probes and cannulas. He should also have small scalpels, tooth trephines, and files. Chauliac is particularly emphatic in his insistence on not permitting alimentary materials to remain in cavities, and suggests that if cavities between the teeth tend to retain food material, they should even be filled in such a way as to prevent these accumulations. His directions for cleansing the teeth were rather detailed. His favorite treatment for wounds was wine, and he knew that he succeeded by means of it in securing union by first intention. It is not surprising, then, to find that he recommends rinsing the mouth with wine as a precaution against dental decay. A vinous decoction of wild mint and of pepper he considered particularly beneficial, though he thought that dentrifices, either powder or liquid, should also be used. He seems to recommend the powdered dentrifices as more efficacious. His favorite prescription for a tooth powder, while more elaborate, resembles to such an extent, at least some, if not indeed most of those that are used at the present time, that it seems worth while giving his directions for it. He took equal parts of cuttlebone, small white seashells, pumice stone, burnt stag's horn, niter, alum, rock salt, burnt roots of iris, aristolochia, and reeds. All of these substances should be carefully reduced to powder and then mixed. His favorite liquid dentifrice contained the following ingredients: half a pound each of sal ammoniac and rock salt, and a quarter of a pound of saccharin alum. All these were to be reduced to powder and placed in a glass alembic and dissolved. The teeth should be rubbed with it, using a little scarlet cloth for the purpose. Just why this particular color of cleansing cloth was recommended is not quite clear. He recognized, however, that cleansing of the teeth properly often became impossible by any scrubbing method, no matter what the dentifrice used, because of the presence of what we call tartar, and what he called hardened limosity, or liminess, limosité endurcie. When that condition is present, he suggests the use of rasps and spatumina and other instrumental means of removing the tartar. Evidently he did not believe in the removal of teeth unless this was absolutely necessary, and no other method of treatment would avail to save the patient from continuous distress. He summarizes the authorities with regard to the extraction of teeth and the removal of dental fragments and roots. He evidently knew of the many methods suggested before his time of removing teeth without recourse to instrumental extraction. There were a number of applications to the gums that were claimed by older authors to remove the teeth without the need of metal instruments. We might expect that Chauliac would detect the fallacy with regard to these, and expose it. He says that while much is claimed for these methods, he has never seen them work in practice, and he distrusts them entirely. The most interesting phase of what Guy de Chauliac has to say with regard to dentistry is of course to be found in his paragraphs on the artificial replacement of lost teeth and the subject of dental prosthesis generally. When teeth become loose, he advises that they be fastened to the healthy ones with a gold chain. Guerini suggests that he evidently means a gold wire. If the teeth fall out, they may be replaced by the teeth of another person, or with artificial teeth made from oxbone, which may be fixed in place by a fine metal ligature. He says that such teeth may be serviceable for a long while. This is a rather curt way of treating so large a subject as dental prosthesis, but it contains a lot of suggestive material. He was quoting mainly the Arabian authors, and especially Abulcasis and Ali Abbas and Rhazes, and these of course, as we have said, mentioned many methods of artificially replacing teeth, as also of transplantation and of treatment of the deformities of the dental arches. On the whole, however, it must be confessed that we have here in the middle of the 14th century a rather surprising anticipation of the knowledge of a special department of medicine which is usually considered to be distinctly modern, and indeed as having only attracted attention seriously in comparatively recent times. After Guy de Chauliac, the next important contributor to dentistry is Giovanni of Arcoli, often better known by his Latin name, Johann Arculanus, who was a professor of medicine and surgery at Bologna and afterwards at Padua, just before and after the middle of the 15th century, and who died in 1484. He is famous principally for being the first we know who mentions the filling of teeth with gold. It might possibly be suggested that coming at this time, Arculanus should rather be reckoned as a maker of medicine in the Renaissance than as belonging to the Middle Ages and its influences. His education, however, was entirely completed before the earliest date at which the Renaissance movement is usually said to begin, that is, with the fall of Constantinople in 1452, and he was dead before the other date, that of the discovery of America in 1492, which the Germans have in recent years come to set down as the end of the Middle Ages. Besides, what he has to say about dentistry occurs in typical medieval form. It is found in a commentary on Rhazes, written just about the middle of the 15th century. In the later true Renaissance such a commentary would have been on a Greek author. In his commentary, Arculanus touches on most of the features of medicine and surgery from the standpoint of his own experience as well as from what he knows of the writings of his predecessors and contemporaries. With the rest he has a series of chapters on diseases of the teeth. Guerini, in his History of Dentistry, says that, "This subject dentistry is treated rather fully, and with great accuracy." Even some short references to it will, I think, demonstrate this rather readily. Arculanus is particularly full in his directions for the preservation of the teeth. We are rather prone to think that prophylaxis is comparatively a modern idea, and that most of the principles of conservation of human tissues and the prevention of deterioration and disease are distinctly modern. It needs only a little consideration of Arculanus' instruction in the matter of the teeth, however, to undo any such false impression. For obvious reasons I prefer to quote Guerini's summation of this medieval student of dentistry's rules for dental hygiene. "For the preservation of teeth, considered by him, quite rightly, a matter of great importance, Giovanni of Arcoli repeats the various counsels given on the subject by preceding writers, but he gives them as 10 distinct canons or rules, creating in this way a kind of decalogue of dental hygiene. These rules are: 1. It is necessary to guard against the corruption of food and drink within the stomach, therefore, easily corruptible food, milk, salt fish, etc., must not be partaken of, and after meals all excessive movement, running exercises, bathing, coitus, and other causes that impair the digestion must also be avoided. 2. Everything must be avoided that may provoke vomiting. 3. Sweet and viscous food, such as dried figs, preserves made with honey, etc., must not be partaken of. 4. Hard things must not be broken with the teeth. 5. All food, drink, and other substances that set the teeth on edge must be avoided. 6. Food that is too hot or too cold must be avoided, and especially the rapid succession of hot and cold, and vice versa. 7. Leeks must not be eaten, as such a food, by its own nature, is injurious to the teeth. 8. The teeth must be cleaned at once, after every meal, from the particles of food left in them, and for this purpose thin pieces of wood should be used, somewhat broad at the ends, but not sharp-pointed or edged, and preference should be given to small cypress twigs, the wood of aloes, or pine, rosemary, or juniper and similar sorts of wood which are rather bitter and styptic. Care must, however, be taken not to search too long in the dental interstices and not to injure the gums or shake the teeth. 9. After this, it is necessary to rinse the mouth by using by preference a vinous decoction of sage, or one of cinnamon, mastich, gallia, moschata, cubeb, juniper seeds, root of cypress, and rosemary leaves. 10. The teeth must be rubbed with suitable dentrifices before going to bed, or else in the morning before breakfast. Although Avicenna recommended various oils for this purpose, Giovanni of Arcoli appears very hostile to oleaginous frictions, because he considers them very injurious to the stomach. He observes, besides, that while moderate frictions of brief duration are helpful to the teeth, strengthen the gums, prevent the formation of tartar, and sweeten the breath. Too rough or too prolonged rubbing is, on the contrary, harmful to the teeth and makes them liable to many diseases." End of Part 1 of 2. Chapter 12 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 12. Medieval Dentistry. Giovanni of Arcoli. Part 2 of 2. All this is so modern in many ways that we might expect a detailed exact knowledge of the anatomy of the teeth, and even something of their embryology from Arculanus. It must not be forgotten, however, that coming as he does before the Renaissance, the medical sciences in the true sense of the word are as yet unborn. Men are accumulating information for practical purposes, but not for the classification and coordination that was to make possible the scientific development of their knowledge. Giovanni of Arcoli's acquaintance with the anatomy of the teeth was rather sadly lacking. He does not know even with certainty the number of roots that the teeth have. This has been attributed to the fact that he obtained most of his information from books, and had not the time to verify descriptions that he had found. It has been argued from this that he was himself probably not a practical dentist, and turned to that specialty only as a portion of his work as a general surgeon, and that consequently he was not sufficiently interested to verify his statements. His chapters on dentistry would seem to bear out this conclusion to some extent, though the very fact that one who was himself not specially interested in dental surgery should have succeeded in gathering together so much that anticipates modern ideas in dentistry is of itself a proof of how much knowledge of the subject there was available for a serious student of that time. The anatomy of the teeth continued to be rather vague until about the middle of the next century, when Eustachius, whose investigations of the anatomy of the head have deservedly brought him fame and the attachment of his name to the Eustachian Canal, wrote his Libellus de Dentibus, Manual of the Teeth, which is quite full, accurate, and detailed. Very little has been added to the microscopic anatomy of the teeth since Eustachius' time. He had the advantage, of course, of being intimately in contact with the great group of Renaissance anatomists, Vesalius, Columbus, Varolius, Fallopius, and the others, the great fathers of anatomy. Besides, his position as papal physician and professor of anatomy at the Papal Medical School at Rome gave him opportunities for original investigation such as were not easily obtained elsewhere. Arculanus can scarcely be blamed, therefore, for not having anticipated the Renaissance, and we must take him as merely the culmination of medieval knowledge with regard to anatomy and surgery. Medieval medical men did not have the time nor apparently the incentive to make formal medical science, though it must not be forgotten, as has been said, that they did use the knowledge they obtained by their own and others' observation to excellent advantage for the practical benefit of ailing humanity. The sciences related to medicine are conscious developments that follow the evolution of practical medicine, nor must it be forgotten that far from always serving as an auxiliary to applied medical science, often indeed in the history of medicine scientific pursuits have led men away into side issues, from which they had to be brought back by some genius medical observer. As might be expected, then, it is with regard to the practical treatment and general consideration of ailments of the teeth that Giovanni of Arcoli is most interesting. In this some of his chapters contain a marvelous series of surprises. Arculanus was probably born toward the end of the 14th century. The date of his death is variously placed as either 1460 or 1484, with the probability in favor of the former. From 1412 to 1427 he was professor at Bologna, where in accordance with the non-specializing tendencies of the time, he did not occupy a single chair, but several in succession. He seems first to have taught logic, then moral philosophy, and finally medicine. His reputation in medicine drew many students to the university, and his fame spread all over Italy. The rival University of Padua then secured him, and he seems to have been for some 20 years there. Later, apparently, he accepted a professor's chair at Ferrara, where the Diestes were trying to bring their university into prominence. It was at Ferrara that he died. He was a man of wide reading, of extensive experience, both of men and medicine, and one of the scholars of his time. His works are, as we have said, mainly excerpts from earlier writers and particularly the Arabians, but they contain enough of hints, drawn from his own observation and experience, to make his work of great value. While, as Gurlt remarks in his History of Surgery, Arculanus' name is one of those scarcely known, he is usually considered just one of many obscure writers at the end of the Middle Ages. His writings deserve a better fare. They contain much that is interesting, and a great deal that must have been of the highest practical value to his contemporaries. They attracted wide attention in his own and immediately succeeding generations. The proof of this is that they exist in a large number of manuscript copies. Just as soon as printing was introduced, his books appeared in edition after edition. His Practica was printed in no less than 7 editions in Venice. 3 of them appeared before the end of the 15th century, which places them among the incunabula of printing. Probably nothing in the history of human intellectual interest is more striking than the excellent judgment displayed by the editors who selected the works to be printed at this time. Very few of them were trivial or insignificant. Fewer still were idle speculations, and most of them were almost of classic import for literature and science. 4 editions of this work were printed in Venice in the 16th century, one of them as late as 1560, when the work done by such men as Vesalius, Columbus, Eustachius, and Fallopius would seem to have made Arculanus out of date. The dates of the various editions are Venice 1483, 1493, 1497, 1504, 1542, 1557, and 1560. Besides, there was an edition printed at Basel in 1540. Arculanus is said to have reintroduced the use of the seton, that is the method of producing intense counter-irritation by the introduction of some foreign body into an incision in the skin. We owe to him, too, according to Pagel in the chapters on medieval medicine in Puschmann's Handbook of the History of Medicine, an excellent description of alcoholic insanity. His directions for the treatment of conditions in the mouth and nose, apart from the teeth, are quite as explicit and practical, and in many ways quite as great an anticipation of some of our modern notions as what he has to say with regard to the teeth. For instance, In the treatment of polyps, he says that they should be incised and cauterized. Soft polyps should be drawn out with a toothed tenaculum as far as can be without risk of breaking them off. The incision should be made at the root so that nothing or just as little as possible of the pathological structure be allowed to remain. It should be cut off with a fine scissors, or with a narrow file, just small enough to permit its ingress into the nostrils, or with a scalpel without cutting edges on the sides, but only at its extremity, and this cutting edge should be broad and well sharpened. If there is danger of hemorrhage, or if there is fear of it, the instruments with which dissection is made should be fired igniture, that is, heated at least to a dull redness. Afterwards the stump, if any remains, should be touched with a hot iron or else with cauterizing agents, so that as far as possible it should be obliterated. After the operation a pledget of cotton dipped in the green ointment described by Rhazes should be placed in the nose. This pledget should have a string fastened to it, hanging from the nose in order that it may be easily removed. At times it may be necessary to touch the root of the polyp with a stylet on which cotton has been placed that has been dipped in aqua fortis, nitric acid. It is important that this cauterizing fluid should be rather strong, so that after a certain number of touches a rather firm eschar is produced. In all these manipulations in the nose, Arculanus recommends that the nose should be held well open by means of a nasal speculum. Pictures of all these instruments occur in his extant works, and indeed this constitutes one of their most interesting and valuable features. They are to be seen in Gurlt's History of Surgery. In some cases he had seen, the polyp was so difficult to get at, or was situated so far back in the nose, that it could not be reached by means of a tenaculum or scissors, or even the special knife devised for that purpose. For these patients, Arculanus describes an operation that is to be found in the older writers on surgery, Paul of Aegina, Aeginetus, Avicenna, and some of the other Arabian surgeons. For this, 3 horsetail hairs are twisted together and knotted in 3 or 4 places, and one end is passed through the nostrils and out through the mouth. The ends of this are then pulled on backward and forward, after the fashion of a saw. Arculanus remarks evidently with the air of a man who has tried it and has not been satisfied, that this operation is quite uncertain, and seems to depend a great deal on chance, and much reliance must not be placed on it. Arculanus suggests a substitute method by which latent polyps, or occult polyps as he calls them, may be removed. There is scarcely an important disease for which Arculanus has not some interesting suggestions, and the more one reads of him, the more is one surprised to find how many things that we might think of as coming into the purview of medicine long after his time, or at least as having been neglected from the time of the Greeks almost down to our own time, are here treated explicitly, definitely, and with excellent practical suggestions. He has a good deal to say with regard to the treatment of angina, which he calls synac, or synachia, or chinaca, or angina. Parasynac is a synonymous term, but refers to a milder synac. He distinguished 4 forms of it. In one called canine angina, because the patient's tongue hangs out of his mouth, somewhat the same as from an overheated dog in the summertime, while at the same time the mouth is held open and he draws his breath pantingly, Arculanus suggests an unfavorable prognosis, and would seem to refer to those cases of Ludwig's angina, in which there is involvement of the tongue, and in which our prognosis continues to be of the very worst even to our own day. At times the angina causes such swelling in the throat that the breathing is interfered with completely. For this Arculanus' master, Rhazes, advised tracheotomy. Arculanus himself, however, apparently hesitated about that. It is not surprising, then, to find that Arculanus is very explicit in his treatment of affections of the uvula. He divides its affections into apostema, ulcus, putrido sive corrosio, et causis. Apostema was abscess, ulcus any rather deep erosion, putrido a gangrenous condition, and casus the fall of the uvula. This is the notorious falling of the soft palate which has always been in popular medical literature at least. Arculanus describes it as a preternatural elongation of the uvula which sometimes goes to such an extent as to make it resemble the tail of a mouse. For shorter elongations he suggests the cautery, for longer, excision followed by the cautery, so that the greater portion of the extending part may be cut off. If people fear the knife, he suggests following Rhazes, the application of an astringent powder directly to the part by blowing through a tube. His directions for the removal of the uvula are very definite. Seat the patient upon a stool in a bright light while an assistant holds the head. After the tongue has been firmly depressed by means of a speculum, let the assistant hold this speculum in place. With the left hand then insert an instrument, a stylus, by which the uvula is pulled forward, and then remove the end of it by means of a heated knife or some other process of cauterization. The mouth should afterwards be washed out with fresh milk. The application of a cauterizing solution by means of a cotton swab wrapped round the end of a sound may be of service in patients who refuse the actual cautery. To be successful, the application must be firmly made and must be frequently repeated. After this, it is not surprising to find that Arculanus has very practical chapters on all the other ordinary surgical affections. Empyema is treated very thoroughly, liver abscess, ascites, which he warns must be emptied slowly, ileus, especially when it reaches stercoraceous vomiting, and the various difficulties of urination, he divides them into dysuria, ischuria, and stranguria, are all discussed in quite modern fashion. He gives 7 causes for difficulty in urination. 1. Some injury of the bladder. 2. Some lesion of the urethra. 3. Some pathological condition in the power to make the bladder contract. 4. Some injury of the muscle of the neck of the bladder. 5. Some pathological condition of the urine. 6. Some kidney trouble. And 7. Some pathological condition of the general system. He takes up each one of these and discusses the various phases, causes, disposition, and predispositions that bring them about. One thing these men of the Middle Ages could do. They reasoned logically. They ordered what they had to say well, and they wrote it out straightforwardly. That Arculanus' work with regard to dentistry was no mere chance, and not solely theoretic, can be understood very well from his predecessors, and that it formed a link in continuous tradition which was well preserved, we may judge from what is to be found in the writings of his great successor, Giovanni or John de Vigo, who is considered one of the great surgeons of the early Renaissance, and to whom we owe what is probably the earliest treatise on gunshot wounds. John of Vigo was a papal physician and surgeon, generally considered one of the most distinguished members of the medical profession of his time. Two features of his writing on dental diseases deserve mention. He insists that abscesses of the gums shall be treated as other abscesses by being encouraged to come to maturity and then being opened. If they do not close promptly, an irritant Egyptian ointment containing verdigris and alum, among other things, should be applied to them. In the cure of old fistulous tracts near the teeth, he employs not only this Egyptian ointment, but also arsenic and corrosive sublimate. What he has to say with regard to the filling of the teeth is, however, most important. He says with extreme brevity, but with the manner of a man thoroughly accustomed to doing it, "By means of a drill or file, the putrefied or corroded part of the tooth should be completely removed. The cavity left should then be filled with gold leaf." It is evident that the members of the papal court, the cardinals and the Pope himself, had the advantage of rather good dentistry at John de Vigo's hands even as early as the beginning of the 16th century. John de Vigo, however, is not medieval. He lived on into the 16th century and was influenced deeply by the Renaissance. He counts among the makers of modern medicine and surgery, as his authorship of the treatise on gunshot wounds makes clear. He comes in a period that will be treated of in a later volume of this series on Our Forefathers in Medicine. End of Part 2 of 2. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 13. Cusanus and the First Suggestion of Laboratory Methods in Medicine. As illustrating how, as we know more about the details of medical history, the beginnings of medical science and medical practice are pushed back farther and farther, a discussion in the Berliner Klinische Wochenschrift a dozen years ago is of interest. Professor Ernest von Leyden, in sketching the history of the taking of the pulse as an important aid in diagnostics, said that John Floyer was usually referred to as the man who introduced the practice of determining the pulse rate by means of the watch. His work was done about the beginning of the 18th century. Professor von Leyden suggested, however, that William Harvey, the English physiologist, to whom is usually attributed the discovery of the circulation of the blood, had emphasized the value of the pulse in medical diagnosis, and also suggested the use of the watch in counting the pulse. Professor Karl Binz, of the University of Bonn, commenting on these remarks of Professor von Leyden, called attention to the fact that more than a century before the birth of either of these men, even the earlier, to whom the careful measurement of the pulse rate is thus attributed as a discovery, a distinguished German churchman, who died shortly after the middle of the 15th century, had suggested a method of accurate estimation of the pulse that deserves a place in medical history. This suggestion is so much in accord with modern demands for greater accuracy in diagnosis that it seems not inappropriate to talk of it as the first definite attempt at laboratory methods in the department of medicine. The maker of the suggestion, curiously enough, was not a practicing physician, but a mathematician and scholar, Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, who is known in history as Cusanus from the Latin name of the town Cues on the Moselle River, some 25 miles south of Treves, where he was born. His family name, Nicholas Krebs, has been entirely lost sight of in the name derived from his native town, which is the only reason why most of the world knows anything about that town. Cardinal Cusanus suggested that in various forms of disease and at various times of life, as in childhood, boyhood, manhood, and old age, the pulse was very different. It would be extremely valuable to have some method of accurately estimating, measuring, and recording these differences for medical purposes. At that time, watches had not yet been invented, and it would have been very difficult to have estimated the time by the clocks, for almost the only clocks in existence were those in the towers of the cathedrals and of the public buildings. The first watches, Nuremberg eggs, as they were called, were not made by Peter Henlein until well on into the next century. The only method of measuring time with any accuracy in private houses was the clepsydra or water clock, which measured the time intervals by the flow of a definite amount of water. Cardinal Cusanus suggested then that the water clock should be employed for estimating the pulse frequency. His idea was that the amount of water which flowed while 100 beats of the pulse were counted should be weighed, and this weight compared with that of the average weight of water which flowed while 100 beats of the normal pulse of a number of individuals of the same age and constitution were being counted. This was a very single and very ingenious suggestion. We have no means of knowing now whether it was adopted to any extent or not. It may seem rather surprising that a cardinal should have been the one to make such a suggestion. Cusanus, however, was very much interested in mathematics and in the natural sciences, and we have many wonderful suggestions from his pen. He was the first, for instance, to suggest, more than a century before Copernicus, that the earth was not the center of the universe, and that it would not be absolutely at rest, or, as he said, devoid of all motion. His words are, quote, "Terra ignitur, quo centrum esse nequit, motu omni carere non potest." End quote. He described very clearly how the earth moved round its own axis, and then he added, what cannot fail to be a surprising declaration for those in the modern times who think such an idea of much later origin, that he considered that the earth itself cannot be fixed, but moves as do the other stars in the heavens. The expression is so astonishing at that time in the world's history that it seems worth the while to give it in its original form, so that it may be seen clearly that it is not any subsequent far-fetched interpretation of his opinion, but the actual words themselves, that convey his idea. He said, "Considerave quod terra ista non potest esse fixa, sed movetur et alive stellae." How clearly Cusanus anticipated another phase of our modern views may be judged from what he has to say in De Docta Ignorantia with regard to the constitution of the sun. It is all the more surprising that he should by some form of intuition reach such a conclusion, for the ordinary sources of information with regard to the sun would not suggest such an expression except to a genius, whose intuition outran by far the knowledge of his time. The Cardinal said, quote, "To a spectator on the surface of the sun, the splendor which appears to us would be invisible, since it contains, as it were, an earth for its central mass, with a circumferential envelope of light and heat, and between the two an atmosphere of water and clouds and of ambient air." End quote. After reading that bit of precious astronomical science announced nearly 5 centuries ago, it is easy to understand how Copernicus could have anticipated other phases of our knowledge, as he did in his declarations that the figure of the earth is not a sphere, but is somewhat irregular and that the orbit of the earth is not circular. Cusanus was an extremely practical man, and was constantly looking for and devising methods of applying practical principles of science to ordinary life. As we shall see in discussing his suggestion for the estimation of the pulse rate later on, he made many other similar suggestions for diagnostic purposes in medicine, and set forth other applications of mathematics and mechanics to his generation. Many of Cusanus' books have curiously modern names. He wrote, for instance, a series of mathematical treatises, in Latin of course, on geometric transmutations, on arithmetical complements, on mathematical complements, on mathematical perfection, and on the correction of the calendar. In his time, the calendar was in error by more than 9 days, and Cusanus was one of those who aroused sufficient interest in the subject, so that in the next century the correction was actually made by the great Jesuit mathematician, Father Clavius. Perhaps the work of Cusanus that is best known is that On Learned Ignorance, De Docta Ignorantia, in which the cardinal points out how many things that educated people think they know are entirely wrong. It reminds one very much of Josh Billings's remark that it is not so much the ignorance of mankind that makes them ridiculous, as the knowing so many things that ain't so. It is from this work that the astronomical quotations which we have made are taken. The book that is of special interest to physicians is his dialogue On Static Experiments, which he wrote in 1450, and which contains the following passages. Since the weight of the blood and the urine of a healthy and of a diseased man, of a young man and an old man, of a German and an African, is different for each individual, why would it not be a great benefit to the physician to have all of these various differences classified? For I think that a physician would make a truer judgment from the weight of the urine viewed in connection with its color than he could make from its color alone, which might be fallacious. So, also, weight must be used as a means of identifying the roots, the stems, the leaves, the fruits, the seeds, and the juice of plants if the various weights of all the plants were properly noted, together with their variety, according to locality. In this way the physician would appreciate their nature better by means of their weight than if he judged them by their taste alone. He might know, then, from a comparison of the weights of the plants and their various parts when compared with the weight of the blood and the urine, how to make an application and a dosage of drugs from the concordances and differences of the medicaments, and even might be able to make an excellent prognosis in the same way. Thus, from static experiments, he would approach by a more precise knowledge to every kind of information. Do you not think if you would permit the water from the narrow opening of a clepsydra, or water clock, to flow into a basin for as long as was necessary to count the pulse 100 times in a healthy young man, and then to do the same thing for an ailing young man, that there would be a noticeable difference between the weights of the water that would flow during the period? From the weight of the water, therefore, one would arrive at a better knowledge of the differences in the pulse of the young and the old, the healthy and the unhealthy, and so, also, as to information with regard to various diseases, since there would be one weight and, therefore, one pulse in one disease, and another weight and another pulse in another disease. In this way, a better judgment of the differences in the pulse could be obtained than from the touch of the vein, just as more can be known from the urine about its weight than from its color alone. Just in the same way would it not be possible to make a more accurate judgment with regard to the breathing if the inspirations and expirations were studied according to the weight of the water that passed during a certain interval? If while water was flowing from a clepsydra one were to count 100 expirations in a boy, and then in an old man, of course, there would not be the same amount of water at the end of the enumeration. Then this same thing might be done for other ages and states of the body. As a consequence, when the physician once knew what the weight of water that represented the number of expirations of a healthy boy or youth, and then of an individual of the same age ill of some infirmity or other, there is no doubt that, by this observation, he will come to a knowledge of the health or illness and something about the case, and perhaps, also with more certainty, would be able to choose the remedy and the dose required. If he found in a healthy young man apparently the same weight as in an old and decrepit individual, he might readily be brought to the conclusion that the young man would surely die, and in this way have some evidence for his prognosis in the case. Besides, if in fevers, in the same way, careful studies were made of the differences in the weight of water for pulse and respiration in the warm and the cold paroxysms, would it not be possible thus to know the disease better, and perhaps also get a more efficacious remedy? As will be seen from this passage, Cusanus had many more ideas than merely the accurate estimation of the pulse frequency when he suggested the use of the water clock. Evidently, the thought had come to him that the specific gravity of the substances, that is, their weight in comparison to the weight of water, might be valuable information. Before his time, physicians had depended only on the color and the taste of the urine for diagnostic purposes. He proposed that they should weigh it, and even suggested that they should weigh, also, the blood, I suppose in case of venesection for comparison's sake. He also thought that the comparative weight of various roots, stems, leaves, juices of plants might give hints for the therapeutic uses of these substances. This is the sort of idea that we are apt to think of as typically modern. Specific gravities and atomic weights have been more than once supposed to represent laws in therapeutics which so far, however, we have not succeeded in finding. But it is interesting to realize that it is nearly 500 years since the first thought in this line was clearly expressed by a distinguished thinker and scientific writer. There are many interesting expressions in Cusanus' writings which contradict most of the impressions commonly entertained with regard to the scholars of the Middle Ages. It is usually assumed that they did not think seriously, but speculatively, that they feared to think for themselves, neglected the study of nature around them, considered authority the important source of knowledge, and were as far as possible from the standpoint of modern scientific students and investigators. Here is a passage from Nicholas on knowing and thinking, that might well have been written by a great intellectual man at any time in the world's history, and that could only emanate from a profound scholar at any time. To know and to think, to see the truth with the eye of the mind, is always a joy. The older a man grows, the greater is the pleasure which it affords him, and the more he devotes himself to the search after truth, the stronger grows his desire of possessing it. As love is the life of the heart, so is the endeavor after knowledge and truth the life of the mind. In the midst of the movements of time, of the daily work of life, of its perplexities and contradictions, we should lift our gaze fearlessly to the clear vault of heaven, and seek ever to obtain a firmer grasp of, and a keener insight into, the origin of all goodness and beauty, the capacities of our own hearts and minds, the intellectual fruits of mankind throughout the centuries, and the wondrous works of nature around us. At the same time remembering always that in humility alone lies true greatness, and that knowledge and wisdom are alone profitable in so far as our lives are governed by them." The career of Nicholas of Cusa is interesting, because it sums up so many movements, and, above all, educational currents in the 15th century. He was born in the first year of the century, and lived to be 64. He was the son of a wine grower, and attracted the attention of his teachers because of his intellectual qualities. In spite of comparatively straitened circumstances then, he was afforded the best opportunities of the time for education. He went first to the school of the Brethren of the Common Life at Deventer, the intellectual cradle of so many of the scholars of this century. Such men as Erasmus, Conrad Mutianus, Johann Sintheim, Hermann von dem Bussche, whom Strauss calls "the missionary of human wisdom," and the teacher of most of these, Alexander Huygens, who has been termed the schoolmaster of Germany, with Nicholas of Cusa and Rudolf Agricola and others, who might readily be mentioned, are the fruits of the teaching of these schools of the Brethren of the Common Life, in one of which Thomas à Kempis, the author of The Imitation of Christ, was, for 70 years out of his long life of 90, a teacher. Cusanus succeeded so well at school that he was later sent to the University of Heidelberg, and subsequently to Padua, where he took up the study of Roman law, receiving his doctorate at the age of 23. This series of educational opportunities will be surprising only to those who do not know educational realities at the beginning of the 15th century. There has never been a time when a serious seeker after knowledge could find more inspiration. On his return to Germany, Father Krebs became a canon of the cathedral in Koblenz. This gave him a modest income, and leisure for intellectual work which was eagerly employed. He was scarcely more than 30 when he was chosen as a delegate to the council at Basel. After this he was made archdeacon of the Cathedral of Lüttich, and from this time his rise in ecclesiastical preferment was rapid. He had attracted so much attention at the Council of Basel that he was chosen as a legate of the Pope for the bringing about certain reforms in Germany. Subsequently he was sent on ecclesiastical missions to the Netherlands and even to Constantinople. At the early age of 40 he was made a cardinal. After this he was always considered as one of the most important consultors of the papacy in all matters relating to Germany. During the last 25 years of his life, in all the relations of the Holy See to Germany, appeal was constantly made to the wisdom, the experience, and the thoroughly conservative, yet foreseeing, judgment of this son of the people, whose education had lifted him up to be one of the leaders of men in Europe. It was during this time that he wrote most of his books on mathematics, which have earned for him a prominent place in Cantor's History of Mathematics, about a score of pages being devoted to his work. Much of his thinking was done while riding on horseback, or in the rude vehicles of the day, on the missions to which he was sent as papal legate. He is said to have worked out the formula for the cycloid curve while watching the path described by flies that had lighted on the wheels of his carriage, and were carried forward and around by them. His scientific books, though they included such startling anticipations of Copernicus doctrines as we have already quoted, Copernicus did not publish the first sketch of his theory for more than a quarter of a century after Cusanus' death. Far from disturbing his ecclesiastical advancement or injuring his career as a churchman, seem actually to have been considered as additional reasons for considering him worthy of confidence and consultation. As the result of his careful studies of conditions in Germany, he realized very clearly how much of unfortunate influence the political status of the German people, with their many petty rulers and the hampering of development consequent upon the trivial rivalries, the constant bickerings, and the inordinate jealousies of these numerous princelings had upon his native country. Accordingly, towards the end of his life, he sketched what he thought would be the ideal political status for the German people. As in everything that he wrote, he went straight to the heart of the matter and, without mincing words, stated just exactly what he thought ought to be done. Considering that this scheme of Cusanus for the prosperity and right government of the German people was not accomplished more than 4 centuries after his death, it is interesting, indeed, to realize how this clergyman of the middle of the 15th century should have come to any such thought. Nothing, however, makes it clearer than this, that it is not time that fosters thinking, but that great men at any time come to great thoughts. Cusanus wrote, quote, "The law and the kingdom should be placed under the protection of a single ruler or authority. The small separate governments of princes and counts consume a disproportionately large amount of revenue without furnishing any real security. For this reason we must have a single government, and for its support we must have a definite amount of the income from taxes and revenues yearly set aside by a representative parliament, and before this parliament, Reichstag, must be given every year a definite account of the money that was spent during the preceding year." Cusanus' life and work stand, then, as a type of the accomplishment, the opportunities, the power of thought, the practical scholarship, the mathematical accuracy, the fine scientific foresight of a scholar of the 15th century. For us, in medicine, it is interesting indeed to realize that it is from a man of this kind that a great new departure in medicine with regard to the employment of exact methods of diagnosis had its first suggestion in modern times. The origin of that suggestion is typical. It has practically always been true that it was not the man who had exhausted, or thought that he had done so, all previous medical knowledge, who made advances in medicine for us. It has nearly always been a young man early in his career, and at a time when, as yet, his mind was not overloaded with the medical theories of his own time. Cusanus was probably not more than 30 when he made the suggestion which represents the first practical hint for the use of laboratory methods in modern medicine. It came out of his thoughtful consideration of medical problems rather than from a store of garnered information as to what others thought. It is a lesson in the precious value of breadth of education and serious training of mind for real progress at all times. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 14. Basil Valentine, Last of the Alchemists, First of the Chemists. Part 1 of 2. Fieri enim potest, ut operator erit et via regia deflicat, sed ut erit natura quando recete tracatur fieri non potest. For it is quite possible that the physician should err and be turned aside from the straight, royal road, but that nature when she is rightly treated should err is quite impossible. This is one of the preliminary maxims of a treatise on medicine written by a physician born not later than the first half of the 15th century, and who may have lived even somewhat earlier. We are so prone to think of the men of that time as utterly dependent on authority, not daring to follow their own observation, suspecting nature, and almost sure to be convinced that only by going counter to her could success in the treatment of disease be obtained, that it is a surprise to most people to find out how completely the attitude of mind, that is supposed to be so typically modern in this regard, was anticipated full 4 centuries ago. There are other expressions of this same great physician and medical writer, Basil Valentine, which serve to show how faithfully he strove with the lights, that he had to work out the treatment of patients, just as we do now, by trying to find out nature's way, so as to imitate her beneficent processes and purposes. It is quite clear that he is but one of many faithful, patient observers and experimenters, true scientists in the best sense of the word, who lived in all the centuries in the Middle Ages. Speculations and experiments with regard to the elixir of life, the philosopher's stone, and the transmutation of metals are presumed to have filled up all the serious interests of the alchemists, supposed to be almost the only scientists of those days. As a matter of fact, however, men were making original observations of profound significance, and these were considered so valuable by their contemporaries that, though printing had not yet been invented, even the immense labor involved in the manifold copying of large folio volumes by the slow hand process did not suffice to deter them from multiplying the writings of these men so numerously that they were preserved in many copies for future generations, until the printing press came to perpetuate them. Of this there is abundant evidence in the preceding pages as regards medicine, and, above all, surgery, while a summary of accomplishments of workers in other departments will be found in Appendix II, Science at the Medieval Universities. At the beginning of the 20th century, with some of the supposed foundations of modern chemistry crumbling to pieces under the influence of the peculiarly active light thrown upon our 19th century chemical theories by the discovery of radium, and our observations on radioactive elements generally, there is a reawakening of interest in some of the old-time chemical observers, whose work used to be laughed at as so unscientific, or, at most, but a caricature of real science, and those whose theory of the transmutation of elements into one another was considered so absurd. It is interesting in the light of this to recall that the idea that the elementary substances were essentially distinct from each other, and that it would be impossible under any circumstances to convert one element into another, belongs entirely to the 19th century. Even so deeply scientific a mind as that of Newton in the preceding century could not bring itself to acknowledge the tradition, that came to be accepted subsequent to his time, of the absurdity of metallic transformation. On the contrary, he believed quite formally in transmutation as a basic chemical principle, and declared that it might be expected to occur at any time. He had seen specimens of gold ores in connection with metallic copper, and concluded that this was a manifestation of the natural transformation of one of these yellow metals into the other. With the discovery that radium transforms itself into helium, and that, indeed, all the so-called radioactives of the heavy metals are probably due to a natural transmutation process constantly at work, the ideas of the older chemists cease entirely to be a subject for amusement. The physical chemists of the present day are very ready to admit that the old teaching of the absolute independence of something over 70 elements is no longer tenable, except as a working hypothesis. The doctrine of matter and form, taught for so many centuries by the scholastic philosophers, which proclaimed that all matter is composed of two principles, an underlying material substratum and a dynamic or informing principle, has now more acknowledged verisimilitude, or lies at least closer to the generally accepted ideas of the most progressive scientists than it has at any time for the last 2 or 3 centuries. Not only the great physicists, but also the great chemists, are speculating along lines that suggest the existence of but one form of matter, modified according to the energies that it possesses under a varying physical and chemical environment. This is, after all, only a restatement in modern times of the teaching of St. Thomas of Aquin in the 13th century. It is not surprising, then, that there should be a reawakening of interest in the lives of some of the men who, dominated by some of the earlier scholastic ideas, by the tradition of the possibility of finding the philosopher's stone, which would transmute the baser metals into the precious metals, devoted themselves with quite as much zeal as any modern chemist to the observation of chemical phenomena. One of the most interesting of these, indeed, he might well be said to be the greatest of the alchemists, is the man whose only name that we know is that which appears on a series of manuscripts written in the High German dialect at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century. That name is Basil Valentine, and the writer, according to the best historical traditions, was a Benedictine monk. The name Basil Valentine may only have been a pseudonym, for it has been impossible to trace it among the records of the monasteries of the time. That the writer was a monk, however, there seems to be no room for doubt, for his writings give abundant evidence of it, and, besides, in printed form they began to have their vogue at a time when there was little likelihood of their being attributed to a monastic source unless an indubitable tradition connected them with some monastery. This Basil Valentine, to accept the only name we have, did so much for the science of the composition of substances that he eminently deserves the designation that has been given him of the last of the alchemists and the first of the chemists. There is practically a universal recognition of the fact now that he deserves also the title of the founder of pharmaceutical chemistry, not only because of the value of the observations contained in his writings, but also because of the fact that they proved so suggestive to certain scientific geniuses during the century succeeding Valentine's life. Almost more than to have added to the precious heritage of knowledge for mankind, it is a boon for a scientific observer to have awakened the spirit of observation in others, and to be the founder of a new school of thought. This Basil Valentine undoubtedly did, and, in the Renaissance, the incentive from his writings for such men as Paracelsus is easy to appreciate. Besides, his work furnishes evidence that the investigating spirit was abroad just when it is usually supposed not to have been, for the Thuringian monk surely did not do all his investigation alone, but must have owed, as well as given, many a suggestion to his contemporaries. Some 10 years ago, when Sir Michael Foster, professor of physiology in the University of Cambridge, England, was invited to deliver the Lane lectures at the Cooper Medical College in San Francisco, he took for his subject the history of physiology. In the course of his lecture on the rise of chemical physiology, he began with the name of Basil Valentine, who first attracted men's attention to the many chemical substances around them that might be used in the treatment of disease, and said of him, "He was one of the alchemists, but in addition to his inquiries into the properties of metals and his search for the philosopher's stone, he busied himself with the nature of drugs, vegetable and mineral, and with their action as remedies for disease. He was no anatomist, no physiologist, but rather what nowadays we should call a pharmacologist. He did not care for the problem of the body. All he sought to understand was how the constituents of the soil and of plants might be treated so as to be available for healing the sick, and how they produce their effects. We apparently owe to him the introduction of many chemical substances, for instance of hydrochloric acid, which he prepared from the oil and vitriol of salt, and of many vegetable drugs. And he was apparently the author of certain conceptions which, as we shall see, played an important part in the development of chemistry and of physiology. To him, it seems, we owe the idea of the three elements, as they were and have been called, replacing the old idea of the ancients of the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water. It must be remembered, however, that both in the ancient and the new idea the word element was not intended to mean that which it means to us now, a fundamental unit of matter, but a general quality or property of matter. The three elements of Valentine were 1. Sulfur, or that which is combustible, which is changed or destroyed, or which at all events disappears during burning or combustion. 2. Mercury, that which temporarily disappears during burning or combustion, which is dissociated in the burning from the body burned, but which may be recovered, that is to say, that which is volatile. And 3. Salt, that which is fixed, the residue or ash which remains after burning." It is a little bit hard in our time for most people to understand just how such a development of thoroughly scientific chemical notions, with investigations for their practical application, should have come before the end of the Middle Ages. This difficulty of understanding, however, we are coming to realize in recent years, is entirely due to our ignorance of the period. We have known little or nothing about the science of the Middle Ages because it was hidden away in rare old books, in rather difficult Latin, not easy to get at, and still less easy to understand always, and we have been prone to conclude that since we knew nothing about it, there must have been nothing. Just inasmuch as we have learned something definite about medieval scholars, our admiration has increased. Professor Clifford Allbutt, the Regius Professor of Medicine at the University of Cambridge, in his Harvelian oration, delivered before the Royal College of Physicians in 1900, on Science and Medieval Thought, London, 1901, declared that, "the schoolmen, in digging for treasure, cultivated the field of knowledge even for Galileo and Harvey, for Newton and Darwin." He might have added that they had laid foundations in all our modern sciences, in chemistry quite as well as in astronomy, physiology, and the medical sciences, in mathematics and botany. In chemistry the advances made during the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries were, perhaps, even more noteworthy than those in any other department of science. Albertus Magnus, who taught at Paris, wrote no less than 16 treatises on chemical subjects, and, notwithstanding the fact that he was a theologian as well as a scientist, and that his printed works fill some 15 folio volumes, he somehow found the time to make many observations for himself, and perform numberless experiments in order to clear up doubts. The larger histories of chemistry accord him his proper place, and hail him as a great founder in chemistry and a pioneer in original investigation. Even St. Thomas of Aquin, much as he was occupied with theology and philosophy, found some time to devote to chemical questions. After all, this is only what might have been expected for the favorite pupil of Albertus Magnus. 3 treatises on chemical subjects from Aquinas' pen have been preserved for us, and it is to him that we are said to owe the use, in the Western world at least, of the word amalgam, which he first employed in describing various chemical methods of metallic combination with mercury that were discovered in the search for the genuine transmutation of metals. Albertus Magnus' other great scientific pupil, Roger Bacon, the English Franciscan friar, followed more closely in the scientific ways of his great master, devoting himself almost entirely to the physical sciences. Altogether he wrote some 18 treatises on chemical subjects. For a long time it was considered that he was the inventor of gunpowder, though this is now known to have been introduced into Europe by the Arabs. Roger Bacon studied gunpowder and various other explosive combinations in considerable detail, and it is for this reason that he obtained the undeserved reputation of being an original discoverer in this line. How well he realized how much might be accomplished by means of the energy stored up in explosives can, perhaps, be best appreciated from the fact that he suggested that boats would go along the rivers and across seas without either sails or oars, and that carriages would go along the streets without horse or man power. He considered that man would eventually invent a method of harnessing these explosive mixtures and of utilizing their energies for his purposes without danger. It is curiously interesting to find, as we begin the 20th century, and gasoline is so commonly used for the driving of automobiles and motor boats, and is being introduced even into heavier transportation as the most available source of energy for suburban traffic, at least, that this generation should only be fulfilling the idea of the old Franciscan friar of the 13th century, who prophesied that in explosives there was the secret of eventually manageable energy for transportation purposes. Succeeding centuries were not as fruitful in great scientists as the 13th, and yet, in the second half of the 13th, there was a Pope John XXI, who had been a physician and professor of medicine before his election to the papacy, 3 of whose scientific treatises, one on the transmutation of metals, which he considers an impossibility, at least as far as the manufacture of gold and silver was concerned, a treatise on diseases of the eyes, to which good authorities have not hesitated to give lavish praise for its practical value, considering the conditions in which it was written, and, finally, his treatise on the preservation of the health, written when he was himself over 80 years of age, are all considered by good authorities as worthy of the best scientific spirit of the time. During the 14th century, Arnold of Villanova, the inventor of nitric acid, and the 2 Hollanduses kept up the tradition of original investigation in chemistry. Altogether there are some dozen treatises from these 3 men on chemical subjects. The Hollanduses practically did their work in a spirit of thoroughly frank, original investigation. They were more interested in minerals than in any other class of substances, but did not waste much time on the question of transmutation of metals. Professor Thomson, the professor of chemistry at Edinburgh, said in his History of Chemistry, many years ago, that the Hollanduses gave very clear descriptions of their processes of treating minerals in investigating their composition, and these serve to show that their knowledge was by no means entirely theoretical or acquired only from books. It is not surprising, then, to have a great investigating pharmacologist come along some time about the beginning of the 15th century, when, according to the best authorities, Basil Valentine was born. From traditions he seems to have had a rather long life, and his years run nearly parallel with his century. His career is a typical example of the personally obscure and intellectually brilliant lives which the old monks lived. Probably in nothing have recent generations been more deceived in historical matters than in their estimation of the intellectual attainments and accomplishments of the old monks. The more that we know of them, not from second-hand authorities, but from their own books, and from what they accomplished in art and architecture, in agriculture, in science of all kinds, the more do we realize what busy men they were, and appreciate what genius they often brought to the solution of great problems. We have had much negative pseudo-information brought together with the definite purpose of discrediting monasticism, and now that positive information is gradually being accumulated, it is almost a shock to find out how different are the realities of the story of the intellectual life during the Middle Ages from what many writers had pictured them. To those who may be surprised that a man who did great things in medicine should have lived during the 15th century, it may be well to recall the names and a little of the accomplishment of the men of this period who were Basil Valentine's contemporaries, at least in the sense that some portion of their lives and influence was coeval with his. Before the end of this century Columbus had discovered America, and by no happy accident, for many men of his generation did correspondingly great work. Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa had developed mathematics, and applied mathematical ideas to the heavens, so that he could announce the conclusion that the earth was a star, like the other stars, and moved in the heavens as they do. Contemporary with Cusanus was Regiomontanus, who has been proclaimed the father of modern astronomy, and a distinguished mathematician. Toscanelli, the Florentine astronomer, whose years run almost parallel with those of the 15th century, did fine scholarly work, which deeply influenced Columbus and the great navigators of the time. The universities in Italy were attracting students from all over Europe, and such men as Linacre and Dr. Caius went down there from England. Raphael was but a young man at the end of the century, and he had done some noteworthy painting before it closed. Leonardo da Vinci was born just about the middle of the century, and did some marvelous work before the end of that century. Michelangelo was only 25 at the close of the century, but he too did fine work, even at this early age. Among the other great Italian painters of this century are Fra Angelico, Perugino, Raphael's master, Pinturicchio, Signorelli, the pupil of his uncle, Vasari, almost as distinguished, Botticelli, Titian, and very many others, who would have been famous leaders in art in any other but this supremely great period. End of Part 1 of 2. Chapter 14 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 14, Part 2 of 2. It was not only in Italy, however, that there was a wonderful outburst of genius at this time, for Germany also saw the rise of a number of great men during this period. Jacob Wimpling, the schoolmaster of Germany, as he has been called, whose educational work did much to determine the character of German education for 2 centuries, was born in 1450. Rudolf Agricola, who influenced the intellectual Europe of his time deeply, was born in 1443. Erasmus, one of the greatest of scholars, of teachers, and of controversialists, was born in 1467. Johann Reuchlin, the great linguist, who, next to Erasmus, is the most important character in the German Renaissance, was born in 1455. Then there was Sebastian Brandt, the author of The Ship of Fools, and Alexander Hagius, both of this same period. The most influential of them all, Thomas A. Kempis, who died in 1471, and whose little book, The Following of Christ, has influenced every generation deeply ever since, was probably a close contemporary of Basil Valentine. When one knows of what European, and especially German scholars, were accomplishing at this time, no room is left for surprise that Basil Valentine should have lived and done work in medicine at this period that was to influence deeply the after history of medicine. Most of what Basil Valentine did was accomplished in the first half of the 15th century, coming, as he did, before the invention of printing, when the spirit of tradition was more rife and dominating than it has been since. It is almost needless to say that there are many curious legends associated with his name. 2 centuries before his time, Roger Bacon, doing his work in England, had succeeded in attracting so much attention even from the common people, because of his wonderful scientific discoveries, that his name became a byword, and many strange magical feats were attributed to him. Friar Bacon was the great wizard, even in the plays of the Elizabethan period. A number of the same sort of myths attached themselves to the Benedictine monk of the 15th century. He was proclaimed in popular story to have been a wonderful magician. Even his manuscript, it was said, had not been published directly, but had been hidden in a pillar in the church attached to his monastery, and had been discovered there after the splitting open of the pillar by a bolt of lightning from heaven. It is the extension of this tradition that has sometimes led to the assumption that Valentine lived in an earlier century, some even going so far as to say that he, too, like Roger Bacon, was the product of the 13th century. It seems reasonably possible, however, to separate the traditional from what is actual in his existence, and thus to obtain some idea at least of his work, if not of the details of his life. The internal evidence from his works enables the historian of science to place his writing within a half century of the discovery of America. One of the myths that have gathered around the name of Basil Valentine, because it has become a commonplace in philology, has probably made him more generally known than any of his actual discoveries. In one of the most popular of the old-fashioned textbooks of chemistry in use about half a century ago, in the chapter on antimony, there was a story that students, if I may judge from my own experience, never forgot. It was said that Basil Valentine, a monk of the Middle Ages, was the discoverer of this substance. After having experimented with it a number of ways, he threw some of it out of his laboratory one day, when the swine of the monastery, finding it, proceeded to gobble it up, together with some other refuse. Just when they were finishing it, the monk discovered what they were doing. He feared the worst from it, but took the occasion to observe the effect upon the swine very carefully. He found that, after a preliminary period of digestive disturbance, these swine developed an enormous appetite, and became fatter than any of the others. This seemed a rather desirable result, and Basil Valentine, ever on the search for the practical, thought that he might use the remedy to good purpose on the members of the community. Some of the monks of the monastery were of rather frail health and delicate constitution, and most of them were rather thin, and he thought that the putting on of a little fat, provided it could be accomplished without infringement of the rule, might be a good thing for them. Accordingly, he administered, surreptitiously, some of the salts of antimony with which he was experimenting in the food served to these monks. The result, however, was not so favorable as in the case of the hogs. Indeed, according to one, though less authentic, version of the story, some of the poor monks, the unconscious subjects of the experiment, perished as the result of the ingestion of the antimonial compounds. According to the Benner version, they suffered only the usual unpleasant consequences of taking antimony, which are, however, quite enough for a fitting climax to the story. Basil Valentine called the new substance which he had discovered antimony, that is, opposed to monks. It might be good for hogs, but it was a form of monk's bane, as it were. Unfortunately for most of the good stories of history, modern criticism has nearly always failed to find any authentic basis for them, and they have had to go the way of the legends of Washington's hatchet and Tell's apple. We are sorry to say that seems to be true also of this particular story. Antimony, the word, is probably derived from certain dialectic forms of the Greek word for the metal, and the name is no more derived from anti and monachus than it is from anti and monos, opposed to single existence. Another fictitious derivation that has been suggested, and one whose etymological value is supposed to consist in the fact that antimony is practically never found alone in nature. Notwithstanding the apparent cloud of unfounded traditions that are associated with his name, there can be no doubt at all of the fact that Valentinus, to give him the Latin name by which he is commonly designated in foreign literatures, was one of the great geniuses who, working in obscurity, make precious steps into the unknown that enable humanity after them to see things more clearly than ever before. There are definite historical grounds for placing Basil Valentine as the first of the series of careful observers who differentiated chemistry from the old alchemy and applied its precious treasures of information to the uses of medicine. It is said to have been because of the study of Basil Valentine's work that Paracelsus broke away from the Galenic traditions, so supreme in medicine up to his time, and began our modern pharmaceutics. Following Paracelsus came von Helmont, the father of modern medical chemistry, and these three did more than any others to enlarge the scope of medication and to make observation, rather than authority, the most important criterion of truth in medicine. Indeed, the work of this trio of men of the 15th and 16th centuries, the Renaissance in medicine as in art, dominated medical treatment, or at least the department of pharmaceutics, down almost to our own day, and their influence is still felt in drug giving. While we do not know the absolute data of either the birth or the death of Basil Valentine, and are not sure of the exact period even in which he lived and did his work, we are sure that a great original observer about the time of the invention of printing studied mercury and sulfur and various salts of the metals, and above all introduced antimony to the notice of the scientific world, and especially to the favor of practitioners of medicine. His book, The Triumphal Chariot of Antimony, is full of conclusions not quite justified by his premises nor by his observations. There is no doubt, however, that the observational method which he employed furnished an immense amount of knowledge, and formed the basis of the method of investigation by which the chemical side of medicine was to develop during the next 2 or 3 centuries. Great harm was done by the abuse of antimony, but then great harm is done by the abuse of anything, no matter how good it may be. For a time it came to be the most important drug in medicine, and was only replaced by venesection. The fact of the matter is that doctors were looking for effects from their drugs, and antimony is, above all things, effective. Patients, too, wish to see the effect of the medicines they took. They do so even yet, and when antimony was administered, there was no doubt about its working. The most interesting of Basil Valentine's books, and the one which has had the most enduring influence, is undoubtedly The Triumphal Chariot of Antimony. It has been translated, and has had a wide vogue in every language of modern Europe. Its recommendation of antimony had such an effect upon medical practice that it continued to be the most important drug in the pharmacopoeia down almost to the middle of the 19th century. If any proof were needed that Basil Valentine, or that the author of the books that go under the name, was a monk, it would be found in the introduction to this volume, which not only states that fact very clearly, but also in doing so makes use of language that shows the writer to have been deeply imbued with the old monastic spirit. I quote the first paragraph of this introduction because it emphasizes this. The quotation is taken from the English translation of the work as published in London in 1678. Curiously enough, seeing the obscurity surrounding Valentine himself, we do not know for sure who made the translation. The translator apologizes somewhat for the deeply religious spirit of the book, but considers that he was not justified in eliminating any of this. The paragraph is left in the quaint, old-fashioned form, so eminently suited to the thoughts of the old master, and the spelling and use of capitals is not changed. Basil Valentine, his triumphant chariot of antimony. Since I, Basil Valentine, by religious vows am bound to live according to the order of Saint Benedict, and that requires another manner of spirit of holiness than the common state of mortals exercised in the profane business of this world, I thought it my duty before all things, in the beginning of this little book, to declare what is necessary to be known by the pious spagyrist, old-time name for medical chemist, inflamed with an ardent desire of this art as what he ought to do, and whereunto to direct his striving, that he may lay such foundations of the whole matter as may be stable, lest his building, shaken with the winds, happen to fall, and the whole edifice be involved in shameful ruin, which otherwise being founded on more firm and solid principles, might have continued for a long series of time. Which admonition I judged was, and is always will be necessary part of my religious office, especially since we must all die, and no one of us which are now, whether high or low, shall long be seen among the number of men. For it concerns me to recommend these meditations of mortality to posterity, leaving them behind me, not only that honor may be given to the divine majesty, but also that men may obey him sincerely in all things. In this my meditation I found that there were 5 principal heads, chiefly to be considered by the wise and prudent spectators of our wisdom and art. The first of which is invocation of God, the second, contemplation of nature, the third, true preparation, the fourth, the way of using, the fifth, utility and fruit. For he who regards not these shall never obtain place among true chemists or fill up the number of perfect spagyrists. Therefore, touching these 5 heads, we shall here following treat and so far declare them, as that the general work may be brought to light and perfected by an intent and studious operator." This book, though the title might seem to indicate it, is not devoted entirely to the study of antimony, but contains many important additions to the chemistry of the time. For instance, Basil Valentine explains in this work how what he calls the spirit of salt might be obtained. He succeeded in manufacturing this material by treating common salt with oil of vitriol and heat. From the description of the uses to which he put the end product of his chemical manipulation, it is evident that under the name of spirit of salt he is describing what we now know as hydrochloric acid. This is said to be the first definite mention of it in the history of science, and the method suggested for its preparation is not very difficult from that employed even at the present time. He also suggests in his volume how alcohol may be obtained in high strengths. He distilled a spirit obtained from wine over carbonate of potassium, and thus succeeded in depriving it of a great proportion of its water. We have said that he was deeply interested in the philosopher's stone. Naturally this turned his attention to the study of metals, and so it is not surprising to find that he succeeded in formulating a method by which metallic copper could be obtained. The material used for this purpose was copper pyrites, which was changed to an impure sulfate of copper by the action of oil of vitriol and moist air. The sulfate of copper occurred in solution, and the copper could be precipitated from it by plunging an iron bar into it. Basil Valentine recognized the presence of this peculiar yellow metal, and studied some of its qualities. He does not seem to have been quite sure, however, whether the phenomenon that he witnessed was not really a transmutation, at least of some of the iron into copper, as a consequence of the other chemicals present. There are some observations on chemical physiology, and especially with regard to respiration, in the book on antimony which show their author to have anticipated the true explanation of the theory of respiration. He states that animals breathe because air is needed to support their life, and that all the animals exhibit the phenomenon of respiration. He even insists that the fishes, though living in water, breathe air, and he adduces in support of this idea the fact that whenever a river is entirely frozen, the fishes die. The reason for this being, according to this old-time physiological chemist, not that the fishes are frozen to death, but that they are not able to obtain air in the ice as they did in the water, and consequently perish. There are many testimonials to the practical character of all his knowledge and his desire to apply it for the benefit of humanity. The old monk could not repress the expression of his impatience with physicians who gave to patients for "diseases of which they knew little, remedies of which they knew less." For him it was an unpardonable sin for a physician not to have faithfully studied the various mixtures that he prescribed for his patients, and not to know not only their appearance and taste and effect, but also the limits of their application. Considering that at the present time it is a frequent source of complaint that physicians often prescribe remedies with even those physical appearance they are not familiar and whose composition is often quite unknown to them, this complaint of the old-time alchemist will be all the more interesting for the modern physician. It is evident that when Basil Valentine allows his ire to get the better of him, it is because of his indignation over the quacks who were abusing medicine and patients in his time, as they have ever since. There is a curious bit of aspersion on mere book learning in the passage that has a distinctly modern ring, and one feels the truth of Russell Lowell's expression that to read a classic, no matter how antique, is like reading a commentary on the morning paper, so up to date does genius ever remain. "And whensoever I shall have occasion to contend in the school with such a doctor, who knows not himself how to prepare his own medicines, but commits that business to another, I am sure I shall obtain the palm from him. For indeed that good man knows not what medicines he prescribes to the sick, whether the color of them be white, black, gray, or blue, he cannot tell, nor doth this wretched man know whether the medicine he gives be dry or hot, cold or humid, but he only knows that he found it so written in his books, and then pretends to acknowledge or, as it were, possession by prescription of a very long time, yet he desires to further information. Here again let it be lawful to exclaim, Good God! To what a state is the matter brought! What goodness of mind is in these men! What care do they take of the sick! Woe, woe to them! In the day of judgment they will find the fruit of their ignorance and rashness. Then they will see him who they pierced, when they neglected their neighbor, sought after money and nothing else, whereas were they cordial in their profession, they would spend nights and days in labor that they might become more learned in their art, whence more certain health would accrue to the sick with their estimation and greater glory to themselves. But since labor is tedious to them, they commit the matter to chance, and being secure of their honor, and content with their fame, they, like brawlers, defend themselves with a certain garrulity, without any respect had to confidence or truth." Perhaps one of the reasons why Valentine's book has been of such enduring interest is that it is written in an eminently human vein and out of a lively imagination. It is full of figures relating to many other things besides chemistry, which serve to show how deeply this investigating observer was attentive to all the problems of life around him. For instance, when he wants to describe the affinity that exists between many substances in chemistry, and which makes it possible for them not to be attracted to one another, he takes a figure from the attractions that he sees exist among men and women. It is curious to find affinities discussed in our modern sense so long ago. There are some paragraphs with regard to the influence of the passion of love that one might think rather a quotation from an old-time sermon than from a great ground-breaking book in the science of chemistry. Quote, "Love leaves nothing entire or sound in man. It impedes his sleep. He cannot rest either day or night. It takes off his appetite, that he hath no disposition either to meat or drink, by reason of the continual torments of his heart and mind. It deprives him of all providence, hence he neglects his affairs, vocation, and business. He minds neither study, labor, nor prayer, casts away all thoughts of anything but the body beloved. This is his study, this his most vain occupation. If to lovers the success be not answerable to their wish, or so soon and prosperously as they desire, how many melancholies henceforth arise, with griefs and sadness, with which they pine away and wax so lean as they have scarcely any flesh cleaving to the bones. Yea, at last they lose the life itself, as may be proved by many examples. For such men, which is a horrible thing to think of, cite and neglect all perils and detriments, both of the body and life, and of the soul and eternal salvation." It is evident that human nature is not different in our sophisticated 20th century from that which this observant old monk saw around him in the 15th. He continues, "How many testimonies of this violence which is in love are daily found? For it not only inflames the younger sort, but it so far exaggerates some persons far gone in years, as though the burning heat thereof, they are almost mad. Natural diseases are for the most part governed by the complexion of man, and therefore invade some more fiercely, others more gently, but love, without distinction of poor or rich, young or old, seizeth all, and having seized, so blinds them, as forgetting all rules of reason, they neither see nor hear any snare." But then the old monk thinks that he has said enough about this rather foreign subject, and apologizes for his digression in another paragraph that should remove any lingering doubt there might be with regard to the geniuses of his monastic character. At the end of the passage he makes the application in a very few words. The personal element in his confession is so naive and so simply straightforward that instead of seeming to be the result of conceit, which would surely have repelled the reader, it rather attracts and enhances his kindly feeling for its author. The paragraph would remind one in certain ways of that personal element that was to become more popular in literature after Montaigne in the next century made it rather the fashion. "But of these enough, for it becomes not a religious man to insist too long upon these cogitations, or to give place to such a flame in his heart. Hitherto, while boasting I speak it, I have throughout the whole course of my life kept myself safe and free from it, and I pray and invoke God to vouchsafe me his grace, that I may keep holy and inviolate the faith which I have sworn, and live contented with my spiritual spouse, the Holy Catholic Church. For no other reason have I alleged these than I might express the love with which all tinctures ought to be moved towards metals, if ever they be admitted by them into true friendship, and by love, which permeates the innermost parts, be converted into a better state." The application of the figure at the end of his long digression is characteristic of the period in which he wrote, as also to a considerable extent of the German literary methods of the time. In this volume on the use of antimony, there are in most of the editions certain biographical notes, which have sometimes been accepted as authentic, but oftener rejected. According to these, Basil Valentine was born in Alsace, on the southern bank of the Rhine. As a consequence of this, there are several towns that have laid claim to being his birthplace. Monsieur Jean Renaud, the distinguished French philosophical writer of the first half of the 19th century, once said that Basil Valentine, like Ossian and Homer, had many towns claim him years after his death. He also suggested that, like those old poets, it was possible that the writings sometimes attributed to Basil Valentine were really the work not of one man, but of several individuals. There are, however, many objections to this theory, the most forcible of which is the internal evidence derived from the books themselves, showing similarities of style and method of treating subjects too great for us to admit non-identity in the writers. M. Renaud lived at a time when it was all the fashion to suggest that old works that had come down to us, like the Iliad and the Odyssey, and even such national epics as the Cid and the Arthur legends and the Nibelungenlied, were to be attributed to several writers than to one. We have passed that period of criticism, however, and have reverted to the idea of single authorship for these works, and the same conclusion has been generally come to with regard to the writings attributed to Basil Valentine. Other biographic details contained in The Triumphal Chariot of Antimony were undoubtedly more correct. According to them, Basil Valentine traveled in England and Holland on missions for his order, and went through France and Spain on a pilgrimage to St. James of Compostela. Besides this work, there is a number of other books of Basil Valentine's, printed during the first half of the 16th century, that are well known, and copies of which may be found in most of the important libraries. The United States Surgeon General's Library at Washington contains not a few of the works on medical subjects, and the New York Academy of Medicine Library has some valuable editions of certain of his works. Some of his other well-known books, each of which is a good-sized octavo volume, bear the following descriptive titles. I give them in English, though as they are usually found, they are in Latin, 16th century translations of the original German. The World in Miniature, or The Mystery of the World and of Human Medical Science, published at Mayburg, 1609. The Chemical Apocalypse, or The Manifestation of Artificial Chemical Compounds, published in Erfurt in 1624. A chemico-philosophic treatise concerning things natural and preternatural, especially relating to the metals and the minerals, published at Frankfurt in 1676. Heliography, or The Science of Salts, a treatise on the preparation, use, and chemical properties of all of the mineral, animal, and vegetable salts, published at Bologna in 1644. The 12 Keys of Philosophy, Leipzig, 1630. These are of interest to the chemist and physicist rather than to the physician, and it is as a maker of medicine that we are concerned with Valentine here. The great attention aroused in Basil Valentine's work at the Renaissance period can be best realized from the number of manuscript copies and their wide distribution. His books were not all printed at one place, but, on the contrary, in different portions of Europe. The original edition of The Triumphal Chariot of Antimony was published in Leipzig at the early part of the 16th century. The first editions of the other books, however, appeared at places so distant from Leipzig as Amsterdam and Bologna, while various cities of Germany, as Erfurt and Frankfurt, claim the original editions of still other works. Many of the manuscript copies still exist in various libraries in Europe, and while there is no doubt that some unimportant additions to the supposed works of Basil Valentine have come from the attribution to him of scientific treatises of other German writers, the style and the method of the principal works mentioned is entirely too similar not to have been the fruit of a single mind, and that possessed of a distinct investigating genius, setting it far above any of its contemporaries in scientific speculation and observation. The most interesting feature of all of Basil Valentine's writings that are extant is a distinctive tendency to make his observations of special practical utility. His studies in antimony were made mainly with the idea of showing how that substance might be used in medicine. He did not neglect to point out other possible uses, however, and knew the secret of the employment of antimony in order to give sharpness and definition to the impression produced by metal types. It would seem as though he was the first scientist to discuss this subject, and there is even some question of whether printers and type founders did not derive their ideas in this matter from our chemist. Interested though he was in the transmutation of metals, he never failed to try to find and suggest some medicinal use for all of the substances that he investigated. His was no greedy search for gold, and no culmination of investigations with the idea of benefiting only himself. Mankind was always in his mind, and perhaps there is no better demonstration of his fulfillment of the character of the monk than this constant solicitude to benefit others by every bit of investigation that he carried out. For him, with medieval nobleness of spirit, "The first part of every work must be the invocation of God, and the last, though no less important than the first, must be the utility and fruit for mankind that can be derived from it." The career of the last of the makers of medicine in the Middle Ages may be summed up briefly in a few sentences that show how thoroughly this old Benedictine was possessed of the spirit of modern science. He believed in observation as the most important source of medical knowledge. He valued clinical experience far above book information. He insisted on personal acquaintanceship on the part of the physician with the drugs he used, and thought nothing more unworthy of a practitioner of medicine. Indeed, he sets it down as almost criminal, than to give remedies of whose composition he was not well aware, and whose effect he did not thoroughly understand. He thought that nature was the most important aid to the physician, much more important than drugs, though he was the first to realize the significance of chemical affinities, and he seems to have understood rather well how individual often were the effects obtained from drugs. He was a patient student, a faithful observer, a writer who did not begrudge time and care to the composition of large books on medicine, yet withal he was no dry-as-dust scholar, but eminently human in his sympathies with ailing humanity, and a strenuous upholder of the dignity of the profession to which he belonged. Scarcely more can be said of anyone in the history of medicine, at least so far as good intentions go, though many accomplish more. None deserve more honor than the Thuringian monk who we know as Basil Valentine. There are many other of these old-time makers of medicine of whom nearly the same thing can be said. Basil Valentine is only one of a number of men who worked faithfully and did much both for medical science and professional life during the 1,000 years from the fall of Rome to the fall of Constantinople, when, according to what used to be commonly accepted opinion, men were not animated by the spirit of research and a fine incentive to do good to men that we are so likely to think of as belonging exclusively to more modern times. A man whom he greatly influenced, Paracelsus, took up the tradition of scientific investigation where Basil Valentine had left it. His work, though more successfully revolutionary, was not done in such a fine spirit of sympathy with humanity nor with that simplicity of life and purity of intention that characterize the old monk's work. Paracelsus' birth in the year of the discovery of America places him among the makers of the foundations of our modern medicine, and he will be treated of in a volume on "The Forefathers in Medicine." End of Part 2 of 2. End of Chapter 14. Appendix 1 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Appendix 1. St. Luke the Physician. Part 1 of 2. In the midst of what has been called the higher criticism of the Bible in recent times, one of the long accepted traditions that has been most strenuously assailed, and, indeed, in the minds of many scholars, seemed, for a time at least, quite discredited, was that St. Luke the Evangelist, the author of the third Gospel and the Acts of the Apostles, was a physician. Distinguished authorities in early Christian apologetics have declared that the pillars of primitive Christian history are the genuine epistles of St. Paul, the writings of St. Luke, and the history of Eusebius. It is quite easy to understand, then, that the attack upon the authenticity of the writings usually assigned to St. Luke, which in many minds seemed successful, has been considered of great importance. In the very recent time there has been a decided reaction in this matter. This has come, not so much from Roman Catholics, who have always clung to the traditional view, and whose great biblical students have been foremost in the support of the previously accepted opinion, but from some of the most strenuous of the German higher critics, who now appreciate that destructive, so-called higher criticism went too far, and that the traditional view not only can be maintained, but is the only opinion that will adequately respond to all the new facts that have been found, and all the recently gathered information with regard to the relations of events in the olden time. By far the most important contribution to the discussion in recent years came not long since from the pen of Professor Adolf Harnack, the professor of church history in the University of Berlin. Professor Harnack's name is usually cited as that of one of the most destructive of the higher critics. His recent book, however, Luke the Physician, is an entire submission to the old-fashioned viewpoint that the writer of the third Gospel and of the Acts of the Apostles was a Greek fellow worker of St. Paul, who had been in company for years with Mark and Philip and James, and who had previously been a physician, and was evidently well versed in all the medical lore of that time. Harnack does not merely concede the old position, as might be expected. His rediscussion of the subject clinches the arguments for the traditional view, and makes it impossible ever to call it in question again. It is easy to understand how important are such admissions when we recall how much this traditional view has been assailed, and how those who have held it have been accused of old fogyism and lack of scholarship, and unwarranted clinging to antiquated notions just because they thought they were of faith, and how, lacking in true scholarship, seriously hampering genuine investigation, such conservatism has been declared to be. The question of Luke's having been a physician is an extremely valuable one, and no one in our time is better fitted by early training and long years of study to elucidate it than Professor Harnack. He began his excursions into historical writing years ago as a historian of early Christian medicine. Some of his works on medical conditions just before and after Christ are quoted confidently by the distinguished German medical historians. From this department he graduated into the field of the higher criticism. He is eminently in a position, therefore, to state the case with regard to St. Luke fully, and to indicate absolutely the conclusions that should be drawn from the premises of fact, writings, and traditions that we have. He does so in a very striking way. Perhaps no better example of his thoroughly lucid and eminently logical mode of argumentation is to be found than the paragraph in which he states the question. It might be well recommended as an example of terse forcefulness and logical sequence that deserves the emulation of all those who want to write on medical subjects. If we had more of these characteristic qualities of Harnack's style, our medical literature, so called, would not need to occupy so many pages of print as it does, yet would say more. Here it is. St. Luke, according to St. Paul, was a physician. When a physician writes a historical work, it does not necessarily follow that his profession shows itself in his writing. Yet it is only natural for one to look for traces of the author's medical profession in such a work. These traces may be of different kinds. 1. The whole character of the narrative may be determined by points of view, aims, and ideals which are more or less medical, disease and its treatment. 2. Marked preference may be shown for stories concerning the healing of diseases, which stories may be given in great number and detail. 3. The language may be colored by the language of physicians, medical technical terms, metaphors of medical character, etc. All these three groups of characteristic signs are found, as we shall see, in the historical work which bears the name of St. Luke. Here, however, it may be objected that the subject matter itself is responsible for these traits, so that their evidence is not decisive for the medical calling of the author. Jesus appeared as a great physician and healer. All the evangelists say this of him. Hence it is not surprising that one of them has set this phase of his ministry in the foreground and has regarded it as the most important. Our evangelist need not therefore have been a physician, especially if he were a Greek, seeing that in those days Greeks with religious interests were disposed to regard religion mainly under the category of healing and salvation. This is true, yet such a combination of characteristic signs will compel us to believe that the author was a physician if, 4. The description of the particular cases of disease shows distinct traces of medical diagnosis and scientific knowledge. 5. If the language, even where questions of medicine or of healing are not touched upon, it is colored by medical phraseology. And 6. If in those passages where the author speaks as an eyewitness, medical traits are especially and prominently apparent. These three kinds of tokens are also found in the historical work of our author. It is accordingly proved that it proceeds from the pen of a physician." The importance of the concession that St. Luke was a physician should be properly appreciated. His whole gospel is written from that standpoint. For him the Savior was the healer, the good physician who went about curing the ills of the body while ministering to people's souls. He has more accounts of miracles of healing than any of the other evangelists. He has taken certain of the stories of the other evangelists who were eyewitnesses, and when they were told in naive and popular language that obscured the real condition that was present, he has retold the story from the physician's standpoint, and thus the miracle becomes clearer than ever. In one case, where Mark has a slur on physicians, Luke eliminates it. In a number of cases, the correction of Mark's popular language in the description of ailments is made in terms that could not have been used except by one thoroughly versed in the Greek medical terminology of the times. As a matter of fact, there seems to be no doubt now that Luke had been, before he became an evangelist, a practicing physician in Malta of considerable experience. His testimony, then, to the miracles is particularly valuable, as almost a medical eye-witness. In medical science, St. Luke's time was by no means barren of knowledge. The Alexandrian school of medicine had done some fine work in its time. It was the first university medical school in the world's history, and there dissection was first practiced regularly and publicly for the sake of anatomy, and even the vivisection of criminals who were supplied by the Ptolemy for human physiology was a part of the school curriculum. A number of important discoveries in brain anatomy are attributed to Herophilus, after whom the torcular herophili within the skull is named, and who invented the term calamus scriptorius for certain appearances in the fourth ventricle. His colleague, Erasistratus, the co-founder of this school at Alexandria, did work in pathological anatomy, and laid the foundation for serious study there. For 3 centuries there is some good worker, at or in connection with Alexandria, whose name is preserved for us in the history of medicine. Other Greek schools of medicine in the East, as, for instance, that of Pergamos, also did excellent work. Galen is the great representative of this school, and he came in the century after St. Luke. A physician educated in Greek medicine at that time would be an excellent physician to judge critically of the miracles of healing of the Christ, and it would seem to have been providential that Luke was called for this purpose. The evidence for his membership of our profession will doubtless be interesting to all physicians. Some of the distinctive passages in which Luke's familiarity with medical terms to such an extent that to express his meaning he found himself compelled to use them, will appeal at once to these, for whom such terms are part of everyday speech. The use of the word hydropikos, which is not to be met with anywhere else in the New Testament, nor in the non-medical Greek literature of that time, though the word is of frequent occurrence as a designation for a person suffering from dropsy, and always, as in Luke, the adjective for the substantive, in Hippocrates, Dioscorides, and Galen is a typical example. Where such vague terms as paralyzed occur, Luke does not use the familiar word, but the medical term that meant stricken with paralysis, indicating not any inability to use the limbs, but such a one as was due to a stroke of apoplexy. We who, as physicians, have heard of so many cures of paralysis from our friends, the Eddiites, are prone to ask, as the first question, what sort of a paralysis it was. Luke made inquiries from men who were eye-witnesses, and then has described the scene with such details as convinced him as a physician of the reality of the miracle, and his description was meant to carry conviction to the minds of others. Occasionally St. Luke uses words which only a physician would be likely to know at all, that is to say, even a man reasonably familiar with medical terminology and medical literature would not be likely to know them unless he had been technically trained. One of these is the word sphudron, a word which is only medical, and is not to be found even in such large Greek lexicons of ordinary words as that of Passau. Sphudron is the anatomical term of the Greco-Alexandrian school for the condyles of the femur. Galen and other medical authors use it, and Luke, in giving the details of the story of the lame man cured, in the 3rd chapter of the Acts, 7th verse, selects it because it exactly expresses the meaning he wished to convey. In this story there are a number of added medical details. These are all evidently arranged so as to give the full medical significance to the miracle. For instance, The man had been lame from birth, literally from the womb of his mother. At this time he was 40 years of age, an age at which the spontaneous cure of such an ailment, or, indeed, any cure of it, could scarcely be expected, if, during the preceding time, there had been no improvement. In the story of the cure of Saul's blindness, Luke says in the Acts that his blindness fell from him like scales. The figure is a typically medical one. The word for fall that is used is, as was pointed out by Hobart, Medical Language of St. Luke, Dublin, 1882, exactly the term that is used for the falling of scales from the body. The term for scales is the specific designation of the particles that fall from the body during certain skin diseases or after certain of the infectious fevers, as in scarlet fever. Hippocrates and Galen have used it in many places. It is distinctively a medical word. In the story of the vision of St. Peter, told also in the Acts, the word ecstasis, from which we derive our word ecstasy, is used. This is the only word St. Luke uses for vision and he alone uses it. This term is of constant employment in a technical sense in the medical writers of St. Luke's time and before it. When the other evangelists talk of lame people, they use the popular term. This might mean anything or nothing for a physician. Luke uses one of the terms that is employed by physicians when they wish to indicate that for some definite reason there is inability to walk. In the story of the Good Samaritan, there are some interesting details that indicate medical interest on the part of the writer. It is Luke's characteristic story and a typical medical instance. He employs certain words in it that are used only by medical writers. The use of oil and wine in the treatment of the wounds of the stranger traveler was at one time said to indicate that it could not have been a physician who wrote the story, since the ancients used oil for external applications in such cases, but not wine. More careful search of the old masters of medicine, however, has shown that they used oil and wine, not only internally but externally. Hippocrates, for instance, has a number of recommendations of this combination for wounds. It is rather interesting to realize this, and especially the wine in addition to the oil, because wine contains enough alcohol to be rather satisfactorily antiseptic. There seems no doubt that wounds that had been bathed in wine, and then had oil poured over them, would be likely to do better than those which were treated in other ways. The wine would cleanse and at least inhibit bacterial growth. The subsequent covering with oil would serve to protect the wound to some degree from external contamination. Sometimes there is an application of medical terms to something extraneous from medicine that makes the phrase employed quite amusing. For instance, when Luke wants to explain how they strengthened the vessel in which they were to sail, he describes the process by the term which was used in medical Greek to mean the splinting of a part, or at least the binding up of it, in such a way as to enable it to be used. The word was quite a puzzle to the commentators until it was pointed out that it was the familiar medical term, and then it was easy to understand. Occasionally, this use of a medical term gives a strikingly accurate significance to Luke's diction. For instance, where other evangelists talk of the Lord looking at a patient or turning to them, Luke uses the expression that was technically employed for a physician's examination of his patient, as if the Lord carefully looked over the ailing people to see their physical needs, and then proceeded to cure them. Manifestly in Luke's mind, the most interesting phase of the Lord's life was his exhibition of curative powers, and the Savior was for him the divine healer, the God physician of bodies as well of souls. There are many little incidents which he relates that emphasize this. For instance, where St. Mark talks about the healing of the man with a withered hand, St. Luke adds the characteristic medical note that it was the right hand. When he tells of the cutting off of the ear of the servant of the high priest of the Garden of Olives, St. Luke takes the story from St. Mark, but adds the information that would appeal to a physician that it was the right ear. Moreover, though all four evangelists record the cutting off of the ear, only St. Luke adds the information that the Lord healed it again. It is as if he were defending the kindly feelings of the divine physician, and as if it would have been inexcusable had he not exerted his miraculous powers of healing on the occasion. It is St. Luke, too, who has constantly distinguished between natural illnesses and cases of possession. This careful distinction alone would point to the author of the third Gospel and the Acts as surely a physician. As it is, it confirms beyond all doubt the claim that the writer of these portions of the New Testament was a physician thoroughly familiar with all the medical writings of the time, and probably a physician who had practiced for a long time. Certain miracles of healing are related only by St. Luke, as if he realized better than any of the other evangelists the evidential value that such instances would have for future generations as to the divinity of the personage who worked them. The beautiful story of the raising from death of the son of the widow of Nain is probably one of the oftenest quoted passages from St. Luke. It is a charming bit of literature. While it suggests the writer physician, it makes one almost sure that the other tradition according to which St. Luke was also a painter must be true. The scene is as picturesque as it can be. The Lord and his apostles and the multitudes coming to the gate of the little city, just as in the evening sun the funeral cortege with the widow burying her only son came out of it. The approach of the Lord to the weeping mother, his command to the dead son to arise, and the simple words, "and he gave him back to his mother," constitute as charming a scene as a painter ever tried to visualize. Besides this, Luke alone has the story of the man suffering with dropsy and the woman suffering from weakness. The intensely picturesque quality of many of these scenes that he describes so vividly would indeed seem to place beyond all doubt the old tradition that he was an artist as well as a physician. It is interesting to realize that it is to Luke alone that we owe the account of the well-known message sent by Christ himself to John the Baptist when John sent his disciples to inquire as to his mission. After describing his ministry, he said, "Go and relate to John what you have heard and seen. The blind see, the lame walk, the deaf hear. The lepers are made clean, the dead rise again, to the poor the gospel is preached." To no one more than to a physician would that description of his mission appeal as surely divine. To those who care to follow the subject still further, and above all, to read opinions given before the reversal of the verdict of the higher criticism on the Lucan writings, indeed before ever that trial was brought, there is much in Horae Lucanae, a biography of St. Luke, by Henry Samuel Baynes, Longmans, 1870, that will surely be of interest. He has some interesting quotations which show how thoroughly previous centuries realized all the force of modern arguments. For instance, the following paragraph from Dr. Nathaniel Robinson, a Scotch physician of the 18th century, will illustrate this. Dr. Robinson said, "It is manifest from his Gospel that Luke was both an acute observer, and had even given a professional attention to all our Saviour's miracles of healing. Originally, among the Egyptians, divinity and physic were united in the same order of men, so that the priest had the care of souls, and was also the physician. It was much the same under the Jewish economy. But after physic came to be studied by the Greeks, they separated the two professions. That a physician should write the history of our Saviour's life was appropriate, as there were divers mysterious things to be noticed, concerning which his education enabled him to form a becoming judgment." It is even interesting to realize that St. Luke's tendency to use medical terms has been of definite value in determining the question whether both the third Gospel and the Acts of the Apostles are by the same man. They have been attributed to St. Luke traditionally, but in the higher criticism some doubt has been thrown on this and an elaborate hypothesis of dual authorship set up. It has been asserted that it is very improbable on extrinsic grounds that they were both written by one hand, and certain intrinsic evidence, changes in the mode of narration, especially the use of the first personal pronoun in the plural in certain passages, has been pointed to as making against single authorship. This tendency to deny old-time traditions of authorship with regard to many classical writings was a marked characteristic of the early part of the 19th century, but the close of the century saw practically all of these denials discredited. The 19th century ushered in studies of Homer, with the separatist school perfectly confident in their assertion that the Iliad and the Odyssey were not by the same person, and even that the Iliad itself was the work of several hands. At the beginning of the 20th century we are quite as sure that both the Iliad and Odyssey were written by the same person, and that the separatists were hurried into a contrary decision not a little by the feeding of the sensation that such a contradiction of previously accepted ideas would create. This is a determining factor in many a supposed novel discovery that it is hard always to discount sufficiently. A thing may be right even though it is old, and most new discoveries, it must not be forgotten, that is, most of those announced with a great blare of trumpets, do not maintain themselves. The simple argument that the separatists would have to find another poet equal to Homer to write the other poem has done more than anything else to bring their opinion into disrepute. It is much easier to explain certain discrepancies, differences of style, and of treatment of subjects, as well as other minor variants, than to supply another great poet. Most of the works of our older literatures have gone through a similar trial during the over-hasty, superficially critical 19th century. The Nibelungenlied has been attributed to 2 or 3 writers instead of one. The Cid, the national epic of Spain, and the Arthur Legends, the first British epic, have been at least supposed to be amenable to the same sort of criticism. In every case, scholars have gone back to the older traditional view of a single author. The phases of literary and historic criticism with regard to Luke's writings are, then, only a repetition of what all our great national classics have gone through from supercilious scholarship during the past 100 years. End of Part 1 of 2. Appendix 1 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Appendix 1, Part 2 of 2. It is not surprising, then, that there should be dual or even triple ascriptions of authorship for various portions of the Scriptures, and Luke's writings have, on this score, suffered as much or more even than others, with the possible exception of Moses. It is now definitely settled, however, that the similarities of style between the Acts and the third Gospel are too great for them to have come from two different minds. This is especially true, as pointed out by Harnack, in all that regards the use of medical terms. The writer of the Acts and the writer of the third Gospel knew Greek from the standpoint of the physician of that time. Each used terms that we find nowhere else in Greek literature except among medical writers. What is thus true for one critical attack on Luke's reputation is also true in another phase of recent higher criticism. It has been said that certain portions of the Acts, which are called the we portions, because the narration changes in them from the third to the first person, were to be attributed to another writer than the one who wrote the narrative portions. Here, once more, the test of the medical words employed has decided the case for Luke's sole authorship. It is evidently an excellent thing to be able to use medical terms properly if one wants to be recognized with certainty later on in history for just what one's business was. It has certainly saved the situation for St. Luke, though there may be some doubt as to the real force of objections thus easily overthrown. It is rather interesting to realize that many scholars of the present generation had allowed themselves to be led away by the German higher criticism from the old tradition with regard to Luke as a physician, and now will doubtless be led back to former views by the leader of German biblical critics. It shows how much more distant things may influence certain people than those nearer home, how the hills are green far away. Harnack confesses that the best book ever written on the subject of Luke as a physician, the one that has proved of most value to him, and that he still recommends everyone to read, was originally written in English. It is Hobart's Medical Language of St. Luke, written more than a quarter of a century before Harnack. The Germans generally had rather despised what the English were doing in the matter of biblical criticism, and above all in philology. Yet now the acknowledged Coryphaeus of them all, Harnack, not only admits the superiority of an old-time English book, but confesses that it is the best statement of the subject up to the present time, including his own. He constantly quotes from it, and it is evident that it has been the foundation of all his arguments. It is not the first time that men have fetched from afar what they might have got just as well or better at home. Harnack has made complete the demonstration, then, that the third Gospel and the Acts were written by St. Luke, who had been a practicing physician. In spite of this, however, he finds many objections to the Luke narratives and considers that they add very little that is valuable to the contemporary evidence that we have with regard to Christ. He impairs with one hand the value of what he has so lavishly yielded with the other. He finds inconsistencies and discrepancies in the narrative that for him destroy their value as testimony. A lawyer would probably say that this is that very human element in the writings which demonstrates their authenticity and adds to their value as evidence, because it shows clearly the lack of any attempt to do anything more than tell a direct story as it had come to the narrator. No special effort was made to avoid critical objections founded on details. It was a general impression that was looked for. Sir William Ramsay, in his Luke the Physician and Other Studies in the History of Religion, New York, Armstrong and Sons, 1908, has answered Harnack from the side of the professional critic with much force. He appreciates thoroughly the value of Professor Harnack's book, and above all the reactionary tendency away from nihilistic so-called higher criticism which characterized so much of German writing on biblical themes in the 19th century. He says, page 7, quote, "This book of Harnack's alone carries Lucan criticism a long step forwards, and sets it on a new and higher plane. Never has the unity and character of the book been demonstrated so convincingly and conclusively. The step is made and the plane is reached by the method which is practiced in other departments of literary criticism, visibly, by dispassionate investigation of the work and by discarding fashionable a priori theories." The distinguished English traveler and writer on biblical subjects points out, however, that in detail many of Harnack's objections to the Lucan narratives are due to insufficient consideration of the circumstances in which they were written and the comparative significance of the details criticized. He says, "Harnack lays much stress on the fact that inconsistencies and inexactnesses occur all through Acts. Some of these are undeniable, and I have argued that they are to be regarded in the same light as similar phenomena in the poem of Lucretius and in other ancient classical writers, visibly, as proofs that the work never received the final form which Luke intended to give it, but was still incomplete when he died. The evident need for a third book to complete the work, together with those blemishes in expression, form the proof." Ramsay's placing of Harnack's writing in general is interesting in this connection. Page 8. "Professor Harnack stands on the border between the 19th and 20th century. His book shows that he is to a certain degree sensitive of, and obedient to, the new spirit, but he is only partially so. The 19th century critical method was false, and is already antiquated. The first century could find nothing real and true that was not accompanied by the marvelous and the supernatural. The 19th century could find nothing real and true that was. Which view was right and which was wrong? Was either complete? Of these two questions, the second alone is profitable at the present. Both views were right, in a certain way of contemplating. Both views were wrong, in a certain way. Neither was complete. At present, as we are struggling to throw off the fetters which impeded thought in the 19th century, it is most important to free ourselves from its prejudices and narrowness." He adds, pages 26 and 27, "There are clear signs of the unfinished state in which this chapter was left by Luke, but some of the German scholar's criticisms show that he has not a right idea of the simplicity of life and equipment that evidently characterized the jailer's house and the prison. The details which he blames as inexact and inconsistent are sometimes most instructive about the circumstances of this provincial town and Roman colonia. But it is never safe to lay much stress on small points of inexactness or inconsistency in any author. One finds such faults even in the works of modern scholarship if one examines them in the microscopic fashion in which Luke is studied here. I think I can find them in the author Harnack himself. His point of view sometimes varies in a puzzling way." As a matter of fact, Harnack, as pointed out by Ramsay, was evidently working himself more and more out of the old conclusion as to the lack of authenticity in the Lucan writings into an opinion ever more and more favorable to Luke. For instance, in a notice of his own book, published in the Theologische Literaturzeitung, "he speaks far more favorably about the trustworthiness and credibility of Luke, as being generally in a position to acquire and transmit reliable information, and as having proved himself able to take advantage of his position. Harnack was gradually working his way to a new plane of thought. His later opinion is more favorable." Ramsay also points out that Professor Giffert, one of our American biblical critics, had felt compelled by the geographical and historical evidence to abandon in part the older unfavorable criticism of Luke and to admit that the Acts is more trustworthy than previous critics allowed. Above all, he saw that it was a living piece of literature written by one author." In a word, Luke is being vindicated in every regard. Some of the supposed inaccuracies of Luke vanish when careful investigation is made. Some of his natural history details, for instance, have been impugned, and the story of the viper that fastened itself upon St. Paul in Malta has been cited as an example of a story that would not have been told in that way by a man who knew medicine and the related sciences in Luke's time. Because the passage illustrates a number of phases of the discussion with regard to Luke's language, I make a rather long quotation from Ramsay. "Take as a specimen with which to finish off this paper the passage Acts 28:9 et sequens, which is very fully discussed by Harnack twice. He argues that the true meaning of the passage was not understood until medical language was compared, when it was shown that the Greek word by which the act of the viper to Paul's hand is described implies bit, and not merely fastened upon. But it is a well assured fact that the viper, a poisonous snake, only strikes, fixes the poisoned fangs on the flesh for a moment, and withdraws its head instantly. Its action could never be what is attributed by Luke, the eyewitness to this Maltese viper, that it hung from Paul's hand and was shaken off into the fire by him. On the other hand, constrictors, which have no poison fangs, cling in the way described, but as a rule do not bite. Are we, then, to understand in spite of the medical style and the authority of Professor Blass, who translates Maumordit in his edition, that the viper fastened upon the apostle's hand? Then, the very name viper is a difficulty. Was Luke mistaken about the kind of snake which he saw? A trained medical man in ancient times was usually a good authority about serpents, to which great respect was paid in ancient medicine and custom. Mere verbal study is here utterly at fault. We can make no progress without turning to the realities and facts of Maltese natural history. A correspondent obligingly informed me some years ago that Mr. Brian Hook, of Farnham, Surrey, who, my correspondent assures me, is a thoroughly good naturalist, had found in Malta a small snake, Cornella austriaca, which is rare in England, but common in many parts of Europe. It is a constrictor, without poison fangs, which would cling to the hand or arm, as Luke describes. It is similar in size to the viper, and so like in markings and general appearance, that Mr. Hook, when he caught his specimen, thought he was killing a viper. My friend, Professor J. W. H. Trail, of Aberdeen, whom I consulted, replied that Cornella lovis, or austriaca, is known in Sicily and the adjoining islands, but he can find no evidence of its existence in Malta. It is known to be rather irritable, and to fix its small teeth so firmly into the human skin as to need a little force to pull it off, though the teeth are too short to do any real injury to the skin. Coronella is at a glance very much like a viper, and in the flames it would not be closely examined. While it is not reported as found in Malta except by Mr. Hook, two species are known there belonging to the same family, and having similar habits, Leopardinus and Ximenes, or Coluber gemonensis. The coloring of Coronella leopardinus would be the most likely to suggest a viper. The observations justify Luke entirely. We have here a snake so closely resembling a viper as to be taken for one by a good naturalist until he had caught and examined a specimen. It clings, and yet it also bites without doing harm. That the Maltese rustics should mistake this harmless snake for a venomous one is not strange. Many uneducated people have the idea that all snakes are poisonous, in varying degrees, just as the vulgar often firmly believe that toads are poisonous. Every detail as related by Luke is natural, and in accordance with the facts of the country." In a word, then, the whole question as to Luke's authority as a writer, as an eyewitness of many things, and as the relator of many others with regard to which he had obtained the testimony of eyewitnesses is fully vindicated. 20 years ago many scholars were prone to doubt this whole question. 10 years ago most of them were convinced that the Luke traditions were not justified by recent investigation. Now we have come back once more to the complete acceptance of the old traditions. Perhaps the most unfortunate characteristic of much 19th century criticism in all departments, even those strictly scientific, was the marked tendency to reject previous opinions for new ones. Somehow, men felt themselves so far ahead of old-time writers and thinkers that they concluded they must hold opinions different from their ancestors. In nearly every case, the new ideas that they evolved by supposedly newer methods were not standing the test of time and further study. There had been a continuous belief in men's minds, having its bias very probably on a passage in one of St. Peter's epistles, that the earth would dissolve by fire. This was openly contradicted all during the 19th century, and the time when the earth would freeze up definitely calculated by our mathematicians. Now after having studied radioactivity and learned from the physicists that the earth is heating up and will eventually get too hot for life, we calmly go back to the old Petrine Declaration. Some of the most distinguished of the German biologists of the present day, such men as Driesch and others, calmly tell us that the edifice erected by Darwin will have to come down because of newly discovered evidence, and indeed some of them go so far as to declare that Darwinism was a crude hypothesis, very superficial in its philosophical aspects, and therefore acceptable to a great many people who, because it was easy to understand and was very different from what our fathers had believed, hastened to accept it. Nothing shows the necessity for being conservative in the matter of new views in science, or ethics, or religion, more than the curious transition state in which we are with regard to many opinions at the present time, with a distinct tendency toward reaction to older views that a few years ago were thought quite untenable. We are rather proud of the advance that we are supposed to be making along many lines in science and scholarship, and yet over and over again, after years of work, we prove to have been following a wrong lead, and must come back to where we started. This has been the way of man from the beginning and doubtless will continue. The present generation are having this curious regression that follows supposed progress, strongly emphasized for them. End of Part 2 of 2. End of Appendix 1. Appendix 2 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Appendix 2. Science at the Medieval Universities. Part 1 of 2. With the growth of interest in science and in nature study in our own day, one of the expressions that is probably oftenest heard is surprise that the men of preceding generations, and especially university men, did not occupy themselves more with the world around them and with the phenomena that are so tempting to curiosity. Science is usually supposed to be comparatively new, and nature study only a few generations old. Men are supposed to have been so much interested in book knowledge, and in speculations and theories of many kinds, that they neglected the realities of life around them while spinning fine webs of theory. Previous generations, of course, have indulged in theory, but then our own generation is not entirely free from that amusing occupation. Nothing could well be less true, however, than that the men of preceding generations were not interested in science even in the sense of physical science, or that nature study is new, or that men were not curious and did not try to find out all they could about the phenomena of the world around them. The medieval universities and the schoolmen who taught in them have been particularly blamed for their failure to occupy themselves with realities instead of with speculation. We are coming to realize their wonderful zeal for education, the large number of students they attracted, the enthusiasm of their students, since they made so many handwritten copies of the books of their masters, the devotion of the teachers themselves, who wrote at much greater length than do our professors even now, and on the most abstruse subjects, so that it is all the more surprising to think they should have neglected science. The thought of our generation in the matter, however, is founded entirely on an assumption. Those who know anything about the writers of the Middle Ages at first hand are not likely to think of them as neglectful of science even in our sense of the term. Those who know them at second hand are, however, very sure in the matter. The assumption is due to the neglect of history that came in the 17th and 18th centuries. We have many other similar assumptions because of the neglect of many phases of mental development and applied science at this time. For instance, most of us are very proud of our modern hospital development and think of this as a great humanitarian evolution of applied medical science. We are very likely to think that this is the first time in the world's history that the building of hospitals has been brought to such a climax of development, and that the houses for the ailing in the olden time were mere refuges, prone to become death traps, and at most makeshifts for the solution of the problem of the care of the ailing poor. This is true for the hospitals of the 17th and 18th centuries, but it is not true at all for the hospitals of the 13th and 14th and 15th centuries. Miss Nutting and Miss Dock, in their History of Nursing, have called attention to the fact that the lowest period in hospital development is during the 18th and early 19th centuries. Hospitals were little better than prisons. They had narrow windows, were ill provided with light and air and hygienic arrangements, and in general were all that we should imagine old-time hospitals to be. The hospitals of the earlier time, however, had fine high ceilings, large windows, abundant light and air, excellent arrangements for the privacy of patients, and in general were as worthy of the architects of the earlier times as the municipal buildings, the cathedrals, the castles, the university buildings, and every other form of construction that the late medieval centuries devoted themselves to. The trouble with those who assume that there was no study of science and practically no attention to nature study in the Middle Ages is that they know nothing at all at first hand about the works of the men who wrote in the medieval period. They have accepted their declarations with regard to the absolute dependence of the scholastics on authority, their almost divine worship of Aristotle, their utter readiness to accept authoritative assertions provided they came with the stamp of a mighty name, and then their complete lack of attention to observation and above all to experiment. Nothing could well be more ridiculous than this ignorant assumption of knowledge with regard to the great teachers at the medieval universities. Just as soon as there is definite knowledge of what these great teachers wrote and taught, not only does the previous mood of blame for them not paying much more attention to science and nature at once disappear, but it gives place to the heartiest admiration for the work of these great thinkers. It is easy to appreciate, then, what Professor Saintsbury said in a recent volume on the 13th century. "And there have even been in these latter days some graceless ones who have asked whether the science of the 19th century, after an equal interval, will not be of any more positive value, whether it will not have even less comparative interest than that which appertains to the scholasticism of the 13th." Three men were the great teachers in the medieval universities at their prime. They have been read and studied with interest ever since. They wrote huge tomes, but men have pored over them in every generation. They were Albertus Magnus, the teacher of the other two, Thomas Aquinas, and Roger Bacon. All three of them were together at the University of Paris shortly after the middle of the 13th century. Anyone who wants to know anything about the attitude of mind of the medieval universities, their professors and students, and of all the intellectual world of the time, toward science and observation and experiment, should read the books of these men. Any other mode of getting at any knowledge of the real significance of the science of this time is mere pretense. These constitute the documents behind any scientific history of the development of science at this time. It is extremely interesting to see the attitude of these men with regard to authority. In Albert's 10th book of his Summa, in which he catalogues and describes all the trees, plants, and herbs known in his time, he observes, "All that is here set down is the result of our own experience, or has been borrowed from authors whom we know to have written what their personal experience has confirmed, for in these matters experience alone can be of certainty." In his impressive Latin phrase, "Experimentum solum certificat in talibus," with regard to the study of nature in general, he was quite as emphatic. He was a theologian as well as a scientist, yet in his treatise on The Heavens and the Earth he declared that, "In studying nature we have not to inquire how God the Creator may, as he freely wills, use his creatures to work miracles and thereby show forth his power. We have rather to inquire what nature with its immanent causes can naturally bring to pass." Just as striking quotations on this subject might be made from Roger Bacon. Indeed, Bacon was quite impatient with the scholars around him who talked overmuch, did not observe enough, depended to excess on authority, and in general did as mediocre scholars always do, made much fuss on second-hand information, plus some flimsy speculations of their own. Friar Bacon, however, had one great pupil whose work he thoroughly appreciated because it exhibited the opposite qualities. This was Petrus. We have come to know him as Peregrinus, whose observations on magnetism have excited so much attention in recent years with the republications of his epistle on the subject. It is really a monograph on magnetism written in the 13th century. Roger Bacon's opinion of it and of its author furnishes us the best possible index of his attitude of mind towards observation and experiment in science. "I know of only one person who deserves praise for his work in experimental philosophy, for he does not care what the discourses of men and their wordy warfare, but quietly and diligently pursues the works of wisdom. Therefore, what others grope after blindly, as bats in the evening twilight, this man contemplates in their brilliancy, because he is a master of experiment. Hence, he knows all of natural science, whether pertaining to medicine and alchemy, or to matters celestial or terrestrial. He has worked diligently in the smelting of ores, as also in the working of minerals. He is thoroughly acquainted with all sorts of arms and implements used in military service and in hunting, besides which he is skilled in agriculture and the measurement of lands. It is impossible to write a useful or correct treatise in experimental philosophy without mentioning this man's name. Moreover, he pursues knowledge for its own sake, for if he wished to obtain royal favor, he could easily find sovereigns who would honor and enrich him." Similar expressions might be readily quoted from Thomas Aquinas, but his works are so easy to secure, and his whole attitude of mind so well known, that it scarcely seems worth while taking space to do so. Aquinas is still studied very faithfully in many universities, and within the last few years one of his great textbooks on philosophy has been replaced in the curriculum of Oxford University, in which it occupied a prominent position in the long ago, as a work that may be offered for examination in the department of philosophy. It is with regard to him particularly that there has been the greatest revulsion of feeling in recent years, and a recognition of the fact that here was a great thinker familiar with all that was known in the physical sciences, and who had this knowledge constantly in his mind when he drew his conclusions with regard to philosophical and theological questions. It used to be the fashion to make little of the medieval scholars for the high estimation in which they held Aristotle. Occasionally, even yet one hears narrowly educated men, I am sorry to say much more frequently scientific specialists than others, talk deprecatingly of this ardent devotion to Aristotle. No one who knows anything about Aristotle ever indulges in such an exhibition of ignorance of the realities of the history of philosophy and science. To know Aristotle well is to think of him as probably possessed of the greatest human mind that ever existed. We do not need to go back to the Middle Ages to be confirmed in that opinion. Modern scientists who know their science well, but who also know Aristotle well, and who are ardent worshippers at his shrine, are not hard to find. Romanes, the great English biologist at the end of the 19th century, said, "It appears to me that there can be no question that Aristotle stands forth not only as the greatest figure in antiquity, but as the greatest intellect that has ever appeared upon this earth." Before Romanes, George H. Lewes, in his interesting monograph in the history of thought, Aristotle, a chapter in the history of science, is quite as complimentary to the great Greek thinker. We may say that Lewes was by no means partial to Aristotle, anything but inclined to accept authority as of value in philosophy. He had been rendered impatient by the fact that so much of the history of philosophy was dominated by Aristotle, and it was only that the panegyric was forced from him by careful study of all that the Stagirite wrote that he said, "History gazed on him with wonder. His intellect was piercing and comprehensive. His attainments surpassed those of every philosopher. His influence has been excelled only by the founders of religion. His vast and active intelligence for 20 centuries held the world in awe." Professor Osborn, whose scholarly study of the theory of evolution down the ages, from the Greeks to Darwin, rather startled the world of science by showing not only how old was the theory of evolution, but how frequently it had been stated, and how many of them anticipated phases of our own thought in the matter, pays a high compliment to the great Greek scientist. He says, "Aristotle clearly states and rejects the theory of the origin of adaptive structures in animals altogether similar to that of Darwin." He then quotes certain passages from Aristotle's Physics, and says, "These passages seem to contain absolute evidence that Aristotle had substantially the modern conception of the evolution of life from a primordial soft mass of living matter to the most perfect forms, and that even in these he believed that evolution was incomplete, for they were progressing to higher forms." Modern French scientists are particularly laudatory in their estimation of Aristotle. The group of biologists, Buffon, Cuvier, Saint Hilaire, and others who called world attention to French science and its attainments about a century ago, are all of them on record in highest praise of Aristotle. Cuvier said, "I cannot read his work without being ravished with astonishment. It is impossible to conceive how a single man was able to collect and compare the multitude of facts implied in the rules and aphorisms contained in this book." It is possible, however, to get opinions ardently laudatory of Aristotle from the serious students of any nation, provided only they know their Aristotle. Sir William Hamilton, the Scotch professor, said, "Aristotle's seal is upon all the sciences. His speculations have determined those of all subsequent thinkers." Hegel, the German philosophic writer, is not less outspoken in his praise. "Aristotle penetrated the whole universe of things and subjected them to intelligence." Kant, who is often said to have influenced our modern thinking more than any other in recent generations, has his compliment for Aristotle. It relates particularly to that branch of philosophy with which Kant had most occupied himself. The Königsberg philosopher said, "Logic since Aristotle, like geometry since Euclid, is a finished science." I do not want to tire you, or I could quote many other authorities who proclaim Aristotle the genius of the race. They would include poets like Dante and Goethe, scholars like Cicero and Anton, literary men like Lessing and Reich, and many others. The scholars of the Middle Ages, far from condemnation for their devotion to Aristotle, deserve the highest praise for it. If they had done nothing else but appreciate Aristotle, as our greatest modern scholars have done, that of itself would proclaim their profound scholarship. The medieval writers are often said to have been uncritical in their judgment, but in their lofty estimation of Aristotle they displayed the finest possible critical judgment. On the contrary, the generations who made much of the opportunity to minimize medieval scholarship because of its worship at the shrine of Aristotle must themselves fall under the suspicion at least of either not knowing Aristotle or of not thinking deeply about the subjects with regard to which he wrote. For in all the world's history the rule has been that whenever men have thought deeply about a subject, and know what Aristotle has written with regard to that subject, they have the liveliest admiration for the great Greek thinker. This is true for philosophy, logic, metaphysics, politics, ethics, dramatics, but it is also quite as true for physical science. He lacked our knowledge, though not nearly to the degree that is usually thought, and he had a marvelous accumulation of information, but he had a breadth of view and a thoroughness of appreciation with a power of penetration that make his opinions worth while knowing even on scientific subjects in our enlightened age. As for the supposed swearing by Aristotle, in the sense of literally accepting his opinions without daring to examine them critically, which is so constantly asserted to have been the habit of the medieval scholars and teachers, it is extremely difficult, in the light of the expressions which we have from them, to understand how this false impression arose. Aristotle they thoroughly respected. They constantly referred to his works, but so has every thinking generation ever since. Whenever he had made a declaration, they would not accept the contradiction of it without a good reason, but whenever they had good reasons, Aristotle's opinion was at once rejected without compunction. Albertus Magnus, for instance, said, "Whoever believes that Aristotle was a god must also believe that he never erred, but if we believe that Aristotle was a man, then doubtless he was liable to err just as we are." A number of direct contradictions of Aristotle we have from Albert. A well-known one is that with regard to Aristotle's assertion that lunar rainbows appeared only twice in 50 years. Albert declared that he himself had seen two in a single year. Indeed, it seems very clear that the whole trend of thought among the great teachers of the time was away from the acceptance of scientific conclusions on authority unless there was good evidence for them available. They were quite as impatient as the scientists of our time with the constant putting forward of Aristotle as if that settled a scientific question. Roger Bacon wanted the Pope to forbid the study of Aristotle because his works were leading men astray from the study of science, his authority being looked upon as so great that men did not think for themselves but accepted his assertions. Smaller men are always prone to do this, and indeed it constitutes one of the difficulties in the way of advance in scientific knowledge at all times, as Roger Bacon himself pointed out. These are the sort of expressions that are to be expected from Friar Bacon from what we know of other parts of his work. His Opus Tertium was written at the request of Pope Clement IV, because the Pope had heard many interesting accounts of what the great 13th century teacher and experimenter was doing at the University of Oxford, and wished to learn for himself the details of his work. Bacon starts out with the principle that there are four grounds of human ignorance. These are, "First, trust in inadequate authority. Second, that force of custom which leads men to accept without properly questioning what has been accepted before their time. Third, the placing of confidence in the assertions of the inexperienced. And fourth, the hiding of one's own ignorance behind the parade of superficial knowledge, so that we are afraid to say, 'I do not know.'" Professor Henry Morley, a careful student of Bacon's writings, said with regard to these expressions of Bacon, "No part of that ground has yet been cut away from beneath the feet of students, although 6 centuries have passed. We still make sheep walks of second, third, and fourth, and 50th hand references to authority. Still we are the slaves of habit. Still we are found following too frequently the untaught crowd. Still we flinch from the righteous and wholesome phrase, 'I do not know,' and acquiesce actively in the opinion of others that we know what we appear to know." In his Opus Majus, Bacon had previously given abundant evidence of his respect for the experimental method. There is a section of this work which bears the title Scientia Experimentalis. In this Bacon affirms that "without experiment nothing can be adequately known. An argument may prove the correctness of a theory, but does not give the certitude necessary to remove all doubt. Nor will the mind repose in the clear view of truth unless it finds its way by means of experiment." To this he later added in his Opus Tertium, "The strongest argument proves nothing so long as the conclusions are not verified by experience. Experimental science is the queen of sciences, and the goal of all speculation." It is no wonder that Dr. Whewell, in his History of the Inductive Sciences, should have been unstinted in his praise of Roger Bacon's work and writings. In a well-known passage he says of the Opus Majus, "Roger Bacon's Opus Majus is the encyclopedia and novum organon of the 13th century, a work equally wonderful with regard to its wonderful scheme and to the special treatises by which the outlines of the plans are filled up. The professed object of the work is to urge the necessity of a reform in the mode of philosophizing, to set forth the reasons why knowledge had not made greater progress, to draw back attention to the sources of knowledge which had been unwisely neglected, to discover other sources which were yet almost untouched, and to animate men in the undertaking of a prospect of the vast advantages which it offered. In the development of this plan, all the leading portions of science are expanded in the most complete shape which they had at that time assumed, and improvements of a very wide and striking kind are proposed in some of the principal branches of study. Even if the work had no leading purposes, it would have been highly valuable as a treatise of the most solid knowledge and soundest speculations of the time. Even if it had contained no such details, it would have been a work most remarkable for its general views and scope." As a matter of fact, the universities of the Middle Ages, far from neglecting science, were really scientific universities. Because the universities of the early 19th century occupied themselves almost exclusively with languages, and especially formed students' minds by means of classical studies, men in our time seem to be prone to think that such linguistic studies formed the main portion of the curriculum of the universities in all the old times, and particularly in the Middle Ages. The study of the classic languages, however, came into university life only after the Renaissance. Before that, the undergraduates of the universities had occupied themselves almost entirely with science. It was quite as much trouble to introduce linguistic studies into the old universities in the Renaissance time to replace science, as it was to secure room for science by pushing out the classics in the modern time. Indeed, the two revolutions in education are strikingly similar when studied in detail. Men who had been brought up on science before the Renaissance were quite sure that that formed the best possible means of developing the mind. In the early 19th century, men who had been formed on the classics were quite as sure that science could not replace them with any success. End of Part 1 of 2.